Hey guys, welcome to the stream. नई स्ट्रीम में एक बार फिर से स्वागत है यार सबका। तो लाइव आ जाओ गाइस, वीसीटी के मैच शुरू होने वाले हैं बस कुछ ही देर में। तो लाइक करो वीडियो को, सब्सक्राइब करो चैनल को यार, और अपना प्यार दिखाओ। हम जल्द ही स्टार्ट करेंगे और आज हमारे साथ शायद कामी काजी भी जुड़े, तो कामी काजी का भी वेलकम करा जाएगा। जल्दी से लाइव आ जाओ, वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो और मैं स्टार्ट कर ही देता हूँ। कोई झंझट नहीं होगा, उसको स्टार्ट कर देते हैं।
Much in terms of the VODs, when he made that proclamation on the stage, he probably had his full focus in the grand final.
What does mid mean? Because I think they're
you want
the
to break
third
down the
best.
etymology?
Yeah, they're the third best team from Pacific. Is that not? Is third, fourth seed not mid?
But it's a different type of mid. You know, it's
But
mid
they're
is
middle.
bad
Yeah,
in this. It's
right
not saying
now.
if you're saying you're middle of the
और
pack,
मैच
that's
स्टार्ट
different,
होने ही वाला है
right? But if you call him
जल्दी
mid,
से
I mean,
आ
it's
जाओ
Where does
भाई।
mid come from?
like if you
वीडियो
run up to
को
me and be
लाइक
like, "Hey, yo,
करो,
GB,
चैनल
you
को
type mid,"
सब्सक्राइब
I'd be like,
करो,
"Oh,
प्यार
devastated."
दिखाओ।
You know what I mean?
I
Well,
don't
you know
know.
who is it mid? Leviathan.
You've twisted my brain up, man, thinking about the etymology of the word mid and like where it came about and like Gen Alpha and these terms and skibbity toilet and everything. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just started going down a rabbit hole. Here's Leviathan. Here's a team that's playing on
What
the
is
stage.
Gen Alpha? How
These
old-
guys
how young do you
are
have to be?
superstars. I'm going to get us back on track here. I said I was the one to cause chaos, and it's been the opposite.
man.
But these guys are superstars, and I think
Yeah.
that they showcase that as the narrative circulating around them. I think about them not being big game players when it comes to international events.
For sure,
which-
for sure.
For good reason. Listen, I was ready to get ESIC on the line when I was watching Lev play at Shanghai. I really was. they were doing some silly stuff. But honestly, I got a lot more confidence back watching them in that finals
Yeah.
when they didn't have the map pick advantage. They had two bans against them, and they kind of dominated.
I think the question was also around playoffs just in Americas, where they were really rough
Yeah.
in stage one
Yeah.
and in kickoff as well back then, really struggling in those big matches. But playoffs was a different beast. For me, the biggest improvements since coming back from Shanghai, it was all about the fundamentals. Like, these guys' team play looks so much better. It looks so innate, especially on their defensive sides when they're setting up for flood retakes, things like that. They're always playing off each other. You still see players take risks sometimes because it is a super team and they can do that, but consistently, they're just playing really solid Valorant together. And I think that they are the team that if you can't like out-call them, outthink them, and also compete with them firepower-wise, you're kind of boom. For me, they're like the
Which is
gatekeeper of
crazy
being able to
'cause
compete for top-level slots.
That's like everything, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's like they have so many tools at their disposal. And of course, one of those players, or former world champion, we got Com actually standing by with Mika Fabs to get his thoughts going into today's match.
Hey Com, the defending champion. You are the only player here able to defend your title as Champions 2023 winner. So do you feel that makes you a bit more confident coming into this match, or do you feel like there's more of a target on your back? Tell us about this homecoming to the champion stage.
Definitely a target on my back, but I think overall, like, the team's coming in confident. We have a lot of experience on this team. We've gone through the highs and lows together, so I think we have everything we need to go for it.
Well, I think this match is really hype and everyone's excited to see it, so good luck.
Thank you.
And without a doubt, this team has gone through many highs and lows this season. Whatever issues Leviathan might have had this year, though, there is one thing that you cannot deny, and that is that Aspas might actually officially be the GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, if he manages to get a title here, listen, I don't know if we've got a stat card to make the head-to-head comparison with him and LeBron, but if we can get that, we might be able to see it. But listen, this guy is punching for titles. He's punching to great history. And statistically, he was an anomaly across all regions. Listen, I know that they're all contained in their own little bubbles regionally, but top of the board, if you combine all the statistics,
Yeah.
he's been on the top. And he's been doing it against, honestly, some heated competition in Americas.
Yeah, it's insane. And on top of that, we've seen kind of a new Ospas come out this year. First of all, taking the risk to, for the first time in his career, play on a non-Portuguese speaking roster. That is
Yeah.
tough. He spent all of his career, all of his life in Brazil speaking Portuguese. He's moved to LA last year for Loud, but his English wasn't perfect. He had to learn the language and improve through his time on this roster. But now when you hear him in interviews, hear him talk to his teammates, he's gotten so much more comfortable in that skill. On top of that, he's also playing new agents. He's
Yeah,
playing Neon on 3 maps, which is something he was never known for before, and it has looked excellent, in my opinion.
He is such a like typical athlete player as well. You know, you see the real top dogs in most sports where they have these routines that they go into. This guy always has the same routine when he leads in. He's always leaning back, meditating during these. He's visualizing how he's going to be peaking angles at most points when he's in these timeouts. He's always just ice cold, and it showcases in his consistency, because there's no player, I don't think, currently playing the game that has that level of consistency that Aspas can put out. Game in, game out, map in, map out. It's unbelievable right now what he's putting up.
When they surveyed all the pro players for their like most likely to vote, he was most likely to succeed in a traditional sport. So
Really?
maybe there's something
No,
there.
that's crazy.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
Dude,
That's wild.
I was on the money.
When they asked all the players
You weren't
here who
making
they
that
want to
up, were
play.
you?
No, that was real. I think.
I didn't find out it was wrong. I mean, but you asked all the players here who they want to play. They all want to play against Aspas because the guy is, as you said, he is truly an anomaly, a talent above all talents. The guy is incredible, but a lot of pressure on his back. And also, he's going to be going up against Primi, who is now coming into this roster. You know, I think a lot of people were unsure of what we were going to be getting out of Primi, but he's here on this talent team. He's contributed so much. He's elevated them a lot here to this point, but now he's going to face his toughest challenge yet.
Right, Talon is a team that is very much defined in this at least newest edition in playoffs by a star player. Even though they have Aspas, I don't think Leviathan is defined by Aspas. They have players who are top level. Mazina was the MVP
Let's go,
of the
guys.
Americas
Start doing
Finals.
it, guys.
Tex is doing
Start
the same
होने
kind of
वाला है,
things.
guys.
But when
10
I watch
मिनट
this
रह
guy
गए हैं.
play,
Maximum
it is
10
clear
मिनट
that
में हम
he
आपके
is a
साथ live
special
होंगे.
talent.
Max
Maybe
select
he's a little unrefined,
होगा
his
अब.
team overheats
और उसके
sometimes,
बाद हम
makes some
live दिखेंगे.
mistakes around the team's macro as kind of a unit.
Yeah.
तो
But
guys जल्दी से वीडियो को
individually,
लाइक
he
करो,
is
चैनल को
ridiculous.
सब्सक्राइब
Yes,
करो यार.
I
प्यार
think
दिखाओ
some of the best crosshair placement I have ever seen from a player. It is always perfection. And his reaction times, even amongst pro players, are ridiculously short.
It really reminds me of when I was watching clips of Caron, when he was getting picked up trying to find out stuff about him, and I was like, this guy's game IQ is off the charts in the moments, in those like little individual things, the movement, the aim.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, the individual small details, that's what got them to the dance. But now they're going to need to give us a little bit more. What does this Talon roster bring to the table? And what they do is, you're a little bit of a wild card, right? They like to do different things. And one of the things that they like to do is this zombie comp, as it has been called here, where they use the KO, the Phoenix, the Sage, the Clove to try and just constantly bring people back into the fold.
The thing is, they're not even like playing that anymore on Ascent. They switch back to default
And
comp.
it's wild.
In interviews, their coach Frost has claimed that they have 2 comps for every map. Do I believe him? No.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And even if that's true, do I think they're going to be as rehearsed as they could be? Probably not. But they are unique in the sense that they are willing more than maybe any other team besides PRX to change their comps, to change their map vetoes, as you were talking about, and show up with seemingly new random looks in every game, but they look fairly rehearsed. There's always some good idea behind it, even if it's not perfect.
And I think if you're a team like Talon, where you know fundamentally you're going to be lacking compared to some of the other top teams that are gunning for a trophy at this event, wildcard picks and wildcard compositions are going to be where you're going to need to lean your strength on. Trying to throw teams off in terms of either preparation on you, trying to anti you, or just even making them test and adapt them over the course of a series and a map.
Yeah.
The issue is that Leviathan is one of the best fundamental teams at this event. They are so sound. Any mistake given to them, they will punish.
Yeah, no, Talon knows that for sure. Let's actually go ahead and check in with Cruz, who's standing by with Mika.
Hey Cruz, what's going on? How are you feeling? Well, it's been a while since we've seen you on the global stage, and you clearly are one of the veterans on the team and pretty much on the entire VCT global stage because you were there at the very first champion. So how did you prep the rest of the team for what's to come, especially up against a team like Leviathan?
I just told them to play our game, and I brought my nephews to fight against the uncles.
You brought your nephews, your nephew like Primi. Primi is your nephew.
Yes. So,
गाइस हमारे साथ
Just,
जुड़ने वाले
carry
हैं
me,
तेरे
basically.
कामी काजी
Well, best of luck to the team.
thank you. Bye-bye.
We heard Cruz there basically saying he's hoping the young guns are going to carry him. I relate to that, okay, personally speaking. So I hear you there. But yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot weighing on these young men to try and push them past the, you know, to that next round, if you will, in this competition.
But to the credit of them, I think as well, if you're coming into a matchup and you know that you are just unbelievable underdogs, there is that level of pressure, I think, that should just wash off of your back immediately
For
as you
sure.
step up there. Because you're not expected to win this matchup. It's the #1 seed of Leviathan, where they have an impeccable map pool, they have fundamentally
America's champions.
incredible players, they have champions, they have all the qualities of a team that should be gunning to win the event.
Yeah, and then, of course, you know, you got to deal with guys like this. The MVP of America's Mizzino, the guy was absolutely clinical in that final series against G2. Such a dynamic talent for this team.
Mazzino was my GOAT, I think, in this. Honestly, for all of
Yes.
Stage 2 playoffs.
I actually feel so bad that he has to play with Ospa.
Yeah.
He's so good, and people
He's-
never talk about him because he gets overshadowed.
And it's his movement and his aim, I think, that's really impressed me, because this guy, he's of the likes of, you know, the real Phantom abusers like Texture, and I think Zekken's using the Phantom these days as well, but
Yeah.
where they're just jarring a movement, they're never easy to hit, they're crouching it up, they're mixing it up all the time, and they are always offsetting it, but the aim is so snappy at the same time with this Mazzino guy. I watch him play, it's phenomenal.
But for me, I'm also so impressed by his utility on his variety of agents. He plays Harbor, and I think he's the second best, maybe behind Tui's Harbor player, at least in Americas. He
Yeah.
is really, really on point. I've never seen him miss a wall, and he has so much kind of depth in the different ideas he has on that agent. You watch him go over and play Breach, and again, he's really quick to react with the utility. He's setting Ospas up perfectly, and he's doing all this while it's not affecting his individual form, and he's still almost always top 2 on the scoreboard for Lev.
Yeah, Mizzino is certainly going to be an X factor for this team. But before we get into today's action, let's have a little fun, shall we? All right?
I don't
It's
like
time
fun.
for a South Korea pop quiz, baby! Oh, and this is exciting because, see, here's a fun fact. You may not know this, folks at home. Bren basically lives here at this point, right? Because his lovely girlfriend, Alice, who's watching right now, and we love very much, and
Yep.
we hope you're having a great time, is watching. And if he loses this game, it will be quite embarrassing and detrimental to his relationship. Is that right, Brent?
Actual couch speedrun. If I get any question wrong, I'm sleeping on the couch, I'm in the dog kennel, I think she's got her parents to
Friend,
watch at the same
yeah,
time.
Her Korean parents
Yeah,
who have
I think
lived
she's
here.
told. I think
Yeah.
she's told her Korean parents
Yep.
to watch at the same time, and I can't get any.
So
of them
you're gonna
wrong.
ace it.
Let's get into the game. All right, first question. Which number is considered unlucky in South Korea?
Oh, okay, this is 4.
4?
Yeah.
All right.
I
okay.
wouldn't have gotten that.
I believe it's 4.
Okay.
If
well,
I'm wrong, then I'm walking off the
you
desk.
said that
immediately.
with your whole chest,
did.
dog.
I know 13 is like generally unlucky. 11 has
Yeah.
a bad vibe to it.
Yeah.
But
All right.
If I get this wrong,
it
I'm
right,
should be
done.
4.
I'm
4?
actually just done.
All
I'm
right,
gonna go with
let's
4.
see. And the answer is, I'm actually quite curious here.
Oh,
4.
my God.
The word 4 in Korean sounds similar to the word for death. Oh my. Did not know that. Today I learned. Okay.
Okay.
Sick. All right, here we
Good
go.
work.
Another one. This actually might be one for Mimi. All right. Seoul, the capital city, is considered to be a mega city, meaning that it has at least this many residents.
I know
10
the
million,
answer.
25
I'm
million,
phoning a
3
friend.
million, or 1 million.
I'm phoning a friend.
It's 10 million.
It's 10
It's
million.
10 million.
10 million. Survey says. Let's see what we got here.
It's 10 million, but also megacity is kind of like, I don't know how real it is. It's like
Yeah.
there's not actually a lot of megacities out there. Also, LA under that definition, depending on how you count like the statistical area, which is really weird. It's hard to define
Yeah.
how big a city actually is
Yeah.
in population.
Yeah.
This people don't
Go
care
off, go
about
off,
this.
go off, go off.
Honestly,
No, seriously, go off.
I'm
But
in
it's
it.
really hard to set the boundaries. Do you
Okay.
include the suburbs? Are they a part of it? How does that differentiate for a less dense city like Los Angeles versus Seoul or something?
Yeah,
It's hard to know.
yeah.
But it's 10 million.
You know what's crazy? When I was your age, I knew none of that. So shout out to the Bronx public education system. All
You
right,
have
here we
no
go.
reason to know that.
Next question. Banpo Grand Bridge, excuse me, over the Han River holds a Guinness World Record for what? Fun fact, I'm also a
Oh,
Guinness
this
World
is the
Record
bridge
holder.
that has like the water and the lights off of it, and there's a pedestrian bridge underneath it.
What are the answers? I don't.
What were the answers? You
That's
got-
a good. I didn't read them.
I didn't
No,
get
no,
to
no.
see the
It
answers.
didn't. It didn't come up yet.
It didn't show
We're
the
pulling
answers.
it up. They're writing it up as we speak.
They're
Yeah,
writing?
they're
Yeah,
going
and
like
also
this.
changing the
scribbling.
answers to make sure that I get it wrong, so that I'm in trouble.
But so far, though, you guys are 2 for 2. So
Yes.
you're not on the couch
Brent
yet.
knew the first one. I knew the second one.
All right. Did we get that
Yes.
question up, or was the graphic messed up? It's fine. It doesn't matter. All
never
right.
know.
You know what? We got the question right. There we go.
Did
We're
we?
so smart. I don't care. Now, here we go. Now, this is our next question. How many gold medals does South Korea currently have in this Paris Summer Olympics? Which, by the way, if you haven't been watching the Olympics, it's freaking incredible.
This is all you, Brent.
I haven't been watching the Olympics. I do know that at some point South Korea was leading in terms of medals
Oh,
because
wait.
they pop off at archery and
I know this.
marksmanship. I'm
I know
gonna
this number.
guess.
I know this number. Oh,
I'm gonna guess and say 7.
I
The
think it's
marksmanship stuff.
13. I think it's 13.
There
gold
have been a
medals,
lot of
though.
events played.
Yeah.
Gold medals is.
Yeah, I think it's 13.
It's 13.
Because they're above the U.S. The U.S. right now has 9 gold medals, and they're sitting
Here's
above
the
the
thing.
U.S. I
Brent's
believe.
answer is, well, it might only be 13 right now, but it's going to be 45 by the end of the event because
That's true.
Korea
See
is
the
the
numbers.
best
Korea
country
is the best
and
country
so good
in
in
the
sports.
world and so excellent at sport.
I
There
want
you
to see.
go.
I want to see if I'm right.
7
Oh,
It was 7.
Oh, you're right.
I'm
Good
saved.
guys.
Good,
I'm
well done.
actually saved. I'm not sleeping on the couch.
I
Thank God.
messed up. Oh,
16
man.
total, though.
Look
That's
at that.
pretty
That's why you don't
impressive.
listen to me. That's why you don't listen to me. All right. Well, there you go. Bren, congratulations, man.
I was more nervous for that than I was for the Madrid Grand Finals cast. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, genuinely.
Yeah.
That's anxiety inducing.
You
Yeah.
have dodged the couch for this day, but there's always going to be another opportunity for you to
Don't
fail
say that.
spectacularly
चलो
on air.
guys, चलते हैं,
All
match
right.
start होने
Well, it's
वाला
time
है.
for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you lovely people which of the first seeds will go furthest at Champion Seoul, and y'all said Gen G, which, again, I can't disagree
Yes.
with that. I got them winning the whole tournament.
They're gonna
so-
win the
For the
event.
next round prediction.
Yeah, I'm storyline
I
build.
still can't believe Artis predicted them to not even qualify.
Well, that's because Artis is from the UK, and most people from the UK, speaking for myself as well, have one singular brain cell that we say. Yeah. So, listen, no disrespect to him, but I've met a lot of people from the UK. I'm from the UK. I can speak with confidence on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Gen G, I'm storyline pilled. The people are storyline pilled. If they won an
Yeah.
event,
Yeah.
got a back-to-back trophy, being in
To
almost every
win
single
in
finals,
Korea
to win it
too?
in Korea, dude,
That'd be
that
so
would be.
sick.
That'd be hype as hell. That'd be hype as hell. All right, well, let's
I
take a
do
look.
think
Oh,
Lev a little robbed there. Lev is sick.
That's fair.
For me, like Lev and Fnatic are like neck and neck for my second place, like other finalists.
It really is a toss-up. That's what makes this event so awesome. But the predictions, well, not so much
Okay.
a toss-up
Yo.
unless
Okay.
you are
Clinton
paper thin.
is off the goop.
Okay.
That's just
Where is this man
that's
right
just
now?
not true.
He is not here. I looked over at Mitch and Tom, and they're nodding. They're like,
I am so confident that this is a Leviathan win. I'm going to say why. Because Talon, I think their strength is off-kilter ideas, coming up with new comps, things like that can push a team off guard. And I think their other strength is their star player, Primi, who is absolutely excellent. And I think when I contrast that with Lev, they are the best at shutting down stars, at not giving away opportunities. Their fundamentals were so clean in Americas, and I think 3 of their players are just as good mechanically as Primi.
Yeah, I think so.
And
I
if
would agree
Talon
with all
wins, I'm back to this. I'll eat Wingman.
that. You'll eat him?
I'll eat him.
That's a crazy
you
statement.
can't just like eat.
I
Wingman.
am so high on Leviathan.
Okay, you know what? I'll hold you to it. If Talon gets the dub, looks like we're eating Wingman, stuffed animal, by the way, live on air. But it's now time to get this show started. It's Leviathan versus Talon, Vitality versus Trace. Day 3 of Champion Seoul starts right now.
लेट्स गो गाइस, स्टार्ट हो चुका है मैच, स्टार्ट हो रहा है भाई. जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो.
I've been like cooking a theory in my head for a long time that It doesn't matter who you have on the team, it matters how well connected these 5 people on the team are. Bombing out of split 1 first, and then I lost my grandpa. And coming back from that funeral, I had to go to playoffs. But what I was surprised by is that I had 4 other people stepping up for me. It was like our playoffs qual game.
Forest strikes, Elite's there too. And difficult to root out a position with Singh having it all on his shoulders. He's done it again. What a legend of this game.
My teammate walked up to me. I said, "That's for Grandpa." And then I started crying.
This series is going to live long in his mind. I can't imagine where the emotions are at after that game.
And I think the most difficult part for me was accepting that other people can actually be there for you. I rely on my teammates a lot. I just want them to know that you are good enough to be here. You've earned your right to be here now. So just be happy.
当确定来了冠军赛之后呢，就是会有那种可能不真实的那种感觉吧。这是我们值得啊，这是我们值得的事情，这是我们应该获得的结果。我觉得 Vitality 是一支很有冲击力的一支队伍吧。我觉得 Safe 就是他们队内可能最强的那一个点吧。那我希望我们和小蜜蜂能带给大家一场很精彩的比赛。
It feels like coming back home in a way.
चलो गाइस स्टार्ट होने वाला है बस
I'm the last one
5
standing
मिनट
of
में
the
स्टार्ट होगा
SCG.
मैच
The one mission I have is to go back to back. I know how much hard work it took for all those individuals last year, and I'm kind of bringing on that legacy with me this year.
It was our goal as a team that we will do anything in our power to make it to champs. I always wanted to show the true potential of Thai players on the big stage.
Every champions that I've been through, I've been content. The only difference is that now I'm more experienced and I am better than I was before.
The VIT is a mechanically gifted team. They have Aspas, but we have Primi.
I'm very excited to the match against Talon. I'm sure that it's gonna be a very good match.
Talon Music Sports. Leviathan.
A massive opportunity for Talon Esports here to do the unthinkable. Manage to shut down the America's champions, but let's be honest with everyone here today. It is going to be a tall task to do it. You're looking at some giants on the other side of the stage in Leviathan, but one thing is for certain, we are expecting some fireworks, and it should be a pretty damn fun game.
There was questions whether Leviathan was ready in big games. They proved it in America's playoffs. This is their chance to prove it here at Champions. And as we've seen before from Talon,
Dude,
they're
I mean,
throwing a surprise in the map veto.
Yeah, just to hone in on that real quick as well. Talon, it's part of the course, I think, for them to ban the best map of their opponents. They take out Icebox. Leviathan look amazing on that map. But they picked Bind. I don't think they played that since May.
No.
It's a map that they haven't played much. And from what we know of Talon, they love to run wildcard picks. I mean, if they're picking it, I'm sure they got something cooked up.
And remember, they've only played 3 games with Primi on this roster. One was the win that got them here, the other 2 were losses. So I think the biggest question is now with more time practicing with Primi, integrating into this roster and trying out new maps, what are they going to pull out?
I will say this much though, when you look at the stats from the past, right? Probably part
Chalo
of the reason
guys,
why
let's
they went
go.
with the bind pick was that G2 did manage to beat Leviathan on this map 2 times. That being said, it was freaking G2,
That's what I mean,
so it's
like,
a different situation.
And
exactly.
I don't even want to like discount it, like Talon can't be as good as a team like G2. I think it's really stylistically, G2 plays really well into Leviathan. They are the slowest, most default-heavy team. They're really focused on mid-rounding, on that kind of stuff. Valen is a mastermind in that regard. When I think of Talon, it's a lot more set ideas, faster plays, things like that. I don't think they're as strong in the mid-rounds, and I think that this is a difficult nut to crack with Leviathan. And that is what the hell is going on?
What the hell are they doing?
Okay, so let's start with Talon. Neon, Yoru.
Okay, yeah, don't ask me. Where's your post-plant denial? I'll say for one.
Leviathan
No
8 duelers से खेल रहा है, वो 2
no
duelers
raise
से खेल
nade,
रहा है.
no Gecko mosh pit.
And on defense,
You
where's
are-
your stall? You
Well,
only have the
exactly.
Viper there.
Dude, but at the end of the day, it's an FPS game, so maybe
King.
if they shoot really well, they'll
King
win.
But you know,
controller
when I see
खेलता
this
है
though,
और
what this
काफी
tells me
तगड़ा
is that
खेलता है.
Talon wants to get in their face and they want to do it round after round. That's what that says to me.
I mean, this is what you want, to come out with something crazy to catch your opponent off guard. This is going to be a tough game for King, for Itopata to try to adapt to a comp that they've probably never scrimmed before.
Dude, I'm just cackling at the
What
call.
is the Yoru even? That's
you just want to
crazy.
fight. You have flashes, you want to fight, you want to fight, you want to fight, you want to fight all the time. Paranoia, flashes,
Yeah.
neon stuns to set you up. You
5
wanna be
flashes, 1
constantly-
stun.
Constantly brawling, I think, with this combo is the only way.
Wow, I did not see that composition coming, but
Who could've?
That's Talon, baby. That's Talon, and we're in for a good one. Let's see how this all unfolds. We're ready for map 1. We're gonna send it over to your casters. My beautiful ball brother from another mother. You got Tom, and then that other guy.
Thank you so much, GB. The other guy and Tom here. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. We heard a lot about Talon from the guys behind the scenes about how crazy their comms can be, but this, Tom, this might just take the cake.
Yeah, someone's been cooking, and I'm not sure how it smells. I think we'll find out very
Attack
soon.
or
I'm
defend.
excited to see it, because
Leviathan
ultimately,
defend कर रही है पहले.
do I believe they could go in with normal standard comps and win this game? Absolutely not. I don't think they stand a chance, and the fact that they haven't played this map since stage 1 makes me think that, okay, yeah, they have to come up with something different, something new, something innovative. So they picked a map they don't play for a while, and then they've come out with this, which I think it's going to be
guys,
exciting
finally
to
match
watch.
start हो चुका
Whether
है.
it's good or not, I don't know. And I want to
जल्दी
add
से
in
लाइव आ
one
जाओ,
thing.
वीडियो को लाइक करो,
A
चैनल को
cruise
सब्सक्राइब
team
करो यार.
Yes.
up against an Americas team in the early stages of a tournament. Somewhere out there, Finesse is panicking.
Well, let's see if Talon taste as good as they smell. That sounded differently in my head. Leviathan on the defensive side for pistol round. A lot of investment. We got Sheriffs and Ghosts with Mazzino, one of the highlight players for me. This guy stands out in the stats. I saw your tweet, Tom, and that's for sure. This composition from Talon, it might be able to put Lev on the back foot.
Oh, Aspas.
We know this
That's
man's
hard,
going to end
bro.
up sitting at the top of the scoreboard. It's just whether or not there's anyone on the other side who can stop him. Primmy's the man we've been looking at, but taking that initial fight, well, it is going to be Primmy to get the kill. Trade is there, and now
Oh,
King steps up,
nice one.
leaving just a couple to try and stand, make it just one. Jip Boy's on the wrong side of the map, plenty of time. And okay, that was a nice shot. A couple more of those, he might have a chance.
Yeah, listen, a few players are low, but that dropout of Hookah is deadly, and they're all stacked up, ready to take the fight clean in the late stage of the round. Leviathan up 1-0. The pistol is theirs, but when the rifles come out, this Yoru from Primmy, I'm very excited for what it can do. Cause them to stay in the back lines and maybe, yeah, like I said, put them on the back foot, but this probably isn't the round where we'll see that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like this round at least they had Cruz lurking on the other side of the map on the Omen. Like we see that sometimes with the controller. Basically putting him into position to maybe try and throw a fake in or something like that. So we have to see how that continues throughout. I also like that we've seen a couple of sort of role switches. We had Mazzino, I believe, in the past playing that Brimstone, and to bring in the Sky, him on the Sky. They've actually swapped things up a little bit. Again, seconds into the round, it's going to be Aspas with another opener. And I don't blame them for avoiding the sniper and going back the other way.
Yeah, look, you got no shields. There's no point fighting an outlaw in general, and when it's in the hands of Aspas, yeah, definitely look for the other side of the map. Weaker weapons do await them there, but again, the dropout, always going to be dangerous. Someone like a Neon could definitely close the distance, but now that's not an option. We'll look to Primmy to try to find that space. Sky flash out, and they've dropped. Already getting pretty close. Now the danger is certainly there for Calm. He's not even able to grab the one. Overwhelmed by the numbers on the site. A plant secured, a small upgrade for Talon. The plant to be secured now. Better position. It looks like they'll try to fight Mazzino for long control.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I was about to say, heal, get back up to a decent position. The problem is that none of that weaponry has been retrieved. But it's also, other than that sniper, a relatively low investment in this round. Rifles not available for the side of Leviathan. I don't imagine that they expected
Leviathan
there was ever going to be a
retake
plant
हो
in this
जाएगा.
round. Primi going to try and play up close. We've heard a lot about this guy and what he can do, but
Oh
this
my
was not
God.
the time for it, unfortunately. And now they're all just going to
हो
get
जाएगा
slaughtered.
retake.
One man standing, and the last man gone as well.
Well, that was certainly set up to be a very difficult retake, trying to fight their way back through. You saw a little bit of caution from Leviathan, playing anti-flash, waiting for the re-execute of Talon, but I guess the attacker's game plan, grouping up, healing, and then taking that 3v1 it would have been on B long, just disrupted by the fact that Leviathan grouped 2 in
Bonus
spawn,
round
2
करेंगे
in hookah,
Leviathan.
retake nicely. But look, getting the plant down at least, getting the 1 kill, it doesn't end up coming through for any real
अगर ये
economy
Leviathan
damage.
जीत गई ना, तो
Leviathan are pretty
Ascent तो
healthy
जीत ही
when it
जाएगी.
comes to those credits, but here come the rifles for Talon, and we're going to get to see the real
ये map
game
अगर
plan
Leviathan
behind these
जीत गई,
agents. Again,
तो Ascent
you have a
जीत जाएगी,
Yoru, you have a
confirm जीत
Neon, the
जाएगी.
ability to quickly turn the tide of a fight that you set up is there. The only question is if they can find success against a squad of this caliber.
Hello. Immediate push through Governor. He's going to run into 2 players, though. Very much solo, very much away from the rest of the team, and that's the one rifle. That's something I want to mention. Aspas has now bought into a Vandal. He's chucked his sniper over to Tex, but they're still playing with SMGs. Normally nowadays you don't see this hard a bonus round. You have teams like having 3, 4 rifles.
Yep.
So this is a round that Talon can't afford to lose. It would be such a boost to the economy of their opponents.
Yeah, the free upgrades would be there, as they already have been in part. Kings recovered that Vandal, and now Talon 4 versus 5. Slightly better weapons for Leviathan, a little bit of damage done, but it's Jit Boys down to 30. A little bit of heal to come through. They've at least secured themselves 1 kill, but off that pick, they're not quick enough to take the site control. Leviathan have rotated in, and by the time they go for this hit, and Tom, it does look like they're still going to go for this hit. There's going to be 3 players waiting on site, 2 rifles as well. This is not an easy take by any metric, and Jit Boys has gone down ahead of the take. Now Aspas is farming on the site. 4 already, dropped by Primi and left to a 1v1. Already a successful bonus and a chance for a little bit more with Tex on the Outlaw.
उधर ही है bro.
Playing it patient though. All in all, a pretty successful round already for the side of Lev, but at this stage, you've still got your sniper. You're gonna sit there and hope that you can take this one over the line. Flash is gonna give the game away, and he's teleported quite far from the site. And he's not got enough time. Oh no, no, no. Oh dear.
Well, they've won their bonus round, Tom.
Oh dear, that's not good.
Dizzy, the MVP of this round. You know, Panic? Panic, I guess, I assume?
Hey, he's fairly new. We'll give Privy a break. And he's only coming very recently for this squad. He's only been on the Pacific stage a few times.
Second game of Yoru, but I'm sure he's played it a lot in rank. That is a disappointing way to lose out in the round. You can see Leviathan's coaching staff, Itapata, having a little laugh at the end. That's a relief of a round handed to Leviathan, and now 3-0, a phenomenal start. Sure, they don't get to save over all those weapons. It wasn't flawless by any stretch of the imagination, but they will be happy with what they've acquired. Showstopper online for Aspas after a big round in the last. Here's Yoru taking control over Lamps. Nade greets him, and he's down to 70, already tagged heavy. That's going to give a good chance for Aspas to delete him later on with the Outlaw.
The goal will be for Talon to try and get into some of these closer range positions. Aspas, he seems well aware of what Cruz has attempted. And just with the amount of delay they currently have, in fact, look at where the Leviathan players are, never mind, look at where they were. Jit Boys has managed to already drop 2, and this round now looks doable.
It does, with Aspas on 8 HP especially. Even that Showstopper might not be able to be used. He'll be shot out of the sky with just the 1 bullet, and he was almost wall-banged out of the round. They know that King's around this position. The bait doesn't work. Governor's now trapped in a corner, worried about the peek out from heaven, and King soon to look for that kill. Orbital strike to push him into the open. Leviathan feeling confident, and then they should be. Down goes Ban, it's only Governor, 1v3, low on Aspas, and he gets the first. Adjustments almost there. King dodges the shot to the head, but they have to push into him. Snake bite, not covering him. He has a small angle, and King's about to swing into it. Question is, will he wait for the support? The wall bangs force him down to 50 already, but Governor's tag low as well. Low enough for King to survive that onslaught for his 3rd kill in the round, and 4-0 we go. Talon, they didn't invest a lot though, and they made this look doable at a point.
Yeah, I think Jit Boys was the main part of that round. Being able to hit a couple of shots, we know that this guy has definitely got some crispy aim in his back pocket. It's just been a quieter start for the rest of the team. Like Governor at least able to find, I believe, his first in that round, but for Ban and Cruz, we haven't really seen too much, and I think going back in with another buy, it's going to be fairly important that they get themselves onto the scoreboard soon. Bear in mind that this is the map that they've chosen, the one that they're going for, and then Ascent up next. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to say their chances are around the 5% mark. I think I think Leviathan have looked incredible on that map.
Yeah, Talon essentially got a choice of Icebox or Ascent, whichever one I think Leviathan would be happy to play.
Although we did think that with FPX.
Yeah, no, you know what? Fair enough. There's always that chance. But, Tom, if it's a slow start, if it keeps going this way, I'm not going to feel too confident about the bounce back coming into the next. We need to see Talon showing up. And like I said, last round, there was some serious promise there. They got a good amount of kills. It looked winnable at a point, and just a fight or two. Primi losing
out an ult as well.
Yeah, they got rid of the orbital strike. And if Primi wins that duel on Bath, they might even win the round. But that's not how it goes down this time. And now coming into the buy round, that showstopper's still there for Leviathan. They've upgraded to an operator as well. The defensive side has so much to work with, and the Bath control challenged by Primi. He's the only one here. If King wins this fight, you're cutting it down to just a one-angled approach, and they've heard the steps. They know that he's about here.
That's the ult at least. That was the goal.
He's using it.
Immediately used, and we'll have to force King back. The rest of the team making their way through middle, but they've left Governor behind. He's trying to catch someone as they rotate, and actually, the whole team is going to rotate. They haven't pulled anyone, though. Haven't moved. That kill's so important. Mazzino, we've spoken about him being a hero, but it's only going to be the one. The trade, fantastic, and the best opportunity we've seen so far. Ban trying to play aggressively, though, and that might be a problem.
Yeah, that hasn't worked out. Primi grabs their eyes, and the back swing from Governor alongside Jip Boy secures the round. Talon, one round on the board. A nice fake on A. Some risks taken. Primi's control over Bath if that goes awry, and the advantage is there for Leviathan, but the ult, once that's online, they see the players, and I think, yeah, they assumed that there was going to be some form of rotation, but even with Mazzino catching them off guard and finding one kill, he's shut down immediately.
The big kill was his first one. This entry, like you see comms caught with utility in hand, and from then on it's all dominoes, because they were very low on the clock. They're leaving that 15, 20 seconds left. If Com's still alive at the back, that's a much, much tougher take. The fact that Governor, as a solo lurk, eliminates him is great. And look at the economy. Okay, Governor. He's feeling it with this Neon. Taking down Aspas as well. Well, this round is already over.
Yeah, pretty much. You're down to Com and Mazzino, weak weapons to try to clutch it back. Last round, too, Aspas tried to use the showstopper, so that's not there for them even in the future. Good recovery early on in the half by Talon. Looks to be 4-2. And they're even moving the right direction. Yeah, the only advantage that you would have here for Leviathan is if Talon go blindly pushing into you. Maybe Cruz TPs into heaven, gets taken down by the Stinger, someone walks blindly into Lamps, but...
So basically if they do something really dumb.
Yeah. And we saw that when they had pistols out, but you're not going to do that with rifles. Instead, it's just a direct approach to B. They're going to walk in, get a free plant, and from that point, Leviathan, I mean, they're not going to consider saving. They try to make this a costly round. The economy starting to get pretty healthy for the attackers after last two.
Ah, the fact that they won it fairly clean. I think there was a slight upgrade at least for Mazzino. So although their economy should be good for the next round, he may consider just looking for an exit and then holding on to the gun. And for Com, well, if he saves the Bucky, he's lost the plot. I don't think there's any realm where that happens. I think he's looking to try and get closer to the spike, but ultimately, he's going to win a 1v1 with a classic versus a rifle. Yeah, fair enough. That is an upgrade worth saving. Can just head back. I think he may get caught by Cruz, but he's definitely aware of the angle. He's going to win that fight as well. 2 kills. I spoke about exits. I don't think they're ever going to get more than that. And he gets an upgrade.
Yeah, both players will get upgrades out of that, and you're nice and comfy. I mean, they already have the rifle on Mazzino, so there's no need to go down to that spike. Carry it forward to the next. A little injection of economy for them. Side of Talon, building up ultimates, but really, the guy drawing your eye. We talk a lot about Primi, but it's Governor. The way that he's able to take space so quickly, like we said 2 rounds ago, catching Com off guard with util in hand, and then this time, the stun goes in, the dash, and then again, another little cha-cha slide in for the third. Beautiful stuff from this man, and Well, he got to farm up some of those eco kills. He got the entry in the last. Let's see what he can do here. Coming into round 7, rifles for all.
I also feel like with this sort of agent, with this sort of comp, you need him just being as confident as he is. Even if it doesn't work every single time, just not falling back, and he is. He's going straight back for it. Past the Molotov. King's trying to bait out the idea that he's retreated. He's still going forward. He ran through all of the util. Okay, I've maybe a little bit of an injection of fear, but the rest of the team have still capitalized. Primi holding his ground on the flank. They've kept this advantage, but for a moment, as Cruz again attempts to TP, this is absolute chaos. Back into a 2v2 scenario, all popped as well by Primi, and now it's just one. Again, we talk about this man, the Prince of Pacific, the new blood, but I don't even know if he's going to peak this in time, and not quite quick enough. Hello. Will take his head off and give a 5th round to Leviathan.
Well, Tom, you mentioned that Governor needed to have that confidence, maybe a little less confidence than what we saw in that round. Just a small bit less. That was a little crazy. Pumped up the fast lane and tried to take the space, and you know, you can pump the brakes every now and then. A timeout for Talon on the back of that round, and somewhat expected. This was pure chaos, and Aspas being able to survive towards Lambs, grab that little bit of extra space. Again, the TP up into heaven for Cruz, just not working out. We've seen it a couple of times now, and there's always that extra player to catch him off.
That's the thing, even though Governor goes down, there were moments in this round where it was even multiple times, just because they are pulling Leviathan into the chaos that they want. So if it wasn't for, as you said, a player getting caught off trying to TP, Cruz currently having a rough time, maybe he left a little bit further back, or even just when that 2v2, I think it's Primi in his ultimate and the other player ends up getting caught. It's like, if they can go from absolute chaos into a little bit more synergy, I actually think that these rounds are going to be much harder for Leviathan to fight than if, again, you're trying more set executes, because they are losing so much ground instantly just to the stuff that Governor is doing. The credit you have to give those that Leviathan are adapting. Like, they are very quick with the rotation. Like, Com has been that B-site player. He was on the flank so fast. Like, he knows that this is a commitment with what he was able to find on the other side of the map, and I think that's going to be the main thing. If they can spot where this push is coming, it becomes a lot easier for them to hold their ground.
And, you know, some of the things they're missing, like Cruz going up into heaven, you imagine there's a smoke there, a Yoru flash behind it, and they can peek in. It even for Governor's initial entry, you pump the brakes, wait for Mosh Pit. Once it's gone, flash out, fast lane, you're taking sight. Like, we're not seeing that synergized level. Sometime coming down to those individual plays that aren't working out, but you can understand it. Like we said, the confidence for Governor was high after the last couple. He's done some damage and forced out the Viper's Pit in the first couple seconds.
Like, you can see that Cover's guy, and he might just run it down. I want to make sure that my pit's set up, but also that I'm within it and safe. So he just has to use his util immediately. And this time they haven't just executed off it. Maybe they were scared away. Boys, though, is going to be challenged. But this guy's aim is so crispy. 2 players dead. A third one there. And the third one is probably the one you're most scared of.
Yeah, it would be. Staying tucked in as well. As Aspas going to overstay his welcome there.
So next
go back towards it, they'd be in trouble. Have Calm sat inside the pit, cautious that someone could be dropping out, trying to make a play out of Hookah, and well, based on the icons on the map, that might be exactly what we're going to get. Still sitting around mid is Cruz, looking for the fight. Paranoia goes through. That's ultimately just keeping players in position on A. The full executes the B site. They're going to bypass the pit and leave Calm basically out of the round. He has to fight from a not so favorable angle. Instead, he's just going to give it up, drop the pit, and play the retake with his squad. But the re-pit from Talon, that's secure in spawn side. They have a good idea where Com is, that's for sure. And Mazzino's known to be towards A. This round seems to be tied up in a nice bow.
The only problem could be if they think Com is still towards long, because that's where the pit was. But even still, it would have to be a massive oversight for no one to think. I think
Ban is watching it.
And well, Mazzino's already been spotted. Not really an opportunity to get out of here either for Com, unless they're just going to completely abandon their posts. And I think he's just going to try and wait for them to back away and then do exactly the same himself, which is what he's managed to do. I think he will get out of this with the gun, so that's something at least. But again, it's these. I think the thing that's working out is, firstly, Jip Boys. Whenever he's put in a position to frag, he has been unbelievable. But also, just the way that they're reacting. Like, they didn't blitz through the pit this round. They didn't just try and run it down through. And because of that, you see the reaction of their opponents trying to find out. They need that info. They need to know where this take is coming. And when that happens, well, it becomes very easy for them to just sort of pick the rest apart.
Well, I think that it comes back to what you said a few rounds ago, Tom. The fact that this squad of Leviathan is adapting well. You're seeing this on the Talon side. They're constantly looking to do something else. If you're pushing A, you're making the noise there, they'll push B, they'll take the space. If you do nothing, well, let's sit in defaults and see what their adaptation is. And here it was to give Jip Boys 2 fights that he took, well, seemingly with ease. 5-3. Recovery from Talon clear in the early half. The attack side's not going to let this one slip. It's going to be more of the same for them. A little bit of noise on B, getting caught by the flash. Leviathan know there's players outside of it, but again, Jip Boys and Cruz holding down those A aggressive angles. Of course, though, Leviathan making the adjustment from last round. Last time we pushed and they were waiting. Now we'll just wait.
It still means they have to go for these gamblers. Now, the thing is, they've got the flash still available with the Dizzy on Tex, and then a singular flash remaining for Mazzino. So he's got to time it well. The goal will either be to try and play it with the retake, which, considering how passive the A-side players currently are, I think that might be the plan. Either that, or just use that flash late, which is what he's doing right now, to get information. Nothing found on the B site. An aggressive push as well from Com. Now, Com doesn't have anything to play with in this round. He's literally just got himself this shorty. But with the control he's taking, they now know everything they need.
All the rifles stacked up. Crash in heaven, ready to be fired out as soon as that deep space is taken. There's the fast lane. That is actually a Dizzy fired up and a drop down. That's Governor gone. Aspas doubling up, and then Tex comes into the fight. He's being pressured. Actually swings out a little wide. King's there for the trade afterwards, and with 12 seconds left, the pressure's on. Cruz needs to go for it. The shorty's chasing him down, grabbing a rifle. Com finishes it off. 6 on the board for Leviathan. The lead extended now, and a chance to lock in the lead at the halftime.
You know as well, the comment in that moment is going, me being alive and not throwing, this is so much more important. Like, I need to play angles that only work with the shorty. But he's ultimately what wins them the round. Like, you can look at the numbers, you can look at the players that got the kills, but it was the flash that was thrown out long towards the B site, and then having that deep control into Hookah where he was able to get the information so everybody could flank. And it's exactly the same that happened a few rounds ago. He did the same thing where he gets in on a fast flank, and because of that, they have all the players there. Sure, you need the likes of Aspas and others to hit the shots, but without that info, you can't stack that site.
Yeah, really important early round for Leviathan. I wonder if Talon are going to make the adjustment. They're seeing the Sky Flash when it doesn't get contact. The aggression comes through. This time they have a player there tanking the flash. And early on, that's going to deny Leviathan the opportunity to walk up. For Leviathan, maybe they decide to go walkabouts elsewhere. That's why Jip Boys is still in this position. He had success before. He's just begging them to push down on short over on the A site, but that's not coming through. The dog not really finding too much information, just the one player spotted by it. And I think the idea is to make the noise, drag the rotations, and now they've got confirmation. They've heard the Brim smoke go down, so on Talon, you know that extra players come in. Typically, Brimstone, King has been on that A site. And I think they'll TP to A and take a quick hit.
The thing that makes me nervous is just the defensive side have so much to play with. They didn't need the thrash for the last round. All the strike available, they've got a showstopper. You can't be hitting this site late, and well, it's going to be 40 seconds before Talon make their move.
Yeah, the rotations are already in. Leviathan again stacked up. They try to pressure after the ult goes through, but King, Tex, Aspas, they're all here. And there's still one man that's flown under the radar. Talon have Jip Boys on 26 HP. It's fair to say the responsibility sits with Cruz, and well, blink and you miss it. I'm not sure who died first if I didn't see the kill feed. 7-3, Leviathan guaranteed a lead at the half. The question is by how much?
Yeah, I think we've gone from one extreme to another. Like in the early rounds, it was those blitzes through that took so much control, so much space, which made Leviathan have to adapt and start using utility early. You'd see really early Molotovs, really early snake bites. Now it's gone into this much slower pace. They're playing patiently, they're using the initiators to get the information, and then they're rotating with pretty much plenty of time to spare. I feel like Talon almost need to at least claim a little bit of map control early, just so that if they are going to go for one of these hits late in the round, they actually have some ground to go in, and they haven't given everything over to their opponents.
I'm
looking for the attack side ideas late in. One orb away from Primy's ult, which found them a lot of success in clearing out sites, though I think still more can be desired from it. We'll be online for the last round, at the very least. Maybe you can find it here. push up towards A seems evident. Ban left on the other side of the map to cause some chaos.
Full
They've again caused that rotation to come through on B, but look, the dog's just gone down B long. It's seen absolutely nobody. Rotates now back to A, but this is the first time in a while that Talon are finding the site relatively undefended. And the kill goes in on the other side of the map. Chaos for Leviathan. They're picked off left, right, and center. Mazzino has the pressure on him. The whole squad coming towards him. Bar Jip Boys, who's left behind. A flash on the left, a swing on the right, but the dash keeps him alive. A little slide around for Governor, and with 7 HP, keeps the 5v1 in fruition.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what Governor's doing is just irrational and annoying, but when you're sat on the other side, it's so difficult to play against. For King, the finances are good. You're going to be going into the last round, so you might as well try and challenge this Governor again. It's a flawless, but now going the other direction. And I like the adaptation. One of the things that we noted was how easy it was for Comp to push up. So they go for an initial fight towards the next site, and then they fall back and they just wait for him. Because he is going to push that, because he's succeeded doing it for 4 rounds in a row.
That is the adaptation. That's what we wanted to see. Coming into last round as well, Doruwolt's going to be online, and like I said, Talon have had some success with this. Having Primi lead the way, the rest of the squad cascading behind him. Governor quickly executing on that information. We'll see if Leviathan have an early strategy of their own, because I see a stack up towards this B site, ult used by Governor. The finger guns are out, but Jip Boy still having that success. Every time they push an angle, this guy's holding. He's good to double up and then some. Mazzino's going to try to deal with him now. Oh, and he's turning at just the wrong moment. But it doesn't seem to matter too much. A 4v2 with Governor's pick.
King's ult has been online for a while. I think Mazzino's still wary that they could be on the other side, but the plant's going to be denied. That will allow for a rotation. The fact is they could still go back if they wanted to. A hero desperately needed for the side of Leviathan, otherwise Talon will have at least been able to close the distance from the way that this half started. I don't know if they're going to be given anything, although a few fights offered up to King.
4v2
Still a flash for Ban if they need it. Same thing for Primi. Governor doesn't seem to want any help. Going in for the fights by himself. There's the Primi flash, and there's the closer. Great half from Governor and from Talon, recovering to a 7-5 scoreline. That's not bad. That is certainly manageable if Leviathan don't have a crazy attack side of their own.
Yeah, I think it's a few of those multi-frags that came out. I think Jip Boys did a very good job of just this incredible sort of fights. But either way, I believe we'll be back after a short break.
Half complete हो गया भाई. ये कौन सी कंपनी आ गई सिम की या फोन आ गया ये कौन सा फोन है भाई वेरी सो Red Bulls give you wings. अरे मेरी आवाज भी चली गई क्या? हेलो आवाज आ रही है क्या?
नहीं हाँ क्या आ रही है आवाज तेरी?
आ रही है ना मैंने उसकी वजह से बंद कर दिया गाने बजाएंगे ये
भाई कितने दिनों बाद खोला मैंने यार ये कोई भी नहीं रहा डिस्कॉर्ड पे जैसे पहले होते थे ना लोग
हाँ तेरा जो स्क्वाड आज भी कामिकाजी के नाम से है ना या शेडी के नाम से
हाँ कामिकाजी के नाम से
भाई मैंने तो खोला था पहले तो मेरे तो अभी वो है जेमिनी वाले सब हट गए
एक हाँ है मेरा तो भी
चैनल तो तूने ले
आता कोई
हाँ चैनल तो ऐड कर ही रखा होगा
हाँ हाँ है
Half number 2 of Leviathan versus Talon. The first half, the attack side for Talon went according to plan. 5 rounds on the board, big contention from this squad, and some hope of them being able to take this map Ascent. The next map up doesn't look quite so good for them, and looks very good for Leviathan. So if they're going to do it, we need them to do it here. We've said that before and it's been wrong, but I'm not so sure this time.
Yeah, we'll keep saying it. We'll keep being wrong. I don't mind. I think one of the sort of saving graces is when we saw this map play versus G2, it was a 8-4 defense for Leviathan, then they really struggled on the attack. I do feel like G2 are a bit of a different beast on this map, and especially with this composition. We were sort of talking about it during the halftime. So how are you going to make a Neon Yoru defense work? And as I said, I have a lot of faith in Cruz's imagination. And I'm sure the coaching staff have come up with a lot of ideas. It's whether they work.
Whether they work, and whether they work versus Leviathan.
They've got 4 players B at the beginning of the round. This looks like almost a direct counter to whatever pistol they think their opponents have got planned. And the stun, decent, but they don't get anything off it.
Yeah, Tex was waiting for Primmy's peak, but even as he swings out now, he's caught. An opening duel for the side of Talon. They keep their control. And the players still looking to get aggressive around here. There's no need to rotate all too heavily. Got themselves a nice early advantage. The question is now with 4 players on B, as the timer ticks down, do they start to rotate?
Over towards long.
4 long.
It's weird. They're almost playing this like an attack. Like, let's group up together. We got one lurker, our Viper, on the other side of the map.
Here we go.
And well, another one coming up. Mazzino trades one, but Ban's done well. Com on the lurk. But he probably knows now that there isn't going to be anyone else here. It's whether or not Aspas can actually retrieve this spike.
No blast packs to get him in and out. And Cruz quickly takes his head off. Comms flank all that remains of the round. And like you said, the spike is down. He's going to have to probably TP to go and get that. That would give him away. Instead, he's rotating the loud way, the long way. And, well, Ban has already spotted him. He's put in a box. 20 seconds left. 4 kills. Spike plant. And next to no time to do it. The spams are really what it comes down to, and there's a man right behind him with a knife out. No, okay. Thank you, Cruz. Let's applaud Cruz for that one. He's saved at least a little bit of pride for Com. 7-6, a pistol for Talon. The gap's closing.
Yeah, I think Cruz maybe needed to kill a little more. He's been having a rough one so far, but I'm sure he would have wanted to humiliate Com just as much as anybody else on that team. But you can see, again, they're playing such a hard game to read. Like 4 players over towards this side, right off the rip. They must have been convinced in their read of what Leviathan like to do in the pistol. Either that or they were just going to attempt to jump straight through the TP if anything was shown on the other side. Governor, well, it's looking like more of the same. He loved playing in showers in the first half, and he's back again.
Well, they do an instant TP with the decoy. Noise heard. Leviathan take control over Bath again, leaving Com on the other side of the map, trying to get this done. Catch someone off. We've already seen when his Classic can do so. Pretty confident in his duels. The Bath control. This is a risk by Primmy. He's going in for the fight against a lot of pistols, but the TP comes through. Big rotation. Flash is good. Swing is better. And the round is secured with just 1 loss. Gorgeous stuff. 7-7, tied up now. And, well, I guess the real test for Talon will be in the future rounds now, when the buy rounds come out and we get to see the limitations potentially of this comp. But like you said, they could have some ideas. I'm excited to see what they are.
I've already seen a couple of them. The fact that, again, you've got the classic sort of Tiger setup where you have the screen blocking and then you have the pop flashes through along with the Tiger to reveal anyone on the other side. It's a lot easier to do that versus pistols than anything else. But again, like, this is something that Lev won't have been prepared for, won't have been practicing against. For now, a couple of Guardians, Bulldog, Judge, and a Marshall, and a very quick take coming out of Lev.
Snakebite blocking out the backside, but Governor's up top. Going to execute one of these players with the Marshall, deal some damage, but he's forced back by the spams. Leviathan get control of sight. Plant in, no flank, but they're watching it with Com just in case. Snakebite already used, like we said, so there's a little bit of post-plant utility stripped from them. In this round, you're going to look to do the damage with the rifles. There's a Judge on Jim Boys that's going to have a tough time in taking anywhere else other than Lamps, and so he's following the dog straight through, already tagged up, and they give up the space. Little tap from Aspas as well. He's making it costly in terms of health, but now he's dropped. Quick peek by Governor's good. Decoy reveals the position to Mazzino. Starting to connect the dots on where these players are. Mazzino wants to make a play, but straight into the entire force of Talon. King steps up when needed. His 4th kill, and an ace might be needed, but the Molly buys him a little bit more time. Up quickly as Governor, dashing around. King's got him. The ace locked in, and the lead is kept by Leviathan.
It's funny, we were having a
so-
conversation in the green room.
Yeah,
We were
okay.
highlighting
Mika,
players, we were
yes,
talking
Mara,
about
isn't it?
Aspas, Vizino, and you were like,
Here we
maybe
go.
if those two guys don't turn up. What I say to you, I was like, what about King?
Yeah.
What about King?
Yeah.
They needed him. They desperately needed him in this round because, again, Talon are just grouping up like a death ball.
That was
and the thing
nuts.
is, every single time somebody was swinging into this angle, they got destroyed until King. The final blockade standing in their way.
Well, listen, I'll say this. Talon have had two very impressive bonus rounds. When it comes to those low buys, they're getting a lot of damage done. And that may stand to them if they can win this one. Leviathan will then be lower on cash.
Yeah.
8-7.
Champions के
The scoreline close to neck and neck. A slight edge to Leviathan. The rifle's out for Talon with an ult on Primi again, but this time defensive side, it won't have that same effect. But if Leviathan keep pumping the brakes on this, he might just use it for the info.
All right, Governor. Everybody's favorite operator angle. You've pushed all the way through showers. I feel like I've said that about 8 times with him so far this game. The problem is it locks down a lot of control, but they are just walking up. I think they're starting to realize how much of a gamble in these rounds are being taken by Talon. And because of that, they just have a free amount of space. Now, the good thing for the side of Talon is not only do you still have Showers control, which is about to be 4-4, although the shot is missed, and now, well, Governor's under real trouble. Straight Comma's just been absolutely destroyed. He's been made to look a fool. This man is in the spawn fighting absolutely everyone. They can't quite deal with him, and perfect synergy of the paranoia alongside the... Okay, finally, he's been dealt with, but so have the rest of Lev. There's no choice. Mazzino has to save, and he won't be allowed to.
Let me tell you, we talk about Primi coming in here. The Governor seems to be the one in charge. My goodness, what an incredible... I don't know how he got calm. Sliding around through his own fast lane and
unbelievable. Any damage. That was like some SSX tricky level stuff. Like just he's got a, like, you know, the meter on the side, the style points are just going off the damn chart. I don't believe what I've just witnessed, and I don't think Com does either. Like, right. They had the little sit down earlier. It's like, yeah, it's really good to see him. I don't think he'll say that after this. No, every time I see him, I don't want to. I don't want to have that. 15 and 10, 15 and 8. The two duelists thriving. 8 and 8. Like, let's be real. I think most people are looking at this and going, maybe they get to 5.
Yep, I said 6 backstage.
It's a talent squad that, as I said, I'll always give the benefit of the doubt to Cruise in like early matchups at tournaments because I think they come in so well prepared. I think they come in with innovative comps, and that has stayed with him through X10, through Xerxia, and now in Talon. Like, they have always been annoying, but in the best possible ways. And I think that the coaching staff behind the scenes as well have clearly done some wild shit.
Say what you will, this is fun to watch.
100%.
Talon are not a boring team. It might be a little painful for the Lev fans, but for the rest of us, this is goddamn fun. I want more of Talon.
Who would have believed that in the server right now Aspas is third best duelist?
Yeah.
I don't think it will last.
Well, let's see. It's 8-8. Talon have caught up, and now Leviathan are left down to just pistols, 1 rifle, and it's on Aspas. He's got the Guardian creeping out through the smoke, blind, and Aspas is dropped immediately. Jip boys cannot be pushed, and he's got Van by his side. Cruz as well, and they're dominating every duel. Calm's left alone. Similar scenario, we've seen this one before. Just a classic to work with, and I almost thought he'd win that fight, but Cruz is on a redemption arc from the first half. I think he came out of there with 1 kill. He's certainly catching up with the pack.
Yeah, I think he got a couple in the pistol and denied a knife. But they now take the lead. We were questioning how this was going to work over on that defensive side. Governor's operator was something we talked about. I think it's been far more aggressive than expected. He's playing it more like a chamber than anything else. We saw it from Autumn, but he doesn't have the get out of jail free, although seemingly he does, like just being able to dodge and weave. But this is where they get the rifles back on the board. ults good for the side of Lev. Like, these are high-impact ults, and they are ready this time.
कॉम कैम कर
Will
रहा
that matter?
है नियॉन के अंदर
Cops
सीन
pulling
होगा
off his
देखने
best
कुछ
Jit
नहीं
Boys cosplay. Governor on the other side. He's got cover. He's being watched by Primi. There's no free swing for Leviathan to take, and only risks for the attacking side. They've gone up, smoked off on long, but they've managed to retrieve themselves an orb. And now Seeker's online for Mizzino as well. 3 high-impact ultimates in play. You can see with the tracers, yeah. Primi's got that angle on lock. The wall goes up, and he'll take the space. I like this push, especially because he doesn't actually have a gate crash. It's already decayed.
Right. Yeah, he's taking a risk. Oh, it's a nasty surprise to come. But a trade back again from King. This guy has been on point. 45 seconds on the clock. Seekers
टाइमिंग हो गई भाई उसके साथ बेचारे
being
के
popped as
साथ
they look to make their move. There's the operator again from Governor. Seemingly unstoppable. Ultimate's going to be there, but doesn't last for long. And now Aspas steps up to the plate. Puts them in an advantageous position. And Ban, well, he seemed like he was unaware, but he actually wins that fight.
Wall के through.
The wingman's got the plant in. Mosh Pit and Molly and Orbital Strike online. Thrash just in case. Talon need to move quickly to get back into this round, and Ban on 8 HP won't really contribute to that being possible. They're waiting in case there's someone close by. Maybe not yet realizing the post-plant setup they're about to run into. Here comes Orbital Strike to start it. It's halved, but damage is done. 25 and 8. In goes Thrash. I actually thought it would be a different order to this with the Mosh Pit coming in next, but they need to be quick now. The Mosh Pit's a little bit late. They've already got it most of the way, but the diffuser killed just in time. King has saved the day, and Ban is going to save on the other side of the map. That was a little bit too close. I felt my heart skip a beat.
I didn't think there was any world where he would get even close to that diffuser with a couple of mollies still available. But I guess maybe not knowing how low. Well, you wouldn't know how low that player was, other than the orbital strike. Gambling on how much it had connected. Luckily, even if we were nervous, it seems like King is the safest pair of hands. And what Aspas? I think the only surprise from Aspas in that round is that he doesn't get the third.
That was a pixel.
Yeah, someone's going to screenshot it with it complete, but
how much this happen? It's 1 tick away. 1 tick too many. Talon robbed of double digits. We're now back to 9-9. Leviathan pushing the credits down lower, but Talon still have some to fall back on. Governor's gone for the Outlaw in this round.
They could afford an operator, it seems. Like, there's plenty of credits still around, so...
Or even just a rifle.
Knife देखियो.
He's been damn good with the
Knife
Vandal.
थोड़ी different है ये champions.
He's going in for the Outlaw. I respect the hustle. Let's see if it pays off.
Champions different है.
Primi is not moving. He is standing his ground. Paranoia, but I don't think the timing was there. I don't even know how. Primi's gone down to that, but I guess we'll need a replay of that one. Even still, that's the advantage they were looking for. Governor has to be dead. Yeah, not going to be able to reload quick enough. Cruz still lurking within the smoke, has a little bit of support, but they do have
Operator थोड़ी ना थी उसके पास.
वो थी ना.
Zeno taking the fight.
वो जो नई आई है अभी क्या?
Not overextending. Doesn't want to give the game away, and the timing for Cruz wasn't great, but he still got both kills. Tex and Aspas gone, they don't have an advantage.
No post-plant utility either. This has got to be defended with pure brawn. Inside the smoke, Mizzino. Beautiful! Up until that point, but he got there in the end. Reload in, low HP on 1, but Ban's there to take the fight. Talon were denied double digits in the last round, but they will be the first to reach it. Now taking the lead at 10-9. I really doubted this defensive comp. I did not think at 7-5 that they would be in with that strong of a chance, but now they're leading, and Leviathan economy in the dumps.
Yeah, and they're getting big plays from pretty much every single player. Like, I think Cruz was in a spot where you look at him and you go,
oh, Primi's mad.
Yeah, I'm mad for him. Like, that's
I reckon if he didn't jump, he doesn't die.
But yeah, Cruz seemingly in a 1 versus 2, you go, okay, he maybe gets 1, but the fact he then swings and takes out Aspas like that,
of all people.
Did you see how upset he was
I
when
didn't,
they
I was
just
looking
won
down.
around? Come on, Frost, where's the smile? You're 10-9 up versus Lev. I think a lot of people's favorites for this whole tournament.
High
Maybe
expectations.
Genji. Maybe Genji.
Maybe Genji, yeah.
Maybe second.
We are in Korea as well. But for Talon, this achievement, already one they can be proud of. But they're not stopping here. A retake needed. But look what they're up against. Just pistols and Aspis on a Guardian. We've seen this before. It was the B-long push, and they were very quickly put to bed. This time, though, Talon have to go pushing into them. They don't seem to mind that all too much, though. TP down to the backside. Aspis is caught. That's the rifle stun for a moment. Big swing in from Governor again. Aspis only dropping the one. And now we're down to classics that will be quickly dealt with. The defuse under King's nose, and he's honestly just happy to die in the end. 11-9, a 2-round lead. And what could be Leviathan's last chance at a healthy bye.
Oh, yeah. No, this is do or die time. And I think for that matter, there might be a moment for a pause. I think good time for one. You're not out of the game just yet. Definitely still opportunities, but again, they're struggling on this attack. It was something I mentioned versus G2, but I was like, okay, you're coming up against a comp that shouldn't be particularly good on the defense. I will eat my words because it has been. Governor, I think everybody looked at him, and to be fair, he's been fantastic, but Governor has been unbelievable in this server. Like, the fact that even a couple of rounds ago, he was sliding through the TP with a sniper just to try and get in and disrupt. And I think that's one of the fantastic things that they have been willing to do. This team is not looking at it as, oh, I'm going to make the play that wins us the round. It's, I'm going to make the play that makes level for me so that my teammate can win us the round. And in some cases, Governor has then still won the round while doing it, because if you genuinely believe you can slide in behind someone with an outlaw and only have 2 bullets and win the round on your own, you're more insane than what we've witnessed so far.
That's saying something. I mean, this has been an unhinged map from Talon, but that's exactly what they needed. If
no one else is stealing this comp other than maybe Paybrex. Paybrex is sat there going, guys, why did we think of this?
Aim Lab, HyperX,
But for Leviathan, you know, I think if they come in here and try to play conventional Valorant, they lose 9 times out of 10, if not more. But
AWS sponsor.
This composition, it has put them on the back foot. The attackers now having to clean sweep back through, as we said. Oh, that's hurt. Comms, I think, just close enough to get that sound cue. To have an idea there could be a man behind enemy lines, but they're focusing forward instead, leaving Comm to watch the flank.
Down from afar. Information definitely there. Looking like they're going to try and play this one as a retake, and you can understand why. Seekers are online, but also it's just that late positioning. Comm actually has Viper's Pit, but in the meantime, he has taken out Cruz. It's not pretty from Tex. He's only going to get the one. He's done a lot of damage to Governor, though. Ban keeps things even. The trade's back continuous and Primmy. Be careful, the edge of this smoke that's about to fade. Comm is waiting, and Aspas is watching. It's left all onto Ban to try and fight back, but Aspas, again, will be there for Leviathan. They're going to close the distance down to 1, but economically it's not going to do a lot. Talon is still buying
That might not be the case for the next round, but yeah, you're right down here. They're able to buy up. There's Viper's Pit online for both sides. Governor has his own that hasn't really done. There was no need to slow this one down. That's just rude. That's just rude.
The guy is currently, well, on 20 and 14.
20 and 14.
And the kills
show the whip.
That you have slowed down, because they didn't, I don't think they slowed down the like sick orb shot after he was sliding. No, let's slow down the whip.
Yeah,
our production is toxic.
I love it. I love it. Oh, here we go. Aspis, he's straight in and straight out. No one else able to fight him. Mazino's gone through the wall. Ban's doing a hell of a job. And now you might even think about taking it another direction. Viper's Pit is up, blocking out Comm's access to sight. And indeed, the spike is making its way backwards. Even then, okay, it is a retake from Talon on that side. Maybe the Pit can help out in the post plant. What's King 2 away? Won't be getting an orb all that easily. In fact, he might be getting an orb, but just from the death, down to 24 HP. He's ducking. He's made it.
Just about. I like the fact that Talon are not particularly committed on the A site. They've gone, okay, we're going to stack up again. This is something they've done throughout the half, is really take risks with where they're putting their players, but then be happy to play the retake. And in this case, it makes a lot of sense. You've got Dimensional Drift online. You've got the Overdrive for Neon as well. Like, these are ultimates that can take space so ridiculously fast. You go, okay, you can have the site. And especially an ult like this, normally it's a death sentence, but with your result, it's a little bit easier to clear.
it may help. The concerns, though, Snakebite and Molly still online
हाँ,
for the side of
बहुत अच्छा
Lev.
ulta है।
King playing far away, just looking to drop that in. Stop them where they start. Let's see if the ult certainly is catching them, but it's going to have to be Primi to do the damage. He sees the shorty, he knows what he's up against. Flash goes in, second flash, and the spray from Calm doing so much. The commitment for Primi gets him one, but Calm still breathing. And now a chance to bring this across the line. It's only Ban remaining. This round was looking favored to Talon. They had it all. And the pits dropped. Ban's caught one, and with pit down, he has to go quick. He has to get on that here and now, and he realizes there's just no time to root Calm out of position. Looks like Calm might not survive, but he's done enough. 11 to 11. The VIT have clinched that round out of the jaws of defeat.
उसके बाद बंदे कैसे मारे थे फटाफट भाई
Com has closed that round.
Yes.
अब पता है उसको क्या हो रहा है कहाँ का है योरू
Like the whole point of what Primi is doing is just to block him. Like make sure that his teammates can get
अबे
into
योरू
the
तो इसे
pit
डिस्टर्ब ही कर रहा था
and fight
बस
while
देख।
Com is distracted. Com is spamming into the smokes to
देखिए
try and stop the diffuser because I think it's
यार योरू के लिए
they're trying to defuse it while he is playing distraction, and then he runs in and just goes, okay, if I die, it's fine. I need to stop them defusing, and gets 2 kills from it. Really impressive decision making from the likes of Com, who I'll say at times had a rough game because he has been caught by some insane stuff in this match so far.
One of the things I was always a big fan of Com for since way back in the day is his utility on a Sova especially. It always stood out from the crowd. I'm hearing the decision with the Snakebite of where to put it. He doesn't put it on the spike, he puts it right below him on the stairs, denying any opportunity from them to push him. But he knows that if he just keeps his spot safe, they're going to defuse the spike. Sprays away. His teammate, I think it was Tex right behind him, had to cover.
Yeah.
When you saw Primi come out, the fact that Primi uses up those shorty shots and can't find any success with it, I mean, that was just unbelievable play from Com. You can watch that round back 5 times. I still wouldn't get bored of it. Now they've taken a moment to compose themselves. We're in the home stretch now. We're going the distance, all 24 rounds. Question is, are we going further? Is this going to be a 13-11, a crushing defeat for whichever team fails to make the mark?
I think for Talon, it's already proved that they're a competitor.
अगर ये round नहीं जीती ना लेव ये
For Lev,
Talon तो गया लेगे तंग लेगा
maybe they're not as favored as people would think. I think Ascent is going to be the real proving ground of that. Weaponry, there's a gap or two. A judge for Cruz, I don't think is too much of a problem. They're going for this 2-man stack up in Hookah, just looking to try and hold on to that control. The thing is, ult-wise, nothing. There will be no ults unless Ban is going to get an insane multi-frag. And on the other side of things, Showstopper is close, and they've got the orbital strike.
They've got the site control too, but Hookah's still in the hands of Talon.
Where's he going?
He's gone straight in, and that was not the play. Tex was very ready for that one. I mean, Cruz's TPs have been interesting. Spray down, not great for Mazzino. It does damage, but doesn't take down the players. Aspis, though, with the wall bang does. And that's a little angle they weren't expecting. Jit Boy's up top. He's made it work before. He's pulled back some rounds. On the side, luckily corrects in time, but he's the last man standing. Couple rounds in a row, tapping away at the head. And he's not going to get a free opportunity. Mazzino, well, maybe he will. We get ADS on that. The 3 players to deal with, time against him, rifle in his hands, and economy low. Saving might even be the play that he's going for, but the flash comes out at just the wrong time. 12-11. Talon seem to be on the cusp of victory, but now they have to fight for survival on Bind.
Yeah, with 3-round streak. Finally, we're starting to see the stabilization, also some big plays, but yeah.
Maybe he thought they were just sending in Wingman and they were playing long.
Maybe. Or maybe
he's wrong.
Been watching Red Guard demos.
Oh, there was no need for that. There's no need for that. He's not even here, man. It's just rude.
That's okay. He knows. He knows.
That's like slowing down a replay of a whiff.
Yeah, no, it is. It's rude. 12-11. Talon have fought tooth and nail. They've proven that they can compete. That all becomes meaningless if you can't get it over the line. Aspas, Showstopper out. But speaking of out, the entirety of the opposing team are already set up for the retake. Ban 1 kill will gift them Seekers, get them that information. The problem is the retakes have been solid. Molotov actually used early from King just to try and deny some of the space as they now attempt the retake to keep them in the map.
Still some post-plant utility. Still got the molly that was fired out, and then King gets a double on the back, just swinging in every kill for Leviathan. Barely a scratch of damage, and it's left to ban for what feels like the 100th time, but he'll be shut down here. 13-11. Leviathan looked down and out, but they came back in the nick of time. And now Ascent, their map pick, is up next.
Yeah, they've had to fight through what was some truly insane rounds from the likes of Talon, who again have proven that they can compete. Either way, we'll be back after the break to see if they've got anything special for us over on Ascent.
नाइस गेम नाइस बहुत बढ़िया गेम बहुत जबरदस्त गेम हुआ है मजा आ गया भाई गेम देखकर लेट्स गो गाइस स्टार्ट होने वाला है सेकंड मैच स्टार्ट होगा बने रहो लाइव
Talent can be a bit of a puzzle, even to Pacific team. So I'm really curious how you, as a coach, prepared for this team, especially with some of the more unique compositions that they might run.
We didn't really look into them that much because they have a new player. They changed a lot of their compositions. It's more like we kind of focused on ourselves, and we just wanted to make sure that we can kill their aggression, and that was the key in the first map.
Well, I guess it seems to be working because they did close out that first map. Let's see if they can get the second as well.
Coach Itopata talking about killing the aggression. Let me tell you, some squeaky bum time over there.
Yes.
All right, because that aggression almost won Talon that bind.
Absolutely.
And had they won that, that would have put them in a much better position in this entire series. But welcome back, everyone, as we break everything down. I mean, Talon coming out of the gate swinging, guys. I mean, Mimi, that was exactly what Talon needed, but they needed to get that win.
Yeah, what they needed was the win. And I really thought Lev was going to win this map, win this series, but I did not expect it to be in this fashion.
Yes,
My big thing was that Leviathan in the playoffs in Americas, we saw their fundamentals, their ability to shut down star players, their synergy as a team was absolutely on point. But this match thus far has been more like the old Lev that is reliant on individual moments, on winning out in scrappy, muddy rounds. It is.
But how much of that was Talon forcing that versus Lev? What do you think, Brett?
I think to a certain degree that's an excellent point to make, is that this comp that Talon are running, they want to fight, they want to skirmish, they want to brawl 24/7 with this, with the flashes that they've got. And I think it did force Lev to either, what they were going into was trying to disrupt either the retake protocols by fighting ahead of before they could get in and flash.
Yeah, those flood retakes with all the flashes.
But they weren't playing that together, so there was a lot of individual swings and it looked really sloppy, really muddy. Lovely Leviathan gameplay that I was hoping was in the past, but we saw it there.
Yeah.
But they did get into the they did adapt pretty well in terms of just realizing that they could go into these full site execs, get the plant down, and as soon as they started playing together a lot more, making sure they weren't taking those solo 1v1s a lot of the time, that's when that was the turning point. But my God, was it still close?
Yeah.
It was incredibly close, and I think this is something we were talking about a lot. The positives of that comp was how disruptive it was out of Talon, right? The really fast plays with the Neon, with the Yoru. I think they were pushing Lev off kilter, and I think that's where a lot of the mud came from.
Yeah.
But I think what killed them was not having enough util, as they do in the more normal comps where you have a Brim Molly, something like that, you have a Raise Nade, all these tools to disrupt, plant, and delay before you go into that flood retake.
Yeah.
They didn't have that. They only had one snake bite. So they couldn't kill the wingman, they couldn't deny the plant, and when they were playing the flood retakes, the timer was already ticking, and Lev's post-plant stall was really good.
Yeah, but there were some awesome moments from that map. Takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment. This one's going to go to Governor. Y'all saw it. You saw it coming, guys. Okay, I mean, look at this.
This was so nice.
I mean, he looks at him and says, made you look, and then he turns right, pops him once, guy comes around the corner, and look at him, he's going for a lovely run around the park today, and it's, oh, it's a Viper, wait a minute, let me go, pop, there you go, one more, and then he found another one around the corner, almost, it was like clockwork for him.
He was so committed outside showers that entire time. I was like, how the hell is he going to escape from this? Because the site was given up, there was a player flanking him, they were squeezing him here, puts the wall up, takes the decision, lays down the stun preemptively, knowing there could be a player there, and then still hits the quick scope. Like, that is nasty stuff from Governor, showing you that, listen, there's no team at Champs right now, I think, that doesn't deserve to be here. Yeah. And especially these players as individuals. As much as we're talking about heavy favorites being this way, that way, I think Champs, I've been proven wrong every single year thinking that, oh, this matchup is just an absolute slam dunk for one team, because you never know when that upset potential is going to come through.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And also what I think is the sweet irony of it being Governor on comm there, which I thought was quite funny.
Against his old buddy to pull that one off. But I think you're absolutely right. I think that Talon, this was possibly the most Talon game possible, right? Where they come out with a new surprising composition. I feel like they're like Paper Rex Jr. with all the disruptive stuff. They have insane individual moments. They have a solid game plan, but then it's a couple individual mistakes, some fundamental errors at the end that loses them the game. And that's the heartbreaking way that we've seen them go down multiple times in the Pacific season.
For sure, for sure. Well, let's go ahead and check in with Talon's coach to see what he has to think as they get ready for map number 2.
Hey guys, I've got Frost with me, coach of Talon Esports. Now, that was a really close scoreline on Vine, but it's not a map that we've seen you guys on in quite some time. So can you explain, like, I guess, the logic or the reasoning behind the map draft? Enlighten us a bit.
Yeah, in Pacific, I believe our win rate was 100%. People kept banning it against us, so we never really got to play it again. As for why we picked the characters we picked, I mean, I think people have become too inflexible in this game. Everybody is now using the 100 Thieves comp on that. There are a ton of other characters and compositions that you can use on Vine. That Vine is really good if you know what you're doing. We had all the advantage in the world. We probably should have won 13-6, but too many throws, too many mistakes, and too much inexperience, and we're not going to win like that.
Well, we'll see if Talon can manage to make a comeback as we head on over to the second map.
And of course, there you hear Coach Frost, you know, telling it like it is, and very direct on that as well.
I mean, there were a lot of moments where they were up and they made mistakes. I don't think all of that can be prescribed to just mistakes. I think it was a lot of Lev rounds that they saw more so, but that can't be happening if you want to win against a team this good.
I think he's talking about like inflexibility. People, listen, I'm all for innovation in Valorant, but there's a reason why that comp is being played online. That's comp like give credit for. And it's because it's so good in various other aspects. You can refight, you have flashes to constantly brawl and contest early, you have post-plant denial, you have utils to even get yourself into the post-plant, you have some amazing ults too. And when you hyper-focus on just flash brawling that potential, you lose all those other elements with the comp, which was missing for Talon, but still, they had a chance to win it. The next map coming up, which was what, Ascent?
Yes.
That's a hot ass,
I mean, Leviathan have looked electric on this map. They switched over to that kind of NA Tier 2 classic with the deadlock and the Cypher. That's not the crazy comp. Okay.
Back at it again.
So they switched off this comp, but Talon have played it before. Before they had Primi, the zombie comp, as it's been coined. You have a ridiculous amount of revives. I mean, an insane comp here, but we talk about what you're giving up when you're playing this way. One thing you're giving up, a Sentinel, information on your defense. Another, you only have Clove Smokes, which go down pretty quickly. It does lend itself to faster executes, but it's a little bit more difficult to default and play the map in the way you would with that default ascent.
And I also think Mizzino locking in the deadlock here could actually be quite detrimental to the way they want to approach this.
Yeah, and I hope that they've been taking notes, not from Sentinels, but I think Tier 2 NA in general, because they are playing this comp better than almost anyone. It has incredible tools. If you know how to use the comp, it is incredibly strong. And honestly, they need to focus on their own game, honestly. Just ignore what you're seeing in the Agents League against Talon. Maybe think about those strengths, but yeah, it's wild, man, what Talon's trying to pull out.
It's going to be awesome. All right, let's go ahead and jump into the map. We're going to send it over to your casters, Mitch, and that old dude, Tom.
All right, I'm here with the old dude, and it's time to kick this one off.
Well, you got the toss from the even older dude. So
yeah, that's
nice.
right. But look, Tom, we're coming into this one. Leviathan, they clinched out that last one, 13-11. I mean, it was close. Talon almost had it. It's got to feel tough. You know, losing those long maps, they often feel the worst. Now they come in, the zombie comp that we've heard about from the Pacific Talon, it has a challenge. I am a certified deadlock hater, but I was watching back some of how Lev play deadlock on this map. Attack side, because that was my real curiosity. I think defense, you'll have similar ideas, but I really enjoyed some of the traps they were putting down. I think the wall's super useful, combining with the traps. It'll be interesting to see how Talon deal with that. They certainly have an interesting approach, let's say.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawl. I don't think there was ever a question about that. Throwing in, like, you basically have a lot less duelists than maybe you'd have expected, but ones that can all be played as duelists. Your controller can be played as a duelist. Even your initiator to an extent can be. And Primi, well, we've always talked about Battle Sage. That's an interesting wall, just to get them the opportunity to fight and ignore Heaven. That's the only plan of it, was to try and fight Com, and it succeeded. They've only just spotted out the cam, but they're going to get themselves into the after plant, and Tex is going to have to wait a sec before he can break the door.
Tell you what, these guys are not worried about what everyone else does. They're playing their own game out here, that's for sure. Talon losing Ban in the back lines. They send back Primi to try and deal with Aspas, and he's done exactly that. Good round for Primi already. Let's see what else can be done. Governor, oh, he's caught by Mizzino. That's the double kill that puts Lev back in it. And with Cruz on the site, he will not last long. Isolated, Primi's gonna go for the ace. The wall drops at just the wrong time. And with that, Leviathan get another pistol.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt. Again, you see a lot of the ideas that Talon have early. I think the initial reveal that sort of gave away all of them, but they had the wall to block anybody from Heaven actually being able to challenge, and then just spamming back through the door. I think the big thing was just what Mizzino was able to get done. He had a bit of a rough previous map back on the Initiator, but as you said, I feel like a lot of the utility he uses here, very cool on the attack side, but also just in retake scenarios. You can just lock off certain portions of the map, make things a little bit more difficult. And well, for Governor, he didn't have the slide to get out of that one. He's just going to be back on the Sova.
Yeah, that's an interesting point as well. When you look at the duelists in play, I think Ban had a good map last time, but oh, Lord. Com, big fan. Love your darts.
Well, they had a grav net there as well, so if anybody had gone that far forward, they were stuck crouching while he spams.
I mean, that's a pretty damn good shock dart. 49 and, well, Ban's healing up a little bit, but that's all thanks to Primi.
So he's using an Ares. You hate that gun too.
I do, yeah. I was trying to avoid really saying it, but my disdain, I think, was audible. It's just not a good weapon, to be honest with you. Get a Guardian, less bullets, but you're going to actually hit them for damage. That said, Shock Dart's done a hell of a job. Recon goes through, B main clear. Now you can start shifting right a little bit with Mizzino covering off mid. No one's there. So they've got a good idea that the A site is the intended hit with weaker weapons in play for Talon. There's no need for Lev to get aggressive, and this little jump spot from Tex will get them all the info they need.
He is somewhat isolated. Although saying that, the players on the cross have definitely helped out. Trying to conserve some ammo, but every shot fired makes him more vulnerable. Primi with another kill. He's getting closer and closer to that res, but everything else looks very comfortable for Leviathan. It will be a 2-0 start, another pistol and conversion. And I said it last time, that the buy that they have going into round number 3 as a bonus, it's not the most conventional. At least from what we see in EMEA, you see a lot more rifles, but ultimately, they managed to make it work last time. So I'm not going to question it until they actually lose this round.
Yeah, I think just in general, we see the rise of the rifle second round, and then you even invest 1 or 2 more if things don't go the way you're planning. A lot of the time you can compete for that 3-0. For Lev, doesn't look like they're competing for it necessarily. But again, hinging around this Outlaw. If you can tag somebody, someone's down to 10 HP, well, every other weapon on the board's going to have a field day in taking them down, or the early spam's doing the damage. Calm last time, playing towards the B site. Now he's on short. Definitely not a conventional Ares angle. He's going to try to spam it down and do some damage, slow them on the way through, fire his shock darts, and just generally be a headache for Talon to deal with.
That's a lot more tentative, patient stuff. You can see the sensors set up. They mid, and the timing of the wall is sublime. It's going to have to be broken. A lot of players already here for Leviathan. They're reliant on their utility elsewhere, the setup of Tex and the sheer delay that they have on that side of the map. The wall is going to section anybody off from helping quickly, and the pressure is going to be on.
Well, the pressure's off Tex. He's taken out immediately. The reveal was dangerous, but they're safe behind the wall. Ban out with the flash. Not able to convert on the back of it, though. Has to slow it down slightly, and the spams are doing damage. Cruz and Jip Boys down low, but not out of the round just yet. And with the plant going through, the advantage most certainly sits with the attackers. Retake for Lev. And it's not going to be extremely strong. Most of their utilities already being burnt up. Perhaps, I mean, even the recon, that's 15 seconds left. It's going to take some time.
It's going to take too long, if anything. I think they might just have to make their move or go for exits. And well, the exits, if they can pick up an extra rifle, would be nice. I do think there's a realization, though, from the side of Talon that, okay, we need to start working to get out of here. We need to make sure that we're not being locked in. Going to be able to escape, and you can see Mizzino attempting a couple of things, but it is all too easy for the side of Talon. No damage done whatsoever. Primi still fragging away. He's already got his res online. It's not like he needs it. He's had it for a while. And for Aspas, he's just going to hold on to an Outlaw. That in the next round, not too much of an issue.
Still going to give him some potential for sure. But yeah, Talon with a very impressive follow-up. Coming into the 4th round, they're going to have res online as well. And the slow play, blitzing into the site after contact, eliminating Tex from mid. This is what we want to see, bypassing some of that deadlock utility as well. It was, I believe, a sonic sensor waiting for them. There were Cypher traps as well. Like, they definitely ran into a pretty heavy setup, but it didn't look like it. They made that one look easy. Now, though, I don't think we're going to see the same scenario. Rifles in play for Lev. Yes, you still have the Outlaw, but, well, we're not shying away from a battle with it. You can see Aspas very keen to take this fight. Dodges the flash, tries to block the reveal, but he doesn't get that done. And now, well, he's going to have to dodge these spams.
Yeah, the dash already gone. No real way to escape. You can see the switch up in setups, the sensors over on the A site now with deep control from King.
Chip
Boy has made sound. He is alone. This fight could end up being quite important. It either leaves Mizzino completely alone, or it makes this a bit more of an awkward fight for the side of Talon. For now, just more of a back and forth of battles. The problem, though, is that Aspas is somewhat stuck in this corner, and well, blink and you miss it. 3 dead.
Well, I don't know how you recover from this one. Mazzino hoping that they run into his trap, but that's not going to be the case. Big rotation, he just about misses his window. Does feed the information over, but look at the mid play from Jit Boys. He's there at just the right time. Calm left alone. Odin in hand. This will be a play that I'll remember for the rest of my life if it works out, but he won't even get the first.
That reminds me of your Odin plays.
Thank you. You're saying I have champions winning material in me. I appreciate that.
No, I'm saying you get 0 kills.
All right, okay. Well, that's just not factually true. But for Calm so far, it has been a little rough. As it has been these last 2 rounds for Lev. I mean, Talon definitely stepping up to the plate in the early half.
Yeah, I like how patient they're being. Again, like you've sacrificed yourself an extra initiator, so on that defense you kind of have to go pushing and probing a little bit, like sending Aspas to kind of have a look and take some fights. And I think the timing was actually decent from Lev to just go for that double swing, but they peeked into a firing squad. Like Talon were fully prepared to just wait that one out. As you mentioned, the attack sides I think have been where Lev have really had a lot of ideas when it comes to the deadlock and the rest of this composition, but on the defense, want to see what else they have to offer. In this round, not a lot. It's the Guardian, it's pistols, an ultimate that will allow King to rotate maybe into the back of the B site if they need it, but other than that, the shoe is firmly on the other foot.
Take flight.
Well, this drone is not an indicator of where the push is coming through for us. We can see that Talon are looking for control elsewhere. Wrestling for a bit of mid. Breaking the wall. Making it look pretty clear that what they're attempting is an A split. And maybe that is what they're going for now. I start to see bodies shift, but yeah, indeed it is all a fake. They'll move back in the other direction. Calm's got a frenzy. They have to enter a killing frenzy here. One is all that he finds, and now the B site's wide open for the taking. Even the res used in this round, I don't think it was necessary, and he's been dropped right after.
Well, either the plan was to get Cruz another ultimate orb, or that was a little bit unlucky. I think the wall broke because of the res, and I guess the thing is, with Primi being 8-2, I think he was sat there waiting for an opportunity to use the res. Aspas upgraded. Vandal in hand. King has taken his gun as well, and now the players are somewhat trapped in. I am looking, though, at Governor. His position could be crucial.
Well, if he fires that recon, they're going to know. Oh, they absolutely know where he is now, but dealing with him might be another story. In they go, Shorty in hand. Out comes the rifle, creates some space, and all he's doing is slowing them down. They can't focus on the side hit with this snake in the grass behind them, and you can see a staggered Lev. At this point, they've reset to just making this costly. They know there's players trapped on that site that need to make a move. B-main control is theirs. And now just looking to catch them on the way to spawn. Big peek, but a shot eventually lands. Mazzino out for a bit more, but he won't find it.
For King, just going down to the spike. Still going to be 3 standing for Talon. They rectify there. It looked like there could have been a moment where that got a little bit dangerous. You lose yourself a player early. Jit Boys is now going to have his ultimate online as well, so another opportunity to bring someone back. And that's one of the things with this composition is there is 4 opportunities for 2 chances in a round. I think this literally is like the res comp. You've got the Sage res, you've got Clove who can bring themselves back from the grave, you've got Ban who can use the run it back to send himself in first, and then you've got the same for Cruz who can use that. Oh, come on, that's fast. Oh. He's 1 HP. Obviously, that was the decay, but even still.
Well, the metal not quite getting the kill across the line this time. Quick reaction from Aspas keeps him alive, but the same can't be said for Mazzino. He's died over on the B site, and Talon now know they've got a bit more space to work with. Pumping the brakes, taking a slower rotation away from the A site, keeping it in the back of Lev's head. They might still be going that way. We'll keep Aspas in position. The AWP on the other side of the map is exactly what they want. B is going to be the new target. And this, like you're saying, Tom, the zombie comp, the fact that these guys can keep coming back from the dead, it is a challenge that Lev may find very tough to play against. Again, it's not what they've played in scrims. I'll tell you that for sure. Probably the first time Lev are coming up against it unless they've had a crazy ranked game. Spam close for Calm, but they've managed to evade it just about. And so the site control and the plant goes to Talon. The advantage, not quite there.
Let's go 4v4, guys.
Lev have to push into them. And Aspas is
क्या
miles
मैं
away.
टर्न डिफेंड कर पाएगी
Privy. I feel like we're back on
You
day
take
one
कर
ascent.
पाएगी around.
Yeah, we're watching over the top of the wall, but doesn't quite get anything. Com does, though. This time the spam has connected. They're going to work out where Primi is as if they didn't already know, and he couldn't quite get the second. It looked like he was almost bang on, putting things into an advantageous position for that defensive side on the retake, and the shots just aren't connecting. Cruz trying to cling to life.
Nice
And although the time was definitely getting a little bit lower, it's not going to be close.
Big round for Calm on the Odin, burrowing them down, and now finding himself an ult with the defuse. Got himself a couple of orbs, so we're going to have the Hunter's Fury online and ready to go. What we're also going to have is a timeout called by Talon. They've been equalized in round 6, now 3-3. And coming into next round, Jit Boys has the ult to work with. Cruz does too. That's a couple opportunities to make mistakes and still rectify. They want to make sure that they take full advantage of that. Last map, 13-11. That's probably why we see such an early pause. They know that a micro adjustment in the previous might have made the difference. A pistol round would have. They don't want to make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, I think as well, they're still in a position where their economy is incredibly strong. You don't want to allow that to reduce and give Lev too many rounds because, yeah, as we said, like they like the attack side of this map and they can be difficult to play against. I will say, I feel like they haven't played any comp even remotely close to this on this map, so, you know, it's definitely going to be one of those things that's super disruptive, and that will be the plan, similarly to what we saw in the last map. But I think just making sure that Talon themselves get enough attack rounds is going to be crucial, because bear in mind, it's a scenario where obviously I think we look at this group as a whole. I think Leviathan come in as clear favorites. People seem to be quite excited about Vitality and what they're going to be able to do, and we'll see that obviously in the next game. But for Talon, especially with how they've played so far, it does seem like there's a good opportunity for them to make it out of this group.
Absolutely. Coming into today, I would have disagreed with that. But after seeing what I've seen, up against a team like Lev, because it's one thing doing it regionally. It really is, but when you come up against a squad like this...
They haven't been doing it regionally.
That too. But even if you're a promising team there, how many times have we seen it? You step up to the international stage against a squad with champions winners on it. Often, it's a very different ball game, but in fact, I think it's Lev that have been most surprised, most put on back foot. Wall up, and the res coming through as a result. Undeniable. Cruz is back in the round.
Again, you see these multitude of reses. Jit Boys still has another opportunity. Aspas, though, is lurking around. A wrong angle taken or given up. In fact, there's going to be the flash. Not a bad trade, but even still, they lose Cruz. This time, they can't bring it back.
Well, Jit Boys goes down, and Jit Boys is back in the fight. Has a little bit of time to try to make this happen. Watch out for Deadlock. Already popped the ult, looking to detain somebody. And in fact, the player dies to the wall bang of Calm, who's pulling out the classic for a little bit more. Jit Boys denied a second wind, and Primi 80 HP. Spike down, 40 seconds left. Trap waiting on his left side if he runs down the stairs. He's heard it, so he knows he can't even stand there and shoot unless he finds the trap first. Nice shot onto Calm. Now the spike can be retrieved and sight can be approached. Maybe the plant goes through, and a retake with King and Mizzino, two very strong players. But it's an opportunity for Primi to show what he's worth.
Spike planted. We've already seen some impressive stuff. This would have to be the best, and unfortunate timing. A very quick response for the side of Lev. I think maybe expecting that the slow would actually slow them down, but it seems like they were just happy to walk through it and not give anything away. It will be the advantage taken once again for Leviathan. And for Talon, well, I was going to say close, but I don't feel like that round was as close as it was. You think about the fact that they used the null command immediately. You also had the not dead yet, like the res from Jit Boys as well. Yeah. Like, you're using two ultimates to bring someone back from the dead, and you're still having two full HP players on the other side, and, wow, Com doing fantastic work for the back of the site.
Damn right he is.
Yeah, that classic kill was really nice.
No, Tom. Now the wall bang was better. Look at him. He's cold with it. 4-3 for Lev. They've taken the lead, and now Talon still able to buy up. This is the benefit of this squad, having such a solid early half. They've got credits for days. And we'll see an Odin on Governor. looking to counter out the spams that have been coming through from Calm. But this time again, he finds himself on the other side of the map. You'll see this little bit of versatility, swapping up positions instead of being very repetitive and predictable. They've swapped it over to the B-side hold with Tex alongside Mazzino. If they do run into this, they will be running into an absolute ton of utility. And the trap isn't in the main walkway either. They're further back, so these players won't know what they're running into until it's too late.
Oh, here we go again. Wall up on both sides.
And Hunter's Fury. Nice.
And that's going to lock them in, stuck in position. Com's already going to find an opener, and there's nowhere for Jip Boys to go. Primi, though,
nice shot,
still on top of the wall. Has managed to put this back into an advantageous position, and even better one. The only real issue for them now is that time. 30 seconds left on the clock. Com is waiting. In fact, the rotation's coming in from King. Back to the back of the site, exactly where he thrives. King is trying to slow them down, but it's going to be on Com. Everything's on Com to try and hold the line. The reposition, he's wary that he's being surrounded, and he is slowly closed in, and it's Primi with a third kill of the round again. 13-4 right now.
Apparently he needed the Sage, not the Duelist. He was pretty good on the Yoru, but this is another level. Perhaps falling back to comfort. As we said, the Yoru was his second ever official. He has that many under his belt, and he looked decent. Now, looking absolutely fantastic. The res used in this round, bringing a player back from the dead, and the fact that he, on top of the wall, drops Mazzino, who had those traps. You can still see them in a pretty difficult position. As well, when you're thinking about how Talon want to exit places like B main, you're going to be flashing, you're going to be running, you're going to be making noise. Those traps are getting you every single time. Dealing with those early, dealing with Tex as well, who had those other traps. Even if you get rid of the sonic sensors, you're walking into trap wires. That's not the case.
It's got to be infuriating as well for Mazzino, because you put down the barrier, you're like, okay, I blocked them out. I can now look to try and reclaim some control of the site. And you just forget about something that's so sort of like binary with it's like literally day one of the game. People are like, you can wall on top of stuff.
You see it in the replay. I mean, Mazzino was the second guy to fall from that position. Tex had already died from there, so it really is an oversight. I like the wall though, like you mentioned, the fact that it's just fish in a barrel for Calm. Second you put that down, they're in a narrow alleyway. You're on the perfect angle over on A short. Fire away the ult, and well, he had his reward, but it was quickly taken back by Primi's ultimate. 4-4, we're tied up. And again, Odin's bought up on both sides. I gotta say, I enjoyed Governor on the Neon. I'm liking his little attack side Odin so far. It's good to see.
Well, Aspas is going to be the first point of contact. I feel like they flashed him off every single angle he's ever tried to hold.
They have enough flashes to do it.
Yeah, it's basically just making it so that his impact is almost nullified. Like, we haven't seen that crazy performance from the superstar duelist just yet. He was definitely good on the first map.
Oh, yeah.
But the expectations are, well, second to none. Governor already looking to clear some angles. King is somewhat stuck in the mud. He doesn't have a way out of here. I don't know if there is going to be the check. It doesn't seem like there was. But even still, this has nothing to do with the play. They're going back the other way.
Well, here's a chance for Calm again. The spams as they make it through the door. It's a little late on the setup.
Pushing B.
Instead, he's going to be trying to catch them, I guess, deeper in. Lots of pings coming in from Talon. Tex catches Jip Boys and corrects on a cruise. Ready for someone to be up top while Calm spams away to ban and dodges the Hunter's Fury. There's nothing to be recovered here for Governor. I said I've enjoyed his Odin on this attack, but a 1v5 is a little too much to ask. Some damage done, but not enough.
Something else you mentioned, I think you cursed both players, if anything, is the wall, which broke as it was used. So he basically used it, fell off, and then even though Tex looks up, he's not being shot at from that position. And I think maybe he gets one, but if there's a player up on the wall shooting back at him, I feel like he's almost screwed. So a slight mistake, obviously that happens sometimes with the Sage wall, and then a fantastic round from Tex. Honestly, like, you put the Guardian. We're seeing a lot of great Guardian plays. In our matches so far, I think Rien's had a few moments. Obviously, Young was insane. Like, ace with it, so I feel like it speaks for itself. But 5-4. It really is just a back and forth at this stage. The streak coming out earlier, but Lev starting to stabilize, and this was just clean coming out from Tex.
Gorgeous, really gorgeous. The wide swings as well, and he's just correcting one bullet onto them. Scream sat at home going, I told you this was the way.
मैंने सोचा
5
था
to
कि
4.
dominate करेगी
Leviathan
Leviathan, but ये
have
तो
taken the lead.
domination नहीं है
Aspas,
ये.
he's about to be
बहुत
flashed. I can
close
tell you that
match
for
है.
sure, because this one
Oh
happens
my
every
God,
time. But this
Aspas,
time,
you are
he gets
fucking
his one.
He might
insane,
have had
brother.
more op kills blind than being able to see.
In
Like,
this
there was
map, I
another
think
one
so.
on the B site as well.
Yeah, I think, was it Ban as well? It was Ban's flash.
Yeah.
I don't know if he killed Ban.
I think it might have been. An early advantage there again. Com's taken quite a bit of damage. I guess the counter spams have forced him to fall back, but well, let's be real. Every time he's fallen back, he's become deadlier by the second. It doesn't look like this time there's going to be a flash, but there will be a smoke. However, Tex is watching.
Camera taken out.
Here.
Now they look for this split once again.
Oh, they just suppressed Tex. The trap wire on B lane's not active anymore, and Governor's able to swing as a result. 17 HP. Calm almost got his counterpart, but instead, he's the one spammed down. And Tex has to recover. He's got a double and kept the minute. Blade Storm active for Aspas. He has the operator, but he's using this to be the tip of the spear. Already fired off one knife and no success found. Paranoia goes through. Cruz and Premi sat on site. Smoke goes up. That keeps them with a little bit of protection. I like it from Jit Boys. That op's not going to be quite as effective. And even the Blade Storm, a risk will have to be taken. Aspas swaps out to the rifle. Now here comes the blitz. King's coming in from the laneway, from the stairs, pardon. The laneway is the Blade Storm. No, the shots don't land. It's messy. And it's King to bring it across the line, converting the kills and putting 6 to 4 on the scoreboard for Lev.
Yeah, I think the major thing that has now become an issue is pushing into Tex. The last couple of rounds, he has been so high impact in positions where maybe you expect him to get one, especially after the sort of initial fights were almost traded with Com getting tagged so low. I think he almost sacrifices himself just to give an opportunity for Tex, and well, then there's King there at the end. 6 to 4. Lev starting to extend their lead. 4 of the last 5 rounds going in their direction, and a lot of what was there before was the Primi show. Like, it hasn't been anywhere near as impactful. Like, I think Governor, obviously not on the duelist anymore, but Bans, Phoenix, some of the flashes have caught players, but he has died almost every time.
Yeah, the results haven't been there so far. Still, good early half for Talon. Let's see if they can convert something later on. Caught in the net. Van will go down. He's not had a good time when it comes to early duels. Rifle recovered at least by Cruz, so they're still in fighting form. But there is going to be a challenge now with this heavy of a disadvantage, with 2 Sentinels on the other side that you're pushing into. They've got to find their result somewhere. And, you know, if Premi was close to a res, maybe, but 4 orbs away, that's a bridge too far. Maybe you can farm them up, though, for the next.
They're hoping someone gives them the fight, and someone will. This time, no flash.
Baby.
And Aspas, he's just about made it back. If anything, his opponent's smoke has actually helped out a little bit. The wall is going to be there to at least block him off, but it's even whether or not it's worth just holding onto the guns at this point, Mitch. I'm not certain that trying to play this 2 versus 5 is really worthwhile for Talon.
It might be better to just hold on to the rifles, I agree with you. Especially for the players that are alive. Those are the ones that have the low credits. It's whether they'll be able to or not. They use the wall up on mid. They're known to be around that position. King was here quick enough to guarantee that they're either locked into that spot or that they've gone short. But he realizes quickly where they actually are as the wall breaks. 6 seconds left, and look who's close. Mazzino. It's Tex from far to find one. Mazzino's hot on them. They know Primi's here. They've revealed him, and the swing will delete any possibility of those rifles being carried forward. 7 to 4. 1 round to play for. Such a sick finisher.
Yeah, it's awesome for sure.
Did you read Chronicles' 8 A4 page essay on why it's good?
No.
Oh, nor did Durka, so it's okay.
We are the same person, so.
That's true, yeah, I should have known, my bad.
Except for the fact that he's younger, more handsome, more talented. Other than those things, we are the same person. 7 to 4. 5 of the last 6 rounds. It definitely seemed like, again, Lev took some time to get going, but in the late game of this defensive half, we're getting what we expected. Big individual plays, solid setups to force awkward fights for Talon, and I think also just shutting down what has been the major point of just, like, a lot of this comp allows for second chances, and we haven't seen, even if they do get the res off, or if they bring someone back from a no command, or even ban Zolt, it's barely been on the board because he hasn't been able to get many kills. They've dealt with it. And other than that 3-round streak, it's been a singular round since.
Well, the utility will be cut out to start this. Talon looking to approach, but, well, Aspas has other ideas. That shot almost lands. A block of ice gets in the way, and the second shot not quite quick enough. He can't go up and over with the updraft, but does some serious damage. Governor, well, he's getting healed up quite a bit. He'll be back up to 100. But Primi has lost his life in the meantime. A little off angle that they weren't expecting. Mazzino grabs it, cruises down, and now they're looking to seize that last player. He won't be in the cocoon, but he won't be in the round either. 8-4 as we close out this half, and Leviathan certainly got
either way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to half 2 of map 2 in what could be the last of the series. Talon put up one hell of a fight on Bind, and it started out well here, but Leviathan, they gained control and they were not letting go. A couple of surprise plays, but we're gonna hope for a lot more out of Talon in this second half. And like you said, Tom, the attack for Lev, it's not weak.
No, not whatsoever. They've destroyed G2, Crew, MIBR in the last stage, so I don't think they're going to be feeling too worried about going into the second half. Again, the main thing with this composition for Talon is just to be that little bit more disruptive, opportunities for second chances, but that hasn't been the case. Ban having a rough showing, Cruz as well, his first half is similarly to what we saw in the last map, and there needs to be a serious turnaround if they're going to stand any chance in this map.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a different level from Talon. The same level that we saw in the last map, but catching players off guard, it was easier to do on Bind. That was a crazier comp. This one, you're bringing players back from the dead, and often they're still falling flat. Let's see, 8-4, a strong lead for Leviathan, and the pistols have been going well. They find this one, it's another nail in the coffin of the Pacific number 4.
Already. We see exactly what's expected of this defensive side. An early peek, or an early push even, coming all the way through B and gone. Well, he spotted it. He's seen it. He's going to call for the cavalry. They're going to try and fight this. They want to brawl with the side of Talon, but for now it's just an even trade. And Talon think better of it, but it's pushing them back in towards Tex, who is now hiding within the site. It seems like they have an idea. Ban definitely has an idea. Unfortunately, he can't do anything about it, and now they're going to continue to battle and brawl. Mazzino lost, but Tex is going to get that spike, and they're waiting for Jit Boys. It's left on to Primi.
A man who can definitely bring this across the line, even in a tough situation like this. Leviathan need to be careful, and they don't know where he is. They found out, though. Tex, phenomenal round from him. Clean shots across the board. And 9-4 locked in. That's a devastating blow to the side of Talon. Coming into this half, no doubt they were hoping for that pistol.
Well, as well, you have to talk about Tex on the first map. Like, he definitely had a rougher time over on that Gecko, right near the bottom of the board alongside Mazzino. He's been a different beast. Like, the amount of multi-kills he's had with the Guardian, the Ghost in this one, like, these are high-impact rounds that he's been taken over the line. Now matches up to Primi on the other side of the board, who's exactly the person we expected him to be. This high-caliber aim player. There just hasn't been much else. Aspas, who's surprised? He's got himself another outlaw.
अब थोड़ा टफ हो रहा है भाई लेवल इसके लिए.
Not surprised,
Talent
but
के
I'm
लिए.
pleased, to say the least. Alongside a lot of pistols, 2
Tough हो
ghosts
रहा है भाई
carried
talent
through,
के लिए.
Bulldog and a Spectre. Pretty interesting buy. A lot of potential for it. Ranged fights, Texan King just picking up weapons and ensuring that they don't lose too much in terms of the economy, even if they do take a loss or two. Giving respect to
यार
Talon.
एशियन
And,
बहुत
well,
पक्का
I'm
मैच है
very glad
इन
that's the
लोगों
case
का.
because this squad has earned it. For
Leviathan
now, though,
भाई
Leviathan,
मतलब
take a look at the map. You can see the spike.
बहुत
It was
ज़्यादा
shifting to
अच्छा
the
मैच
right
है.
side alongside Mizzino. They looked like they wanted to hit A. At that
पहला
point,
मैच
Talon were
हारती मुझे
stacked
लग
up.
रहा
It
था
looked
कि
like
ये
a bad
ज़्यादा
call. But now, Talon make their way back to B. They're
domination से
gambling.
जीतेगी
You've got
Leviathan,
classics.
but इतना
Chances are, if
domination
you
नहीं
play a
कर पाई
default, you're
defending
just
में.
going to lose player after
But
player.
attacking में कर
And then
रही
play a retake where you're dying to the spike. Instead, they're going to roll the dice and play together.
Yeah, and the dice have gone in their favor this time. A lot of utility.
30 seconds left.
And they now have to go for this. Mizzino leading the charge. Shock darts being used to try and soften them up, but it hasn't caused too much in terms of damage. 2 kills or more is needed for this to be costly. There's already the burst for the trades. Coming in thick and fast. How has Frimmy come out with 2? It's now left on to just Aspas. Into a 1v2 scenario.
Oh my
and they
god,
managed to
nice
win it
round.
based
Alon,
off the
nice
stack.
round, nice round,
A
bro.
great read, a great
बहुत बढ़िया
gamble
round.
from Talon.
Nice
That's
round.
put them back in the map.
I don't know what Cruz saw there because they were starved of information. I really do think this is just a blind pick. Let's stack up on the side that gives us the best chance. Lots of nasty little angles to hold on B. Let's go for it. And if not, we run and we die to the spike after.
Oh my god, Sage, battle Sage.
That's outrageous.
Free
The follow-up as well.
Free gun.
Fan picking up the Spectre and then spraying it down to take Aspas. Well, they might have hoped for the pistol. It looks like they've got something better. Now 1-to-1 in the half, but Talon pushed Leviathan down to next to no cash. The only thing that they've got to work with in this round is a rifle on Aspas.
The only thing they have is...
the danger is they've got a rifle on Aspas. You need to be very careful about taking a fight against this guy. He's swinging into 2, though. He's realized it now, and he's got Cruz out in the open, 11 HP. There's no way out. Surely he's gone.
Oh, hello! Oh, I thought Governor might get all of them. It is Eco players. But there was a hope that could have been the fastest 4K maybe in history. Unfortunately, not going to be the case.
I was very ready for it, Tom. I was very ready. 9-6.
I think that would have been the most excited anybody had ever got for a 4K on Eco players.
Versus pistols, yeah. You're hailing this man as the best player of all time. He did some good damage, but it doesn't take the cake. We got to see a little more. 9-6. 3-round gap. Rifles out for Leviathan. You've got Talon with a run it back. Ban has it. And defensive side, I'm curious if it's going to be used off rip. I see his position. It's unlikely. That's for sure. Nice angle. He's a cultured spammer. Not just the conventional spot that can be spammed back on so easily, instead trying to catch him on the way through. I love it. Hasn't worked out. No one was there. Reveal goes up. No one there. Not a lot of information to work with for the side of Talon, except that there might be a play coming in towards the A side. 3 players stacked up on A short, Tom. I expect I'm going to see a push coming through with a smoke up. I don't know if that will delay them or just get them to flash through.
This is the thing. This is the special from Cruz. He loves to go for these pop flash plays. Even still, it's only going to be the 1-for-1 trade. The ult was lost in the middle. Governor waiting. It's another kill with the Odin and the spam back on the other side, but the advantage sits with Talon.
2 players spotted, and they know where comm is. That's every piece of information there for the side of Talon. They've got all the players jotted down in their positions. 45 seconds left. Nade is good. It's forced King back. He can't take the space any longer. Smoke goes down. An attempt to delay them that little bit further, to make them think it's still an A hit while they shift to the other side of the map. 33 seconds left. And it's only 1 player on B. Governor, Reveal, Shock Dart, and an Odin. He's going to have to do it by himself. If he goes down without a kill, this round may be favored to Lev again.
He's, again, just holding an off angle. He's not going to get hit, but it's King with the drive-by. Odin gone, sight gone. And it's going to have to be the retake. This was looking like a solid position from Talon, but it's very quickly divulged into an advantage for the other side. And with the TP online for King, he can reposition late into the round if needed. But it seems like with the attack side Odin, they're going to hold that back site.
Yeah, now this is where the trouble begins. You've already used the reveal at least, but Calm just firing out shock darts. A little misread on how quickly Talon are looking to take this. Only now stacking up and making the push. They've caught Calm, they've caught King. It's Aspas to do it all. And Brimmy hits
My
it
God, what
quick
a
as can
retake,
be.
guys. What a
3v3 retake, and all
Talon.
members of Talon, the three that went
Talon,
in,
bro.
are left standing in the end. 9-7, the scoreline's closing, and the defense is looking good.
Primi is definitely the guy that was promised to us. Like,
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, let's just, I want to see the scoreboard. He is 21-9. The next 3 players on his team combined have the same amount of kills. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Like, there's not even anyone remotely
Sage main or
close
what?
to this guy within the server. We talked about whether or not he could match up to Aspas. I'll be honest, right now it seems like can he match up to Tex? Because he's been the guy who's been really performing for the side of Lev, but
First time
this guy
out.
definitely has a talent. And with such a short amount of time playing within the
Lev
professional
Natan
scene,
first time out.
future is incredibly bright.
Oh yeah, this guy's got a high ceiling, and it's only going to grow. You know, when I first heard about him, to kill Yos and Paperthin, their word means nothing to me. years of telling me, guys, this is the time. DRX are going to win it. Oh, they're so good. Bomb out, bomb out, bomb out. But Mika told me. That's when I started to take it seriously.
Okay.
I started to believe.
Source.
Exactly. Someone who does just run their mouth.
Achilles walking in, opens up his DRX notepad and goes, yes, I think this person's quite good. Oh, really? Thank you, Mr. Pacific. I'm going to wait and see.
I've never met a more biased man, and that's coming from me.
Yeah, I know. I think there's a few people who disagree with you there.
But yeah, I have to say, they were right this time around. Primi is impressive. He's 21-9. The next, that's actually insane. I hadn't even really paid attention to the 21-9. The next guy has 7.
Yeah.
He's single-handedly
to add 3
carrying
people
the
together
squad.
at this point, it has to be fairly low.
Oh my God.
Well, they are still 2 rounds behind. The difference on the other side is, yeah, we are seeing more of a team performance. But if Primi can pad the gap until someone else rises to the occasion,
Oh my God.
that would be nice for the side of Talon. Like I said, they're definitely still on the back foot here. But this round, going to be a couple of rifles. The Guardian in Tex and Aspas's hands, you can always have high hopes. And actually the A site relatively open. It looks like almost an immediate attempt for a retake setup. I don't know if King's going to get out of this one alive. He will.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
my
the lurk of
God.
Tex has been dealt with. Aspas, though, has gotten walkabouts and even things right back up.
He was up in
Talon is
heaven a bit
so
quicker than they were
good, yeah.
expecting.
Talon is so good.
Finding himself the one, keeping things doable, but with the weaker weapons, they have to hope that Talon go diving in, give them opportunities, flank play coming in. Calm is the one sent back to watch it, Rez onto Governor. Now the advantage is there for Talon. And the flank from Ban is so late. There's no way they check it. Curious to see his impact in this round. Spam good, King's down, that's only the pistol. It's Aspas that I'm worried about. He's up top, looking for the fight, and the blind is absolutely perfect. Can't see a thing, and now he's left alone to do it all. And
What a
Cruz,
retake
up
by
close,
Talon.
quick scopes him out.
What a retake by Talon.
I'd love to just have a counter for how many times Aspas has been holding an angle ready to fight and a pop flash gets him.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I know they've got a lot of flashes, but even still, it always seems to be in the right place to just cause issues for him. I think credit to Cruz and Bam for that. I want credit again for them to hold the line, because that could have got dangerous. Like, you had Annihilation online for Mazzino. If this gets into like even a 2v2 scenario or even like a little bit less, he's going to be able to isolate one of those fights and potentially battle back, but they are so controlled and calm.
It's been a very strong performance for Talon. You just mentioned
But
that
Talon ke
yeah, they have a lot of
paas aa gaya
flashes.
hai
In the last
advantage
round, they
mein.
didn't even use any of Ban's. He was on the flank. So, like, the thing is, even in rounds where they're only firing 1 or 2, they're hitting their mark every single time. They're putting Lev on the back foot. It's been an impressive game so far, and I have to say, I'll be the first to put my hands up and say I underestimated Talon coming into this tournament. We know their upset potential, but someone like Primi delivering this level of play is unfathomable. Lev have taken a bit of control. We've seen this a couple of times in Americas. They're putting their trap outside A, stopping any aggressive peeks. Again, if you're going to peek that, you're going to do it with a flash. You're not going to shift walk it. You're going to swing it. That's when the trap's going to get you.
Oh.
Nice shot by Tex. Well, that's the man that you need to take down. And the best part is he can't bring himself back to life.
Yeah, no matter how many kills he gets. Oh,
Good
he's going to
night.
get caught. Annihilation utilized. There's nobody even remotely close to try and deny that one from happening. That's an easy kill for Mazzino. A lot of the time that ult will go astray. Governor rotating into position, but they're going to be revealed. Jip Boys is going to try and catch a timing, and he is done just that, but he doesn't get anything for it. The movement too good. The pop flash is great, but so is the net. Well, Governor, it's going to be the same again. Good round from King. Lev extend their lead just as Talon start to get a little bit too close.
Big round for Mazzino's Deadlock. You're seeing some of the potential, not just in the obviously Annihilation getting a kill, the fact that you have the net then trapping the player who can't evade and get back into the smoke or even use his movement, but the fact that you have the trap outside A as well, it just means that in the back of their mind, they're relatively safe. Obviously, there's always the potential for what we saw, which was Jip Boys running it down, making it behind them. But
how many times have we seen Ban full blind someone and then immediately die? I know that this is an occasion where it's like, okay, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But it's like, even with Aspas blind upping him a couple of times, like, it's got to be, like, he obviously won't have too much of an idea, but it's got to be really irritating.
It definitely gets spooky, though, when you saw Jip Boys get behind mid with the reveal coming in from Cypher, and still no one's looking at him, but King recovered. Little triple to finish it off, and 10-8. With the last pause from Talon being used here and now, they know that Leviathan are about to enter the home stretch. Talon's economy is good, and they can bounce into the next round, even if they lose this with a bye. So this is a very essential time to get your game plan leveled out, to streamline the play.
I think as well you have to talk about, again, looking at history, looking at Talon, looking at Xerxia, looking at X10. This map was the map. This was the map where they did damage to teams like Optic back in the day. This was their defensive side as well. They always had these cool little awkward trap plays that teams had to fight through. I think the flashback that I got was when Cruz did that pop flash over the top of mid with KO, because they were always doing stuff like that, disgusting trap plays. So I have no doubt they have plenty of depth and ideas. But once the streak is broken, I think it's a good time to take a pause from Frost and just go, okay, this is where we know that Lev are going to go, okay, well, we've just done it off this. We were patient, we were controlled, we took our time, we didn't fall into any of the traps. We can now just sort of like push off of this moment. So he wants to try and deny that, get his players' heads back in the game, because up until this point, the defensive side has looked great from now.
Oh, absolutely. One bump in the road. Let's see if it's going to shake Talon, or if they can get right back into the rhythm. Early peek from the operator of Ban. The same can be said for Aspas. He's looking for a mistake to be made. Nobody on the A site. Talon playing much further back. And they will be ready for this short push. Lev just about to walk around the corner, and it's a clean shot from Ban. Although the Hunter's Fury is activated, looking for some victims. Nice kill coming in from Jip Boys. The numbers stay favored for Talon. And they've got the control. They've got control with the wall inside B main, but they've rotated fully, leaving that side of the map open.
Yeah, it's mainly middle where the biggest threat will be. I think the timing from Primi is pretty much perfect. I mean, he knows when that wall is going to break, makes his way back into the site before anybody could possibly get through. The only problem is middle, and there you go. It's been completely abandoned. Governor will fall, puts things back into an even scenario and puts the pressure back onto this young man again. 14 seconds left, they've dashed past, but he's repositioned, looking to hold the line, and Aspas obliterates him. Not this time. 2 remain to try and pull this back for Talon.
Oh, they're still going to try it. Cruz ult not that useful here realistically, and with Jip Boys walking it through, the flash was there to fight out of the smoke. They didn't expect someone to be in it, and running through his own nade. Cruz going to try to make it work. You can see it, the writing on the wall. It could have been the play. Instead, Leviathan push up to 11, now 2 away from taking the series 2-0. And that scoreline won't represent how close this has been. But for Talon, it's not over yet. They've still got the credits on most players. They can get a buy-up and try to stop them here.
Attacks again. That missed the impact. Every single time he's just finding a gap, finding a spot, and Aspas just jumping into the site. I love the way that Cruz's brain works, though. I made jokes in the last map with his TPs, but the fact he throws a fragment down, jumps into it, and then flashes because you don't expect somebody to go pushing through their own utility. Just using timings in the moment to try and catch people off guard. And he did. The flash was sublime.
He almost had it.
Yeah.
Shots were close.
कोई है भाई थोड़ा
Not close
confidence
enough.
slow है इनका थोड़ा क्या बहुत slow है
11 to 8.
The ults are scary here. Like, you've got yourself that Hunter's Fury for Calm. I feel like it always has impact, like almost every single time. Like, the guy is so good at putting it into play at the perfect moment. And also, they're waiting with the operator. As you said, there is that sensor, there's the sound. You're not just going to dry peek that. And so Aspas immediately has the information and has the protection. If they were to actually try and push that, they're going to be dead.
I think in a normal fight they would be. Add to that the stun for sure. I like Ban's position. A nice try. The shot doesn't quite connect. Paranoia forces him back. He's got support though. Cruz is holding it from the side. He's been spotted. Mazzino needs to decide whether he wants to commit to this, and it looks like he does. Caught Cruz. Down he goes. Can be revived, but the time's starting to run out and no one close enough to do so. That's a player down.
Doing it again.
Leviathan, 5 versus 4 with control over the A site. But yeah, Jip Boys had some serious success here in catching them off. He couldn't find the kills, but this time it's different.
It's only going to be the one though. And then that's the problem. It almost seems too little too late. There's going to be Aspas just executing Privy, and he wants a little bit more. Feeling it at this point. Plant will finally come in, but look, the wall is blocking off another. And Aspas just holding onto the angle. Got so much still to play with Jip Boys. Well, he's going to try and bring himself back from the dead, and he will. But they're just running away from him. They're avoiding him. They want him to try and make a play through this, and in the meantime, Aspas is still holding on to heaven. That's where Jip Boys will be sent as well, 12 to 8.
GG
One
guys.
needed. Again, Talon have been competing, but Leviathan, they've been the ones weathering the storm.
And now the real problem, those credits are low. Light shields, guardians, weaker weapons are going to come into play. Mazzino's pick, beautiful. This leaves the A side open. Allows them to swing without worrying about the side itself. The fact that he wins that is slightly ridiculous, and, well, stuck around but didn't show himself. So eventually, Governor got a little distracted. Hell of a turnaround as well. Governor, you can see, on that duelist on Neon, he was unbelievable. Now, a little bit more of a struggle there. That can be said for the squad of Talon as well. 4 chances to close this out. Hunter's Fury still there for Calm, but Ban has his own ultimate.
Oh,
See where this goes.
They've caught him with the net.
It's
That's
done.
so disgusting. The combinations that this team are pulling out. Jip Boys didn't stand a chance in hell. He's crouched in a corner, just waiting for death. I love the way that they're utilizing this deadlock. And well, Ban, they're just gonna wait. Yeah, go on. Oh, nice ult, bud.
Well, at least he gets to run it back. Another chance.
They could have walked it back.
Leviathan, you're making me a deadlock fan, and I almost hate you for it. And there's some serious ideas behind this squad. Talon as well. They've been interesting, but here is their final stand, potentially. Already 1 man down. Aspas grabs Cruz on the quick blitz. Mazzino follows up as well. Governor and Primi, 2 big players in the last map. And for this squad now have it all to do. 5 players to take down, 3 more rounds after. It's not an easy feat, and it's left just to this man. He's shy of an ace. 4 more kills needed to lock it in, to close this round, and then look for 3 more. It's a long road back. And it looks like Leviathan have done it. The time ticking away, and 3-man firing squad waiting for the swing. It's done. America's #1 for a reason. Leviathan take it 2-0.
Yeah, I
By
think
2-0
an
guys.
incredible performance from either side. Like, honestly, I think we came in looking at Talon and going, okay, they're probably going to get bullied out of this server. And then just going across the scoreboard, you can see the value that every single player on the Leviathan side was bringing, the ideas that they have with an agent, again, that I think is going to become more and more popular. And Mazzino is going to be one of the players that people are keeping an eye on. But the fact that every single time there was layers to the ideas, layers to what they were running. But this squad on the stage right now, Talon, they've impressed. Like, in that first map, it very easily could have been theirs. And in this map as well, there was a point where the comeback looked possible. This is one of the most creative teams we have in all of Valorant, and I love watching them play.
Oh, they were a lot of fun to watch, that's for sure. Primi has definitely taken the cake, but on the first map, Governor certainly made a name for himself. This is an impressive debut on that stage, but we need to see more from them, and we will. For Leviathan, though, they've done as expected. They've come in, they've made it 2-0, but against Pacific's #4, I've got to say, there was a bit of a struggle there. The level seems to be increasing here at Champs, and there's no free wins anymore.
No, that's the main thing, though. Is that even if you come into that first game, even if you're one of the favorites for the whole tournament, as long as you get the dub, as long as you get it over the line, and I think in each map you could see the corrections. You could see the adaptations for what is the crazy stuff they're coming up against. Because I do think that you look at it from Talon's point of view, if you try and play against Leb at their own game, you were going to lose. So you had to pull out something different, you had to pull out something unique, and that's exactly what they did. The difference, though, is Leviathan are a team good enough that they can go, okay, you've done that, you caught us at times, like there were pauses. I think, again, you have to give credit over to the coaching staff on the other side to, okay, this is the moment I need to slow this down, this is the moment I need to trade things out. And the same for Frost as well on Talon. It seemed like it was a game of chess with, well, one team using completely different pieces to what we're used to, but it was an enjoyable match.
भाई आसपास ने क्या खेला है मैम?
Destroyed them moving on. I think Talon now have a very real chance to actually make it out of the group and potentially get to the playoffs.
No, absolutely. At this point, coming in, they were an underdog pick for me. Now, though, I can see them going blow for blow with some of the other squads, especially with these nasty comps, and who knows what they're going to be working on in the coming days. We'll definitely see some interesting takes on how to play this game from Talon. It's been wonderful watching them play, but Leviathan take the cake here today. It has been a phenomenal game. It's time to throw it down to the Verizon post-match interview with Aspas.
Welcome to the post-match interview. I have Aspas here. Everybody give it up for Aspas! 아스파스 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 개막전, 그러니까 레비아탄의 첫 경기부터 바인드에서는 네온 요루를 상대하고 센터에서는 또 탈론의 좀비 메타를 상대해야 했었는데 오늘 경기 그리고 아스파스 선수의 퍼시픽 팀 체험기 한번 먼저 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Aspas, on that win. Now, right off the bat, you guys had to face Talon's Neon Yoru comp on the bind. Also, their zombie comp that they showed off in Pacific on Ascent as well. So, what was that Pacific team experience like for you?
It was really different. They had some crazy comps and a crazy play style, but it was fun playing against them.
굉장히 재밌었고 뭔가 생소한 조합들을 많이 보여줬는데 그래도 너무너무 재밌는 신기한 경험이었다고 얘기를 하네요. 그러면 또 레비아탄의 어센트 사이퍼 데드록 조합에서 이런 좀 어떤 의미를 두고 있는지도 물어보고 싶거든요. 어떤 팀들은 좀 이 사이퍼 조합 데드록 사이퍼 조합을 좀 싫어하기도 하고 아니면 계속해서 기용하는 그런 팀들도 있는데 레비아탄의 입장에서는 이 사드록 조합을 어떻게 평가하고 있는지 들어보고 싶습니다. Now I want to ask you about that Cypher deadlock you guys ran on Ascent because some teams love it, some teams decide not to touch it. So what did you guys see in the Cypher deadlock?
I think the Cypher Deadlock, it's a comp that suited our playstyle on Ascent. We had a lot of problems with the normal comp in the past. We tried a lot of times, didn't work out. And the Cypher Deadlock is working for us because we found a type of playstyle that was being really good for us.
확실히 레비아탄에게는 좀 사드록 조합이 굉장히 팀 스타일에 잘 맞는 것 같았고 좀 다른 조합들은 예전에 쓰던 조합들은 특히나 좀 레비아탄의 스타일에 있어서 적합하지 않은 부분이 있었기 때문에 이 사드록 조합을 굉장히 잘 기용하고 또 잘 맞는 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 아스파스 선수 이제 또 아시아 서버에서 랭크도 많이 돌렸고 또 현재 와서 좀 퍼시픽 팀들과 많이 랭크를 돌렸을 것 같은데 좀 아메리카스 팀들에 비해서 그리고 아메리카 서버에 비해서 좀 어떤 큰 차이점이 있는지도 들어보고 싶네요. So you guys probably scrimmed a lot of Pacific teams here, and also you played a lot of ranks in the Pacific server as well. So what do you think is the biggest difference when it comes to the playstyle compared to how things are in Americas?
I think the players here are so aggressive. Even in ranked, they are much more aggressive than in NA, and the screens as well. Everyone is just crossing smokes like in ranked, so they are a lot more aggressive.
전반적으로 랭크와 그리고 플레이 스타일 모두 굉장히 공격적이고 그리고 아메리카스보다 그리고 NA 서버보다 굉장히 공격적이라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 좀 여기서 랭크를 돌리면 모두들 그냥 스모크를 가로질러서 대시 긁은 다음에 다들 그냥 공격을 하는 그런 모양을 보여주고 있었기 때문에 좀 그런 점이 큰 차이라고 얘기를 하네요. 이렇게 해서 아스파스 선수 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 박수 부탁드릴게요. Thank you, Aspas, and best of luck in your next matchup.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for staying with us for the post-match interview. We're going to throw it off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have Vitality taking on Trace Esports.
Let's go guys, second match के लिए तैयार हो जाओ guys. Start होने वाला है कुछ ही देर में. Let's go.
second opening match of Group C. It's going to be Vitality taking on Trace Esports. Once again, Golden Boy here alongside with Brendan Mimi, who's break everything down. Fans been rolling in, enjoying the event, and we have one final matchup for the day. And this one's going to be quite fascinating, honestly. You know, if you are been tuning into a lot of the global events and stuff like that throughout the years, you're probably looking at a Trace Esports thinking, what is the Trace Esports?
I mean, the same with Vitality. These are two teams that have qualified for their first ever global event. Vitality got invited to Lock-in and played then, but this is a very different roster from that Vitality team. So some new faces here to debut.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned, you know, this is going to be their debut here at the global stage. But this is a team that really has, you know, continued to find ways to keep themselves competitive in the EMEA region, which has been, you know, quite tumultuous. There's been so many, so much movement.
Dude, this Vitality team, I think, are peaking at the right times in the playoffs themselves as well. They've had some hotly contested matches. They've been kind of dominating as well across the board in, you know, very emotional scenes, I think, for the whole team as well, because peaking at the right time, there's never been a better time for it heading into champs.
Yeah, and this team, the only squad they lost to in Stage 2 after the break for Shanghai was Fnatic. They were beating every other team in the region. And there was a lot of doubts at the beginning of this roster about if these players were the right direction, about whether if they had the right read, the right comps in Stage 1, and it wasn't really coming together then. But again, as you're saying, finding their style, peaking at the right time, and now coming in as the team who I think is one of the most underrated rosters here at Champions.
Good call on that one. Let's go ahead and check in with Sender and see what he had to say with Mika Fabs.
Hey Sender, it is good to see you finally on the champion stage. I mean, you've been here for so long and everybody's been saying how Vitality has just looked so good all throughout EMEA, right? Now, since you've been with the org since 2021, I believe, right? Why do you think it's this roster that gets to make it here to the champion stage? What makes this roster so special?
This team is forged into a unit. Like the other rosters were like 3-2 groups inside the team, so it's hard to make a unit. So there's no like trust to each other, but there's like this roster makes us special because we have the bond in each other, like the trust, and we fight in the mud together.
Well, that's definitely good tidings for this matchup. Good luck.
And that's been the discussion for a lot of these players on the roster. Safe in particular. He has a history as a player after his time with Team Liquid ending kind of rough with some drama around it back and forth between him and the teams there. And he said it in interviews, right, that he does resent that team. He said it felt so good to get to destroy them. He used different words in the first match, but now he's come back here and he talks about this team as being 4 guys who he can look left, look right, and trust whoever is up there with him on the stage. And in that better environment for him, he has looked like an absolute superstar now as the primary duelist.
At times he looks like one of the best players, just I'll say it, I think, in the world, because he's got the skill and talent to do it. They didn't put him on duelist for the longest time, but a while back they've started locking in the roles to something that's more understanding for me, at least. I think it makes way more sense that they put Safe in that position. And it's good to hear from Sender as well, just to call back that prior arrival interview where he's saying in the previous teams it was 2-3, which is a very PR-trained way to say it's a little bit clicky in terms of the team. And now they've actually got a unit and they're trusting each other. Because that's what this team has been built on when I've been watching them, is just the fundamentals are primed and ready. They are always there to set up Safe, empowering him to succeed, taking good fights, and making sure that they don't take any of these solo engagements. The individualism isn't there. It's really just classic EMEA style that we're seeing from that squad.
Yeah, I think the macro calling is where this team really shines. On their attack sides, I think they play really good mid-rounds when they change up the pace. It's always seeming to be at the right time, and Safe, I mean, as a player, you talked about how good he is individually, but he fits so well into this system, and that's so different from the last time we saw him at a global event.
Yeah, but then as we look forward to the other side of the stage, their opponents, Trace. Some, you know, players and fans may not be too familiar with this team, but this is a squad that, you know, they're coming into this one with, I would say, you know, lower expectations, right? So they could do whatever the hell they want and find magic here in Seoul potentially.
They're one of the most standard teams we've got from China coming into this event. And what I mean by that is, like, they don't really play any like wild card compositions or any strange unorthodox stuff. It's really just trying to play it by the book and copying what other teams in other regions are doing. The issue is there's always 1 or 2 things that is missing from it in terms of their execution of those compositions. And so for that reason, I don't really have them penned as is a team that could go far in this tournament. I think that the wildcard factor that China brings to these events is often the thing that's going to get them out of groups, if it's ever going to be there.
I think the difference between these two teams, who both play mostly standard comps, who focus on the fundamentals, is that Vitality, I think, when they're playing that, when they have these ideas, they're very focused on the reasons why things are good, why this works, what they need to change, and to quickly adapt that. For me, Trace, they really focus on playing things properly, going through the motions exactly as they have prepped ahead of time, and they're not as adaptable when their plans go wrong, when their opponent pushes them in a way they didn't expect. They don't have that same speed to come up with a new idea that a team like Vitality, to me, has shown in their region.
A far cry from their, FPX brethren who like to just throw things at the wall sometimes, you know what I mean? It's
and
quite fascinating. That's very true, very true. Well, let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about this squad and check out Trace's Hey Babe standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hi, Hey Babe. We'll just put you aside for a quick question. Now, this is going to be Trace Esports' international debut, especially on the champion stage. That's huge. So how do you think the team has prepared for this, especially since going up against an EMEA team? It can be quite different from the Chinese team's styles. We have Echo here to help with some translation.
那这一次也是 T1来到我们世界赛的首秀嘛，然后你们是怎样准备今天的比赛的？包括你们的对手是来自 EMEA 的队伍，打法风格跟我们 CN 的队伍还是蛮不一样的。
我们也没有说做很特别的准备吧，就提高自己的实力，然后就是，我到现在都不知道我们的队伍是什么风格的，主要就是打了才知道，在打完之后再定义我们是什么样的风格吧。
Actually, we didn't prepare like something pretty special, and we just want to do ourselves. And actually, it's really hard to define what kind of playstyle our is, because maybe we should, after this match, we're gonna see what kind of playstyle we are.
Okay, sounds good. And what is this? Can I what?
这个包里面装的是什么？
等一下我在场上的时候你们就知道了，到舞台之后。
We'll see on the stage.
Ooh, that sounds promising. All right, can't wait.
Okay, well, that is quite ominous.
He's got the secret briefcase?
Yeah, he's got the Money in the Bank briefcase. He's about to cash in,
Money
folks.
in the bank.
All right, well, earlier Sideshow sat down with Bianc to discuss his move to Trace and much more. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Hello, Sancho here with Bianc from Trace and Echo to do translations as well. Thank you very much for joining me. We've seen you here at Champions before, famously taking down NRG twice, fantastic stuff. And then you've transitioned to playing for Trace as well. So can you talk me through what that process has been like since we last saw you swapping teams?
整个旅程就是在 BLG 打完冠军赛之后，然后接连的失利，然后也是个人发挥不太理想吧，然后后续的话就寻求了一个新的开始，然后也是加入到 TU。
Okay, actually, after I take a kind of success for him, to win our NRG twice in last champs, and there was a lot of ups and downs in the whole year, and maybe he just wants to find a totally new start for him, and he just joined Trace Esports, and stuff like that.
What do you think you've added to Trace to get them here as well to Champions? They've been a good team for a while, but it feels like they've found more success with you now as the IGL leading the team.
我觉得加入到 T 之后，就是可以让他们现有体系上面就是打得更多样一点，然后把他们体系稍微丰富了点嘛，然后战术层面上面也带来一些我的东西吧。
He think after he joined Trace Esports, he think he made the whole system be more flexible, and they just plus a little bit his own style on their play styles or tactics, stuff like that.
The difference between the playstyles of the two teams is very dramatic. You've gone from, it's interesting you call it a fresh start, you've gone from a team that, to me, played crazy Valorant, really wild Valorant, to now Trace plays, I think, very sensible, intelligent Valorant. I don't know if you feel differently, but can you walk me through the differences between the two teams?
确实是这样的，因为就 BLG 我们更鼓励个人能力上的发挥，然后就是去抓住一些那种 战绩吧，就是你不要去害怕一些，不敢去操作，然后 T1 打法就偏向稳定，然后就是我们要做好一个整体，然后要去减少一些那种激进的操作，然后去用整体去赢一下每一局吧。
I think like the two totally different playstyles since BOG encourage every single pro players to have a better individual performance and like grasp every single chance for have a better performance as well. And like for Tracy's work, I think like Tracy is a kind of solid team and they just want to a higher discipline and something stuff like that.
So my final question is, I was listening to Feng Feng in the press conference and he said he really wants to fight against Durka because he's been looking up to him a lot. Is there anybody, like when you'd beaten NRG twice at Last Champions, is there anyone you've got your eye on this time to take down at Champs in Seoul?
最想碰的就是 DX 和 Fnatic 吧，然后就是因为之前我输了，然后峰峰 他也需要在世界的舞台上证明一下他国一炸的实力嘛，是。我觉得他是有这个实力。
确实。He said like he really want to face against DRX and Fnatic because he used to fight them, so he really want a rematch or take a revenge to them. And as Feng Feng said, he want to like have a match with Durka because Feng Feng may be probably the best race player in China, so he really need a chance to prove himself as well.
Well, I'm looking forward to that revenge narrative. Thank you very much, Bianca, and thank you, Echo. Appreciate you sitting down with us.
All right, so we did see Bianca at Champions last year. Of course, was wearing the white of Billy, but now he's rocking the blue of Trace. And I thought that was interesting what Sideshow was talking about with, you know, as we were mentioning, right, with him in the fundamentals and like how Billy encourages, you heard what he said, was like, oh, everyone's going to do their thing, whereas this Trace roster wants to play a more fundamental type of game.
Yeah.
That's good. I think that goes to show this team wants to just continue to grow.
You can hard see that in terms of the way that they play as well. I mean, if we have time for it as well, I have a telestrator that kind of goes through some of the beats of them trying to hit the mark that a lot of other teams do, but it kind of misses it every now and then.
Yeah.
But they're fundamentally, they try and copy kind of the same compositions that other teams that are having success in EMEA and Americas are having. And it's kind of weird because they don't really get tested in the same way. China plays a lot of unorthodox stuff. You don't really get the same reps in as you would playing like, for example, a mirror match on Lotus that we've seen a million times before in other regions. So it's kind of hard to get a grasp in terms of how good the team is sometimes.
Yeah, now you did say you had a telestrator, so let's actually see what this is.
Listen,
I'm curious.
If we want to pull it up, yeah.
Go
I
for
mean,
it.
this is, I pulled a few instances of where stuff has kind of been going wrong, honestly, for Trace. And it starts with, I think, them playing a pretty standard comp on Lotus. We've all seen this before. But one of the most important factors is your smokes as well. Loking, he kind of misses the mark on a lot of this, and he misses the mark here. Straight away, he's smoking for Shaquille O'Neal right off the bat. One way is that are way too high, so immediately it's not pushing off the angle, and Autumn is just able to get a direct line of sight angle onto the horn that's thrown from earlier, which just, the whole point of this is, if you miss this one way, the one lurking player that is Autumn in this instance is just able to pre-fire the haunt, and you lose access to all of this. Here's another example I've got here. You've seen a lot of teams, they will often use a deep smoke into this position onto the orb so that they can Omen TP in through this angle and also peek from this one here. And it gives them basically a double swing potential. It threatens like a player could be in this smoke, but instead, they end up smoking the choke point. And when I saw this, I was like, this is so perplexing to me because I'm like, okay, maybe they've got a plan for it, but they just call to fight. They Prowler and Satchel forwards and fight. And because of their own smoke, Feng is isolated, he's alone, he can't take this fight to push forwards, and he just gets absolutely crunched with his team nowhere near and able to help. Those are two examples. I've cherry-picked them, of course, but they're examples, I think, that they are trying to copy the compositions without actually understanding the finer details as to why they work, those missing elements. And maybe we'll see it if Lotus gets played a little bit later, but that's the thing that's missing with this Trace team, and I think it really comes as a result of them not being tested against usual teams that would be playing the same stuff in China, to the same degree that teams in EMEA and America.
And this is something we talk a lot about with the CN teams. I think especially the squads like FPX, like EDG, who are dominant in that region, but also teams like this who are higher up.
Yeah.
When you're playing against less refined competition, it's a lot harder to know when something is really a mistake and when something is really working. Because if you're winning with things that maybe aren't perfect, then sometimes you can get kind of false information, and it's a lot harder to adapt versus playing in a region like really most of our other regions where there's a lot of teams who play at a really high level and have had a lot of time to develop at that level. We start to see mistakes like this, and now we're seeing them play against a team like Vitality, who are really defined by the details, who I think get all the little stuff really, really on point consistently, which makes this, I think, a really tough stylistic matchup, because both these teams on paper are playing a similar style, but I think Vitality is just leagues ahead in execution.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, we did get a chance to catch up with Bianca earlier when we were talking to him about what he was hoping to accomplish with this team. I guess the question is, you know, like, where does Trace, I guess, you know, like can they do this? Give me the pitch.
Okay, the pitch is Jet maps, Kai plays Jet, drops 30 bombs. Genuinely, because that guy is a phenom, but they have an issue where they don't really know how to play. Like, their race player is Feng, their Jet player is Kai. And because neither of them want to play both roles, they have difficulties in terms of the roles in that class.
But when Kai is playing Jet, they're electric.
They pop off.
Luo King as well, their controller player, is really sick. He'll have crazy rounds. Watch out for him.
All right, well, it's time to bring out our teams. Let's head down to the stage and say hi to Trace and Vitality. Trace has an opportunity here to demand respect from their opponents. As we take a look at the series layout, you got Ascent, a Sunset, as well as Bind if necessary. Let's see how this goes.
If there was a map to start on, I think it would be Ascent for Trace. They're on a 5-map win streak in VCTC, and this is one of those Kai Jet maps where he looks incredible as an individual. And I think this is their map that, in my opinion, has the most refined protocols. When you were looking at those clips from Lotus, we saw a lot of those little mistakes. I see a lot less of that when I was watching them play on this map. So it's a good, comfortable place to start for our Chinese team.
I'd hard agree with that, and I think as well, if there was ever a world where Trace did win this matchup, they've won it with the map veto, in my opinion, as well, because they also like to play Sunset a lot of time. It's a map that they do play a lot. It's also one of Vitality's best maps,
yeah, that's the
which
thing.
Is why they've picked it. So in terms of that matchup, of course, but at the end of the day, they do stand somewhat of a chance, I think, on that. I think Vitality are going to be the clear favorites, don't get me wrong, but Trace aren't just kind of floundering around on Sunset as a map. It's been picked because Vitality like it, but it's also a map that Trace do like to play themselves.
If Trace lose map number 1 of Ascent, though, I think they're probably cooked. Sunset is so good for Vitality. Their neon play from Safe has looked on point there in EMEA, and as we see from the agent select, obviously no surprises here. This map, for me, is going to be all about execution. How refined is Trace really when they're up against one of the most structured and strongest teams from a region who is known for their structure?
Indeed, indeed. This is certainly going to be fascinating. Both teams really just opting, as we had talked about, right? This is going to be that standard way that you want to play this map. It's a great opportunity here for Trace. Question is whether or not they can pull through. It's going to be a challenge.
Kai's on the Jet, and we did talk about that being a major win con. The only issue is he's up against Safe, who's also on Jet.
Yeah.
And so, listen, you've got two heavy hitters here, but Trace are a good team on this map. You've got to kind of hope, I think, that there's a form factor in play that Vitality might get caught slipping.
All right, well, let's see how this all unfolds and get into map 1. We're going to send it over to your casters, and trust me, you can trust them. They're professionals. They're so good at their job. It's Achilles and paper thin.
So true.
I'd like to think so, but thank you very much for bigging us up. But yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, it's only been about 12 years that I've been doing this. So I hope by this point it's become professional, but here we go. Let's get ready to jump into this action. Second series today, Trace going up against Vitality, and I think that the desk has done a good job summarizing the expectations for this series.
Yeah, no, 100%. To me, this is strictly an execution-based matchup. These teams have very similar map pools, so you're going to be running into, theoretically, where they're strong, and it's just a matter of, you know, can Trace find some of that extra polish, some of that extra shine to go up against Team Vitality, who has had a resurgence in Stage 2, only losing to Fnatic in EMEA. That is it. That is the only team they lost to. They have been incredible, and on this map, they actually beat Fnatic. So this is a tough map no matter how you square it up for Trace Esports.
Yeah, it really is. And part of that big resurgence, of course, is Safe here on this Jet, moving into that duelist position. And Kai, we've been highlighting him as that kind of golden ticket for the side of Trace, so let's see how they clash. So far, B-side going to be emptied out. No one there to greet them here on the entry, and we see a very big, deep wraparound coming through here from Fang.
Yeah, he is out in Narnia waiting for a push in through tiles, but looks like Vitality is going to stack up 3-2. 2 in the alley. Safe going to try to be the entry man to break through. Paranoia at a cross. Here we go. Retake is on.
Flash out to try and delay. Kai forced back for a brief moment, but there's a headshot found. Ben K going to be taken low himself, but Trek's the first to fall as looking able to find one. Hebe taking down Sender. Recon going out. Kai now striking, swinging around the side, tries to get the readjust, and does. And it is a flawless pistol win going the way of Trace.
Well, the execution so far looking good, and a good read here from Trace Esports. Looking a little bit different than some of their pistol rounds that I saw in their VODs leading up to this. A lot of A pressure, a lot of mid pressure, and that's kind of what Vitality was gambling on. Instead had to go for the full-on retake, and we're just caught up outside of the switch. That smoke looking pretty good there for Low King, and at the door, Kai, very, very strong player individually. Probably my favorite player on this team to watch. Has tremendous mechanics, can swap between the Jet and the Killjoy. Does great in both regards.
Ooh, Safe. Pushing out aggressively. He's got Sender there alongside him. They're able to collect the first kill. Low King going to be taken down. No chance for a reply either, so a solid start. Hoping that lone Sheriff in the round finds some value.
Well, that one was a bit of a head scratcher there from Low King. The one-way smoke was up, decided to challenge it. Safe made him pay. Kai now just gonna hold the angle with the Marshal. 2 Bulldogs and a Ghost for Fang. Kai gets the first. On to Sender in Wine.
Pushing forward, has that dash at the ready. Spot onto one, cannot nail that flick. MK swinging on the corner, able to find Safe, taking him down. Kicks, having to backpedal, but eventually the pinch comes through. Fang arriving over at Tree, strikes him down. A site now open.
This is one thing you have to be really aware of when you're going up against Trace Esports. Very, like, strategically thoughtful in terms of trying to come from different angles, trying to crunch you. You're already seeing it from Fang in this round and in the previous round. They're always trying to create that extra angle.
Oh, well, Fang able to stabilize there, finds a headshot to take down Trex, granted. Only has that Ghost in hand here, so if he had fallen, it wouldn't have been too costly for him, but just that initial pick found there on the Low King, the only casualty here. Is Trace going to be able to start things off 2-0?
Yeah, solid start. Really a flawless into a decent anti-eco. You're going to carry over a couple of those Bulldogs. Guardian there for Fang. Marshall is going to go over to the IGL. Bianche and Kai with a Sheriff, so let's see if they can do some more damage, but the full rifles here for Vitality. Looking to start spreading the map a bit more, going into a pretty aggressive stance here towards A main. Let's see if Trace doesn't really seem to want to challenge this off the rip. In fact, yeah, they're just going to stand back. Safe has a lot of info, has a lot of space. Knife only catches the Omen, so that doesn't give you a ton of info necessarily. However, Low King thinking about re-clearing this space, and Vitality for now just going to back off. I mean, Vitality is a very patient, generally pretty cautious team. Love to cut you off when you're trying to make your executes. Let's see if they can find an opportunity. Alarm bot. Yep, there's Kai.
Quick clear on that. Just the Sheriff here for Kai in the round. See what kind of damage he can deal. Obviously wanting to take a rifle out of the hands of his opponents.
This has gotten
bank up, potentially, you know, attack op into the next round.
Yeah.
Oh.
He loves to op. Kai is a very good opper.
Right here alongside Safe. Safe, does he read that there's already somebody in this position? And he does not. He gets taken down. That's going to be the weapon scooped up now. A Vandal in hand. A 1-for-1 thus far, but now traded up as Runner is able to find BNK. Taking him down, but it is just Runner here alone over at Boats. Players nearby ready to try to come to reinforce the spray. The full flash connects there on to Kai. He gets taken down, and Trex has the cleanup. Three-peats for the Sova. Vitality not going to allow for the bonus conversion.
Nice attempt there by Kai to try to double up on that off angle, but gets caught out this time by the flash, just seeing if he could catch him a little bit off guard. A little out of step, but that's okay. I mean, some damage done for Trace Esports. Honestly, looking pretty solid here. I mean,
sure.
That's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice find there, Trex. But it do be like that sometimes. Trex having a heck of a round there as the Sova on the defender side, and already a couple away from that Hunter's Fury. Some big ult could be coming into Psycho relatively quickly for Vitality. More congestion, but a TP over from Low King. I think it's spotted.
He's been spotted for sure. Safe is able to collect a headshot. Finds that opening kill. Once again, it's going to be the Omen taken down off the rip. This time, though, with the firepower equalized. Squeaking by with a round turnaround here for the side of Trace is going to be that much more difficult. And once again, start to set their sights on B. Just the two nanos there. Try and slow things up.
This time, no clear of the bot, but still a slide over from Safe into a similar position. Execute comes through, dash up and over, trying to hold the angle and take it down as Runner.
Yeah, able to find it. Not that much damage going to be exchanged as well as Kai just a quick peek into market, finds what he was looking for. Cleans up Trex as well.
One more round by way.
Welcome to the global stage. As I question whether or not they'd be able to break through, given there wasn't a disparity in the weaponry compared to what we saw in round 2, but Trace, they have managed to turn this into a winnable position, but Cakes wants to fight back. Down to 30 HP, the push up. BNK going to be taken down to center, able to find the headshot now. The 2v2 with the HP advantage very much still here in the hands of Trace. Suppress connecting on to both. The flash going to be sent out. They're tucked back here though. No one getting caught by that in time, still ticking. Fang able to find Kicks. Now it's all down to center to see what he can do with the bot gets set up. Hasn't noticed him quite just yet. Chance to maybe try to make it a little bit more bloody, but it's going to be Haybait finding the kill, and Trace extending the lead.
Yeah, they're looking really solid, but they're finding the weaknesses in Vitality's
guys.
defenses. They kind of learned from what happened in a previous round where they cleared the bot and they pulled a bit of attention towards mid. So this time around, they just don't clear mid, push towards site, and that leaves both the Sova and the Jet stranded in the back of the site. By the time that they're able to kind of try to bail out the KJ Runner, things are pretty much done and dusted in terms of taking control, and Kai, of course, being really explosive on that entry helps, and now he's got a Blade Storm popped. Stinger to back it up. Although I will say, Vitality, one thing that impressed me during their run in EMEA was really good weaker weaponry, but Kai's just better.
I mean, yeah, grateful
Oh
that
my
the flash out. Now
Jack.
he's just pushing the tempo, right click over.
Are you
Will not
insane,
connect.
bro?
Runner able to take him down with that stinger, but Kai still doing work to open things up. Kicks now last man standing to see if he can try to deal any additional damage here. Pop flash going to be sent in, but looking this time, able to keep his life intact, finds it blind, and Trace going to be up by 3.
He is on a heck of a heater to start. 8-3-2 right now
Trace
for the
भाई
Jet
पूरी
from
तरीके
Trace
से खेल
Esports,
रही है,
and
पूरी तरीके से
now the
प्लेयर
ults start to come online, but it's both Sovas
Jet,
who've gotten there
bro.
simultaneously with those Hunter's Furies.
No shot.
Safe just stuck in that corner. Great flash. Set him up from Haybay. And now you gotta start wondering, you know, Vitality's been
चार जीती है
kind of
Trace और
pretty
तीन
well balanced
वाली
on this map overall in the stage 2.
Vitality
They're
जीती
really
है
good on
तीन.
the attacker side. That's what's really impressive about the way they pilot this map.
Sender.
Hello?
Trying to up the tempo there, and Fang is just ready for it. Up, taking him down. Continuing to push forward here towards mid, and that's them pulling off the angle. The alarm bot will alert to that potential deep flank, as there it is, cleared out. Runner able to play off that util nicely to go ahead and punish. Makes it overall a 1-for-1. But the plant is already through. The site occupied here by Trace, and all 4 players of Vitality getting ready for the approach here. On to have a note, they start to split off. 2 down through window. Fragment sent out. Further delay going to be found. Time starting to work against them. Recon getting the pings out. They have to pull back. Everything here from Trace is just buying time, keeping them in this one. But Kai does get displaced. Runner able to find that. There's the drop down kicks. Taken low, taken down. And now it's all unsafe, and he has the op. He's going to have to evacuate. He has to run his way the hell out of here. We'll be able to hold on to that weapon, but Trace, no reprieve given over. Scope in. Oh, Hebe nearly getting the angle. He and BNK both going to be taken down. Couldn't get out fast enough. But they still have money on their side, and they have a 4-round lead.
Round by
And
Trace.
just tremendous staggering of the utility here from Trace Esports. Just
Time
delay,
out,
delay,
guys.
delay. Getting these plants down. Vitality hasn't been able to do anything to disrupt Trace Esports in getting their plants, or, you know, the retakes haven't been solid. And I think a lot of credit has to go to Trace Esports for the way that they're kind of piloting the map, the way that they're reading the map right now. They've got it dialed in, man. They're seeing Vitality, and they're finding these openings and getting really nice free plants, and can set up quite comfortably.
And one of the things they were talking about on the analyst desk setting up for this game was, you know, this is a team that likes to just play comfort, likes to play pretty stock standard. They have Ascent, that's a stock standard match. They find themselves in that just complete mirror matchup. And right now, they are getting that solid read. Bren was mentioning how there's just these couple little pieces that are missing that stop them from being a dominant squad. Right now, it feels like they're fighting all the pieces. Vitality has just left them on the floor out in the open. And they're just going, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
मुझे बहुत mood में लग रही है. अभी जहाँ तक देखा है 6
I mean,
round
it's
तक
really
Trace
incredible
बहुत
what they're
mood
doing.
में.
They're just
बहुत ज़्यादा mood में.
really solid right
अभी
right
थोड़ा
now. So
सहमे
far,
हुए हैं Vitality.
I haven't been able to find much fault in anything they've done.
देखते क्या होता है.
And already finding themselves here at 5 as the Chinese people behind us start ringing out with their cheers. 5 on the attack already, not too bad. Granted, we have seen a bit of a meta swing towards finding a bit more impact on the attacking side compared to defense, but defense side still overall incredibly strong here on Ascent.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams are very good on both sides of the map regionally, with, you know, being slightly more advantageous on the defender side, but both sides have good attacker sides as well, and you're seeing it already with Trace. One tag there, or one spot at the very least. Kai.
Thing is now, I mean, that 0 point, that opening one had hit on to Runner, so couldn't just try to go for a tempo lockdown. Now he's in a bit of a rougher spot. The team getting ready to try to reinforce his position here, but I mean, there's just an explosion of death as Kai is able to find 2. And now suddenly Runner's the last one standing. They already know that he's there. It's going to be a flawless off the back of the timeout call.
Wow. They are really just on one. And this time around, Vitality tries to go for one of their tempo plays where they're trying to counter the execute, and it's just read and shut right down. As soon as that push out comes through, you've got 3 players watching the alley. Maybe 4. I mean, it's just disgusting. They're crushing him. He does that regionally too.
Well, I mean, right now, pop off Kings.
Absolutely.
As they're expecting some aggression out here. Going to be found, but 0 point does land. Just suppression onto 1. And once again, off the back of that information, Trace going to reroute over towards B this time. Trex is in a position to go ahead and immediately help out alongside Runner.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to keep them from getting through this door. Fang looking to clear the alarm bot, or excuse me, the turret. And Runner has to get the heck out already. Kai hot on his heels. He got over him.
He did, but Trex able to find that kill, and then Runner, unscouted, unspotted, strikes. BNK going to be taken down. Nano lobbed in towards boats. They know that those players are going to be there trying to flush them out, trying to draw them out here. The tap of the spike, but they know it's not being stuck to. Recon not going in. Fang able to find one. The jump forward. They managed to clear out boats, but they have to still get rid of safe. Knives now pop. Looking down to 40. Has to hit the headshot here. As for now, noise will be broken. Smoke sent out. Spike still stranded here on the site.
30 seconds left.
Safe can just wait this out. Has time on his side. Can see if Woking tries to go to reaggress, but nope. They go for the plant.
He's holding for it. He's going to be able to get the plant off. He's not back around the corner. Cannot break that line of sight. Vitality will break the win streak here. Get themselves a second round win on the board.
And this is quite interesting. I thought this was maybe going to be difficult again for Vitality, but Kai just goes up and over Runner. Never sees him. And then he gets cut off anyway by Trex on site. They're able to still take this down to a 1v1. It's a Great push through the smokes. Catching Vitality just enough off guard. They were expecting a flash through. They were turning for it. Instead, it's just a double push in towards those boats, and they clear space. They get the plant down. Odin now for Bianche. Sender has to buy down to a Bulldog as the economy not in the greatest of shape. Turret cleared. A little bit of an aggressive push out towards B main. That has been where TE has been spending a lot of their time. And now they're changing directions a bit. Now they're thinking about A main control. But Spike's still in the hands of Bianche. And he is now rerouting, heading towards that A side. And it looks like for now, it's going to be easy does it, safe with his Sova. Going to get a little bit of information there towards mid, but Feng was able to dodge that.
Yeah, dodges out, doesn't get spotted. And with the alarm bot not there, can go for another deep lurk. Paranoia going to be coming across here, holding them at bay for now, and looks like that's enough to just go ahead and fully reroute Trace. Sfang trying to take some space here in mid, pushing his way forward. Does he check this corner, though? It's been the bane of so many teams' existence. His runner seemingly having the read, but Fang has to readjust. And that is a critical kill to be found here. His truck's now tucked back here at the stairs. The TP in the boats. Sender getting into position. Needs to put that Bulldog to use and does. Finds the first. The jump down. They weren't ready for the strike here. Strex finds another. Gets traded out, but Sender gets himself a second. Now just Kai and Fang, last one standing here versus 3. And the one's going to be there at boats. The alley fight has to be won. Fang's able to find it, but does get taken down. Kai trying to draw him out here into the open. Just dancing on the boxes, but the time has already been drained. And Sender will find the kill. A 3-piece for him as Vitality find a 3rd round win.
Yeah, just a really good call from Sender, the IGL of Vitality, to TP over into boats after losing that critical KJ util in a 1v1 towards market. You're not really able to slow up that hit from Trace Esports any other way. And it is Vitality's MO to try to keep you from even getting that plant down. And that creates a difficult situation there for Trace Esports to get through, and it helps that Sender was feeling it with that Bulldog. And that, I believe, will lead to another timeout now, this time from Trace Esports.
Yep, Trace not happy that they've given up 2 rounds in a row, so want to go ahead, tighten things up in these last couple ones. Make sure that they're able to stretch this lead even further on the attacking half. Curious to see what this ends up looking like here for them. The lockdown's available here on both sides, neither team finding the opportunity, well, for Trace, mostly not really finding the need to have to invest it.
No. They've either just broken things open, or it gets scrappy and they just kind of win the fight, or so they haven't really needed to use it to try to create space. They've been finding it themselves just through methodical play, reading the map very nicely. You know, even in that round, Fang there just working his way through mid, and he gained enough space that Bianche makes the call to wrap all the way over towards B, and it almost worked. If it wasn't for the timely TP of the Omen from Vitality, could have been a very different round. Safe now. Operator again in hand. Such an important condition here for Vitality is to get him going. He can be so devastating. Trex as
TP
well.
forward here from Sender. Last time it got punished. This time around, though, not to be found. Just TP's back to safety over towards bench. Risky plays, though, still. As the drone moves forward, checking, making sure that mid is secured. Spike still very much dropped all the way back over in the attacker spawn. Who's looking going to be tagged up by the drone. Held here for the moment. And if he gets the orb, he has the ultimate to just TP back for the pickup. It looks like it's going to be Bianche. He's sent to go ahead and scoop this up.
I was going to say, you got the info that the Sova is over on the A side this time. So maybe feeling that the B side is going to be the weaker of the two this go around. So TP across.
Faking that he's TPing forward. Now all eyes trained there on that position. Meanwhile, the slow creep up here towards B, and Runner is able to find 2. Fang and BNK both going to be taken down. Kai able to find kicks, but now the lockdown comes in, just keeping them at arm's length, making sure they cannot push in. And honestly, at this point, I would love to just see a spike drop. Granted, it would make noise, but have the TP pick up to go for a plant onto A. Instead, it's just going to be nice pop, starting to reroute. Sender, however, getting into position. The Cloudburst not going to fully obscure everything. Does get the spot, but cannot find the shot. Looking now, sat here at window, has not broken it, has not made noise. Spots the first. A bullet to the back of the head. Sender going to be taken down. He's ready for the wraparound, and Runner falls as well. Now it is just Trex left standing, but not for long. Looking with the 3K, goes ahead and gets them back into the driver's seat.
I mean, Trace Esports gets so deep on the map this round, and they are punishing Vitality. And they are so calm. They take their time. They really try to inch forward in every angle that they can. And Luo King comes up from that unexpected angle and then just starts clicking heads. And he has been really, really good for them at times. He has come up with some massive multi-kill rounds for Trace Esports in VCTCN, but the buy has to be scuffed for Vitality.
The Recon not going to ping out. Runner just tucked away here with a frenzy in hand. Going for the drone there is BNK, but he gets protected from now. Trex still able to collect one, pushing forward with the classic. Finds the kill, gets out without the punish, but has to tuck all the way into the furthest corner of boats to keep himself out of this lockdown. Players about ready here for the retake, but firepower going to be limited. They do have a Bulldog and a Vandal here in play. Bulldogs finding value. Then going to be taken down the wraparound from Save, able to go ahead and keep their player protected. Spike is now stranded. In a 2v4, this is a very rough position to be in. As Save is able to collect him. Trex finding the last, and that's going to be a MasterCard Thrifty found by Vitality, stopping Trace from building up that momentum again.
Yeah, that's a huge round for Vitality to find a win when they desperately needed one to keep this half from going out of control. Trex has another Hunter's Fury as well, but they're just cutting them off at the point of attack here. They just read the map really well. Kind of bait Trace in, and Trace falls for it. Bulldogs once again working a treat. Great spot there for Trex. Follows up with some nice shooting. Safe working well, and Trace Esports though, regardless, 7 rounds already, get the spot. Yep.
You know that he's there. Paranoia. Try to escort him out. Fragment as well to find some damage. Kai eating 2 ticks of that one, desperately wanting that kill. Wanting that Omen dead, but cannot find it. Thrown now over the top, the ping through onto Kicks, but Hunter's Fury going to be dueled out here. One taking to the sky, everybody else just playing dodgeball. And ultimately, both ults going to be expended, no tags found.
Well, just kind of similar ideas from both squads there towards A main. Try to take control, but here we go. Push out from Safe, Kai.
Oh, and Safe is ready for it.
Great read.
Finds that little bit of damage taken here on the spam just to clear out the turret. Everybody clustered up. Sveng able to avoid the shock dart. You know, starting to get popped. 0 point well into the back. Push forward, Safe. Held at bay for now. Stick, takes him down to 59, but the headshot from Luo King takes him down to 0. Elimination found, but Recon Ping's getting a lot of value here, a lot of information, and Runner's able to collect 1. BNK going to be eliminated. Sender finding Pang. Now looking to push their way out of alley, perhaps. Looks like just given the time, might have to opt in. Oh, they're going to opt into this TP across the map. And he's got no HP. 6 health remaining. Time dwindling as Sender just sat here back gen. Looking has to win this, but he also has to stick. Paranoia going to be sent. He knows exactly where he's at. The knife? No. The push forward, the headshot, the round over. 7-5 of the half. Hebe just not able to get there in time.
Oh, what an explosive start from Trace Esports. Came out gunning, but finally Vitality finds their footing, gets 4 out of the last 5. But it is going to be an interesting second half.
That it is. Both these teams fighting tooth and nail. Good from Vitality to be able to run it back here. Up to 5. We'll see how they fare as we swap sides. But for now, we'll go to a break.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed. And get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
guys, welcome to the stream.
When you're relentless,
Okay, we got this.
you can achieve anything. Reach your impossible with Novo Legion.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here between Trace Esports and Vitality. Trace, the lead theirs, but at least for now. 7-5, decent scoreline after starting on the attack, but given how things had begun, given the lead that they did have, it was a solid effort from Vitality to run back and make this a bit more competitive.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Vitality looked like they were shook a bit. Trace Esports really just come out swinging. I mean, Kai in particular, 13-8, looking great. Lil King, he has been amazing, just putting up huge multi-kill rounds, just shutting Vitality out sometimes, but they're able to get there. I mean, Vitality is a team that puts up better than average attacker side on this map. They're somewhere around, I think, 59 or 60% on this map for their attacker side in stage 2 of EMEA, but Trace Esports is really, really good on their defender side. Now, in VCTCN, they were like 76%. They were really stalwart. They're really, really good.
We're starting with a tiles crunch, and one that Trex is able to push back on. Still more pressure to come. Quick bounce there on the recon. Can't quite line up the shots there against Hebei, so does find that kill. Ultimately going to be a 1-for-1. KJ Util still set up here from Feng to try to slow things up. TP forward from Sender, gets his way into the site. And Nanos, only the one getting popped, the other one getting cleared out. Sender looking for the swing, spots him. Tucks back, hits the switch. Spike can now be planted. Double push in from behind though. Getting ready to come through, and it's going to be Runner to try to shut things down, but he's able to find Hebei, recovering from Util in hand. Flash does enough though. King able to find that and can scoop up the Ghost.
If he had been able to get both, this would be so much more comfortable for Vitality, but just couldn't quite steady the aim. Dart in.
Oh, the drop down, the Lakia play coming through from beyond. Everyone will find one, but now everything to do here from Feng. Frenzy in hand, both running out of bullets, the reload to come through. The push forward, he's going for it, he's got to drop down, he's got to get the timing, and he does! Feng closing it out, giving Trace another pistol win.
I mean, they're just so good right now. Everybody just kind of working together. There's always an extra layer here for Trace Esports on this lurk, on this flank. Again, something they really love to do. Time and time again on every map. But on Ascent as well, they're trying to get behind you. They're trying to find flanks, trying to find these crunches. And Kix just had no idea there was going to be a player coming from behind him. So Protocol's breaking down a little bit there for Vitality as well. But I think that extra angle created causes a lot of confusion. And Runner, he's been okay for Vitality. I mean, nobody's positive on the scoreline.
But look at this. It's not a full force here from the team. A Sheriff in play, but safe, buying all the way down to get himself an outlaw. And already Runner going to be punished. He'll found. I mean, I think he just recon and then just, yeah, wall bang headshot him with that Guardian.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And one thing that I was really impressed with Trace Esports on this defender side is Bianca. He is really nasty on that B site.
Okay, turn for the flash. Haven't scouted the Omen at all in this position. It's just Hebei making noise. Pulls off the angle. Leaving looking to his own devices for now.
And they're already double stacking out of A main. You got two players pushing, trying to get into the back lines. Trex is out towards the middle.
Safe wants to push up here in towards Market. Meanwhile, crunch over a tree, and that's going to be the spike left on the floor. But now they know that there's an outlaw in play. He had to use it to go ahead and clear out that turret. Does find one headshot there on to Kai, but this would have to be some insane heroics. But he won't be given the opportunity to pull them off. A 3K from King, as it is a very clean anti-eco here from the side of Trace.
They're really good.
And they say thank you for the outlaw. They just pick it up?
Yeah, and only 3 players on Vitality are going to be able to buy up to full armors. It's seemingly Vitality just can't get a good read. No,
He even pinged.
He just went for it.
He just sensed it.
He just
had a feeling in his bones and said, I'm about to hit this dude in the head.
Sometimes it do be like that.
Okay. Well, you do you. Similar scenes here, though, from Trace as we go into the bonus.
Are they going to
Sheriff
try
in
it
hand
again?
for Loking. I tucked away. Drone not going to be able to spot him out. I think if he had actually peeked over, he might have been able to see him on top of the box over the smoke. Either way, Kai for now obscured and gets the second shot. Center going to be taken down.
Down mid.
Flash from Kicks just not there in time to try to capitalize and find that pick. For now, Safe just playing on the edge of a pixel here before that turret detects.
And now if you run into that Outlaw again, it's a 50-50 if it's just a one-shot kill. Very difficult stuff for Vitality. They're just struggling to find any openings. Look at the timing here on the reveal. It gets so much info.
They do, and there's the Nanos go ahead and further delay. Still though, nonplussed. Vitality continue with the push forward. Flash out. Kai gonna get hit by that, but Luking, he finds him. He finds a headshot at such incredible range, taking down Kicks there at Alley. Runner able to fight back, eats a little bit of damage. Tries to get them back into the driver's seat here on this round. Gun barrel just around the corner. Shot comes in, Trex finding it, and Kai cannot swing out wide enough to be able to find the punish. We'll just go ahead and scoop up the Vandal for himself. A 3v3. The spike planted, swing out of the smoke. Trex able to find one, Safe gets another, and now it's all in Loking, still just that Sheriff in hand. Trex won't even die to a body shot here from this, and well, that will be a round recovered here from the side of Vitality. Once again, denying the bonus conversion, but still decent damage dealt here by Trace.
And it's some little things from Trex that really bails Vitality out of this round. He finds that safe angle away from the Outlaw, back towards Market, and then is able to bail Safe out. Finds a good crunch timing when you've got both Heibei and Kai trying to push out of that smoke. Right there, him and Safe stepping up together. He's doing a great job working that angle, working that crossfire, and making it so difficult for Trace Esports, but they still did a ton of damage in that round. Now you've got the op for Kai, you got the Odin for Bianche. Kai is, in my book, very, very good with the operator. When I was watching, he loves to get aggressive. He loves to try to take control of a main early. He honestly, it feels like he's taken something out of Texture's book sometimes with the way that he positions himself. I'm not saying he's got the same kind of, you know, juice in there, but
yeah,
he has a similar thought process.
Kai, well aware of the alarm bot resting right in front of him, wants to see if anyone's going to go pushing forward, but eventually patience will wear thin, and we'll have to just go ahead and clear it out, back away. In the meantime, I mean, it's going to be a pretty much full rotate from Trace, sending everybody towards A side, ready to intercept here versus Vitality. Sender eating a bit of a pulse there, down the 90. Heibei, rather, knife at the ready, and Loking just right there within the smoke. Second time, Sender's been punished from this. Safe, they just swing out, double facing. Reading that lurk so well. Safe gets taken down, now Vitality very much been held at bay, and in all likelihood, ushered over towards this operator.
But they're just trying to make individual plays to create space, and Trace is just shutting it down. Every step of the way, finally Runner able to take down Bianche.
Takes down one, but still pushing forward. Noise gonna be heard here. Kai starting to reposition. Market door gonna be broken, but can they get through the op? First shot gonna go wide. Drops down the TP across, looking to just go ahead and reinforce positions. As Kai looks for the peek, finds him on the second shot. Trex taken down now, it is all on Kicks, and he's only got 26 HP and no time remaining. The swing out, another triple kill. How many does this Omen have in this game? I've lost count, but I do know that Trace are now up to double digits.
It's a lot. He has been incredible. Up to 21-9-6, dude. Loking is absolutely going crazy.
You start calling him Low Karen.
There you go.
Put up that performance.
He is.
He's looking like that guy.
The Omens have been incredible this year. And he's looking like one of them. God, that's clean, too. Ooh.
Well. Vitality now going to be calling their second and final timeout here of the map. Down by 4. This is a recoverable position, of course. But right now on this defender side, I mean, you talked about the statistics. Trace, you know, their history on this map, as well as the read that they've seemingly had on Vitality so far, it is looking damn good for them.
Yeah, I mean, this was going to be, I think, a close matchup no matter what. Even though I voted for Vitality, basically these two maps, Ascent and Sunset, are both these teams' best maps. So it's kind of falling into the strengths of both squads to try to see who's pound for pound better. And going back to what the desk was talking about, they have similar ideas on the game in a lot of ways. You can see this. They're taking a lot of time. They're working the map. They're not kind of going for crazy rush plays. Every once in a while, sure, you see with Sender with some of those moves, and you have to have those in the mix. But overall, it's mostly disciplined play. But right now, Trace Esports is actually getting the better of Vitality in a lot of those regards. In the beginning of that last round, that was really concerning for me for Vitality, because there's a lot of attempted individual plays to create space towards the A site. All of it falls apart, and then Trace Esports can recover with that extra player advantage.
Pretty close to some crucial ultimates here, though. Our Vitality knives for now, popped by Safe, has that. And 2 off the lockdown, 1 from the Hunter's Fury. Could be pivotal in Vitality getting themselves back into this. It's just going to be a very big 3-man push up through mid. Cutting across into market, turret going to be cleared out, smoke's coming down. The Safe goes up and over the top, trying to see if he can get a spot on anything, but ultimately, nothing going to be seen. The push out of the smoke, right into BNK, who collects a second. Safe and Kicks both going to be kicked back, as now the spam through, looking for some damage, and Sender, yeah, delivered under him. Fang in the meantime, finding the other 2. It's going to be a flawless as Trace, once again, not allowing for that timeout to find value in the following round.
That positioning from Bianche is so difficult to deal with. And there's no util to try to clear him. There's no overflash from the side of Team Vitality. He's just holding position. And Vitality just caught completely off guard here. Only that off angle. I mean, poor Safe couldn't even react to this.
Just barrel stuffed by an Odin.
Yep. And he is really, really smart. The IGL saw it previously. Oh, hold on. Oh, saw the head.
Yeah, saw him for a brief little moment. Doesn't find the shot.
ये shot था ना यार, लग सकता था, ये बैट मार सकता था.
So for now, everything just slowing down.
Yeah. And Vitality, I think, maybe going to use some of this extra time to see if they can talk things out, figure out how they want to work this map. Kai's going to get aggressive with that op towards short. He's got complete control. He knows that no one's over here. It's going to give him a pivot point, but it's been pinged out. High Vitality. Not sure if Runner just got a sense of it or got a spot. But for now, it's going to be a tuck into the cubby for Kai. Fang going to have to back off with the drone. Going to clear it first. Hunter's Fury out to cover him, and they're going to get one with the tag. Can't find any more.
They take it down, but there's the kill. Traded out here are the kill choice. Back over into the Odin gameplay, but it's going to be shut down. Kai, though! Oh, man, sending that bullet through the door like it was Indiana Jones. Finds Safe right before it shuts. Now, 3v3, couple pot shots. As Hunter's Fury opened up, Sender able to find Hebe, Kicks getting looking, and yep, there you go. The final pump will take down Kai, so Vitality standing firm here, keeping themselves in this game, but it was looking shaky for a bit there.
Yeah, able to get that read after the post plant, but I mean, Kai hitting some filthy shots. Has a Blade Storm now. It looks like he's gonna opt to just use that Blade Storm now, bank up a little bit of extra cash, try to ride out a couple more Operator rounds potentially. And he's in mid. Is he just gonna go for the play? Vitality quiet in the coach's booth. It's kind of a tiles crunch. It's actually using the paranoia to set it up. Nobody's there. But interesting idea there from Trace Esports. Bit of a disguise tiles crunch there.
Oh, the flash out, and Runner still hounded down. This guy just cannot get out. Just chasing him forever.
He is the opposite of his name right now. It's just...
Yeah, he's renamed a Sprinter. The Safe, though, in a good position to try to intercept here, but they just double swing through. Trex able to answer one back center, finding Peng at the same time. This deep wraparound, but pings are coming through. They're aware of Sender's position now because of that kill.
One enemy remains.
As Trex striking from hell will find Kai. 3K from him, and now just 3 rounds separating. Vitality still with an opportunity to get back into this map.
I was starting to feel like Vitality starting to get a little bit of speed underneath them in
back
some of these attempted retakes. I mean, even though these early maneuvers, these aggressive plays from Trace Esports are finding some value, it's these holds in the post plants that are starting to provide value for the side of Vitality. And that's huge, and that's going to force a timeout now. Got to rethink some of these ideas here. I think Trace may be getting a little bit overconfident at times, and Vitality starting to show some speed as well, some confidence. And their protocol's looking a lot cleaner, and that to me signals that their comms are getting a lot cleaner. Because it looked a little bit messy at times, and they found some footing. So I think it's a great time for a timeout from the Trace Esports coaching staff.
Well, all timeouts expended. No more intervention unless this one ends up going into overtime. Lockdowns available on both sides. Null command available for kicks. Kai, some knives in the backup in case they get into a bad position. Need to go for a retake because for the moment does have that op in hand.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm looking at as a potential win condition now.
Oh, he just dropped him on the ground.
You know what? I didn't see a tag on him, so security needs to get him off the stage.
Just lobbed that.
Poor guy,
spiking the penguin.
I mean, you know, he's not supposed to be there. He's not playing.
Well,
get him off the stage.
Let's go ahead and drop the barriers and see if this timeout is going to lead to Trace getting up to map point. How much more gas Vitality has here in the tank. Drone forward. Looks like just going to be Runner showing himself for now as they once again try to set up Kai here on this angle. Two players stacked around the corner.
And you can see that Vitality is very, very aware of the way that Kai likes to op. And so they're playing it much, much safer. Runner's holding this angle. Kai's got the dash popped. Not going to push the angle just yet. Sender making his way back over. Got the first, and he's out.
Patience is a virtue, and Kai profits from it.
And now it's really difficult for Vitality. They're going to have to spend a lot to clear this. Pop the no command.
Just here in the corner, and that's going to be shut down, but still just the KO. Tries to go for the quick peek, but cannot find the shot. So Rez can come through. We'll put him back into the mix. Runner being spotted out there for a brief little moment, but answers back quite a bit of damage, and Trex is able to find the wallbang shot to take down Fang. Okay, however, still here, the Odin in play, but opts to not pull the trigger, and they've already now made it into the site.
30 seconds left.
Recon up over the top, looking for a bit of wallbang action here. It's going to be the lockdown invested here on the site proper. And ultimately, feels like Trace are going to have to respect this one as NK in a bad spot, but he does manage to find the enemy Killjoy. Hebe will get taken down though as Trex once again going on a bit of a tear. And this time looking unable to shut it down. A 4K rather, for Trex. His Vitality are now just 2 rounds away from tying things up.
Dude, Trex is trucking him, man. He is having a whale of a map. 18 and 13 coming into this. Has a Hunter's Fury as well. And it's going to have to be maybe a bit of an eco. Bladestorm still available for Kai. Didn't end up popping it earlier. And Kai doing everything he can here. Some great shock darts. But at the end of the day, there was...
Suppress it. One suppressed. Flash. It's ready.
30 seconds left. Spike down A.
Nowhere to run.
Found them. Last player standing.
Hello, sorry about that. Minor technical issue. It seems like everything's taken care of as we look forward here into the round, though. Vitality in a good spot. Two players dangerously low on HP. Look at the wallbang shot here. He's looking, he's just a hair off being able to find Sender.
बैठे गेम का साउंड खो गया भाई बैठा रहा
immense amount of work to do. The time is just not there.
मैं सोच रहा भाई
Cash plenty built up here for the side of Vitality. He makes his presence known, but eats a lot more damage there in return. And ultimately, Vitality are going to be closing this gap now down to 1 round.
It's been an amazing comeback here for Vitality. But they're starting to play together, starting to play as a team. Nobody's going out, kind of dying for nothing. For the side of Vitality. I mean, yeah, sometimes Trace Esports is able to get those early pick with the ops, but you've got the economy in a really roller coaster-y position for Trace Esports, so it may have to come in this round because they're investing in it, it looks like. Great hold on the site, have the Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown there. Very disciplined gameplay we're seeing now from Vitality, and this seems like a potential do or die. So much money coming into this round for Trace Esports. You have the null command as well. Kai's operator on the other side of the map, just the Sova and the Killjoy.
ये राउंड बहुत क्रूशियल है दोनों टीमों के
further back.
It could be something that comes into play here later on in the round. For now, though,
कौन जीतेगा ये
3-man push through Cat. Peek in towards Tree, nothing noted on that left-hand side. And the recon goes in a little bit too deep. Looking, nice timing, peeks out, finds safe immediately, shuts the door in their faces.
Advantage आ चुकी है यार
God, he read that so well. Got caught by the 0 point, gets ahead of the play. Insanely smart stuff from Lil King.
And now here comes the reroute with that alarm bot still standing by. Sender in position here, just about shoulder to shoulder. There's alarm bot not within that. There's the reveal. Push forward. Do they suspect this Nano right here? No, they did not. Catches them by surprise. Fang just backing off the angle, not wanting to over-challenge. He's looking, peeking out. Sender noting him, the paranoia connecting. He gets a glimpse here. Ultimately is able to back away. Looking like this is going to end up being a B hit once more. No more KJ util to try to intercept here. Just 2 players, BNK and Fang, over in boats to try to slow things up. The reveal out onto 1. The Odin ringing out, trying to find some tags, but kills not found. No command sent, but Hebe left on his lonesome. Not really going to be resable unless you get the reroute there from Kai. The drop down, however, going to be coming through. And the kills are ringing out true here for Trace. Runner the last man standing with just no time. But still, 5v2 cannot get that last one that he needed. Needed the 4K overall in the round. But Bianca puts an end to it. And Trace, they find map point.
Really smart stuff here from Trace Esports. Like you pointed out, that deeper alarm bot proves to be really critical in terms of the timing. This as well, another timing maneuver there. Just a one and done position for Low King, and he gets ahead of it. And then they TP. He has the TP available. He TPs into boats. They set up this 3-angle crossfire with the Odin able to watch for the drop downs. Another one holding the alley, and another one can hold the back stairs. And they absolutely shut down Vitality. Really smart stuff from Trace Esports.
Oh, and runner with the counter spray.
Oh my god,
he was on site.
Yeah, I mean, just finding the kill. That might make them think that B is a bit more weak, but there still is another player here, Hebe.
क्या ये match OT जाएगा?
Opting to rotate over here towards the side of the map for this round. Starts drifting back towards alley, but with the tap there on the turret. Starts working his way down into the site. Spike for now, still stuck stagnant there. Sender having it in hand, waiting at top mid.
Yeah, you're clearing out a lot of this KJ utility, hoping to bait out a rotation or at least keep an extra player on this B site. So far, it's working a treat. Kai has this op. They're going to rotate away. It's all ruse. They're going to go there. Same alarm bot.
Drifting off the angle, and this puts that much more pressure here on Fang as swing out. Hebe going to be taken down. Nano still available, popped, swings out, drops down immediately, but still eats an immense amount of damage through the wall, down to 37. Watches for backstairs to swing in, it's gonna be good for 1 save, gonna be taken down, a blind shot attempt through the smoke, but nothing to be found from Kai.
OT जा रहा है guys.
To retreat, to save these weapons is made already. We will have to wait for that spike to detonate. This map is not over yet. Vitality, they want OT.
Yeah, Vitality really digging deep into the playbook here. They are working the map so well. Clearing the util towards the front of B, and then shifting over towards A with a couple players. Sending a little bit of util that way with the Jet and the Killjoy, and then swinging back in through mid towards B, shutting things down. Kai, though, might get one more for his troubles, indeed. Takes down Runner.
Yeah, making this a little bit more costly as well, but there's still a good amount of cash here available to the side of Vitality. They're not going to be too bothered by it.
No. There's only one more round where the money matters.
Yeah, Kai needing to hold on to this operator, though. And okay, we'll get a final shot there on the center. Still a world away from having the blades online, so overall not the most concerning thing here, but we'll take a look back as, yeah, just counter spray through the wall. Runner able to find BNK right off the rip.
Unreal. What a swing from Sender. Trex just continues to have a phenomenal map there, just breaking things open. Vitality, one more round to send it to OT.
Full dog है, but
is it going to be Trace Esports?
तीन बंदों के पास full buy
taking their map pick.
दो बंदे half buy के साथ जा रहे हैं.
Changing up the angle this time here is BNK, but it's back over here, staring in towards mid. His turret's going to get cleared out.
देखते हैं guys क्या ये match OT जाएगा या यहीं close
all
करेगी
5 members of Vitality. They're putting all their eggs in this B basket, seemingly. They're going to make a go of it.
Safe dashing forward. Fang still sat here, but now going to be ping revealed, I believe, as there's the push forward. They flush him out. Odin here, close quarters. Oh, he jumps up! Still managing to take down Safe, but loses his life as Kai trying to find an angle here with that operator in hand.
Guys.
But everybody already making their way forward in towards the site.
और हम OT जा रहे हैं.
Lockdown now in play, and once again, nothing to really try to clear this one out unless you got a crazy fragment lineup. Spraying in towards Kai, to see if he can try to figure out exactly where this Sova is, but the shot's a bit too deep, needed to go more shallow. They went it out, oh my god! The casual lob in the fade away from Trex. Kai eliminated now. A 2v4, a 1v4 to try to bring this map to an end, but Hebe, oh, he's just in a corner, he's screwed.
It's time to OT.
The Runner has 3, as Vitality tie it up, 12-12, we're going into OT.
It just took a little while for Vitality to get going. And then they've got 6 out of the last 7 in their favor. I mean,
11th थे ट्रेस के और 6th था Vitality के 5 राउंड लगातार जीतने के बाद एक लॉस किया और उसके बाद ये OT मिल रहा है आपको देखने के लिए.
They are such a good team.
तो गाइस जल्दी से वीडियो को लाइक करो, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करो. हम पहुंच चुके हैं OT पे.
Full damage on it.
That's insane. I mean, Trex's scoreline is insane.
I mean, that just might be the play of the map. If Vitality are able to close this out.
No glass cannons, no Odins. So it's all even Stevens. This crowd's starting to try to get behind Trace Esports a little bit behind us. See if they can find some more success on this attacker side. Spike gonna be left in back towards spawn. That same old knife from the KO. Once again, just only connecting with Sender, so. No real
Drone for drone.
Yeah.
Just passing in the night. Doesn't go deep enough to peek into market. Nothing going to be spotted there.
Just don't know where the jet is yet. That's the real danger position.
Because for now, could still very well be that glass cannon on the opposite side.
Right. And that's why certainly TE is being very, very cautious right now. Have to figure that out. See if they can get that early man advantage.
Safe, avoiding the ping, the swing in, has the headshot and the shutdown. Fang eliminated. Still though, the pinch continuing, the push in from Market getting ready to arrive. Safe, just tucked here backstairs. The swing out from Trex. He's able to find BNK. Takes him down, and that's the cleanup. Vitality swatting away the strike here from Trace, and now they find themselves at map point.
I mean, Safe just able to hide himself from that recon dart. Gets that first kill, that's huge. Trace Esports trying to do everything they can to safely identify that position, and they still can't. They throw a lot at it, they take their time. Safe's just smarter, and he's really snappy with that shot. Fang tries to cross and is immediately cut down. Try to get through market, cut down again.
And it felt like this was the must-win round here for Trace.
Yep.
Very
अगर
big
यहाँ Trace
impact from
आती
them
है
on
तो
that
close
attack.
करेगी Vitality.
Now, needing to reset.
और
Good
1-0
damage
से
there,
आगे
Vaughn to save the
जाएगी.
op shot.
Oh
Going to be
my
going
God.
wide. No, runner still tagged down as well. 2 players, sub 50 HP. A solid enough start here for the side of Trace, but
Jet 50
certainly would have liked
HP.
those to have been completed into kills.
Well, now they're shifting
दो बंदे 50
Fang
HP
over
हैं इनके.
to help out Woking in short.
अब भी
Tree trying to
advantage
create a
है
crossfire
यार
here.
Trace के पास.
Second got sent.
क्योंकि दो बंदे 50 HP हैं.
Yes, there's the push forward, and
yeah.
Hebe taking Safe's head off. Finds the kill. Fang trying to push up. The flash not going to be fully connecting. Fang eventually able to find that elimination. Runner out here in mid. Bit of a fight back there. Trex
One
tries
more
to keep him
round.
in it, but now he's all on his lonesome.
Ooh.
Shock Dart does land. It's one away from a Hunter's Fury, but it'd be a bad spot to try to use it in when he's all on his lonesome. BNK will go ahead and
Oh
put
my
him
God.
down and get the reset. 13-13, and we continue.
Oh, this has been an absolute treat.
एक और
Trace
खेलेंगे
holding
guys.
firm. A lot of damage done early with that wall spam. And even though Kai isn't able to find any value off that op initially, they're able to find a good read. What a call from Beyond K and company to send Fang over to short to help out Low King. Expecting a little bit of an aggression and a push there. They're able to shut it down. Now I wonder if somebody's going to call a timeout.
Yep, Trace going to be using their last timeout here. Wanting to, you know, you have to surmise, wanting to correct things of how that previous attack had gone. Make sure that they are winning these attack rounds.
Yeah, it's tough because you just kind of don't clear one small piece of the map on the side you're looking for, and it costs you a lot in that previous round. So maybe just shoring up some little things, maybe talking about the next 2 rounds, maybe there's some set plays that you can try to go for here, some executes that you've got in the back pocket to try to make some impact with. But slow and steady has been the name of the game for both teams. It's been very methodical, as you would expect. You know, everybody running kind of the standard agents.
But here's the different look.
Yeah.
We have the glass cannon coming through this time on the attack from Trace. If anything's going to potentially catch some players off guard, it could very well be this.
Yeah, and he's looking like he's going to try to challenge top mid there. And that's going to be interesting. Maybe they're expecting that they can win a duel here, catch him a little bit off guard. Dart out to check for Safe's position, but he is once again tucked away.
Attacking
Slightly different look is thrown up over the top. Should have seen the head there of Kai. Gets the tag onto Hebe. As, now is in such a rough spot. The tailwind out. Fang at the same time, though, able to find Sender. From B lobby across the cat. Finds that kill. Low King finding kicks. And he's just in so deep. Look at his position. Look at the minimap.
They have no idea.
He's wrapping around into heaven.
He's done it again.
This could come back to bite them. Safe, staying, hanging around in mid. Does manage to find one. Trex fighting back. Does get rid of Hebe, but Kai quickly trades it out. Low King staying quiet, and now it looks like they maybe have sussed this out. The slow approach towards heaven. Eyes trained on this position. Can they double swing in? That's going to be the question. There's the spam out, but he's still going to be good for one. And Kai has the up shot to close it out.
Yes.
Trace once again in the driver's seat.
Switching sides.
And they've been so good at finding these early kills that just kind of set Vitality off balance.
Let's take a look back.
I am watching
this.
Advantage. Nuh-uh.
Attacking नहीं कर रही है, defending कर रही है.
And then they're just not ready for looking.
No, he's been great at finding these lurks. It has caused some real problems for Vitality. That op does end up finding some value, so it looks like Trace gonna keep that op in Kai's hands. But Low King
thrown over the top, though. He's spotted, still peeking.
Cleared, though.
I don't think anybody's going to peek into you here. It's not until the flash, so does have to back away. Tailwind going to be expended here by both of the Jets.
Pretty good amount of utility, though, that you're able to get out of that exchange. The drone, you get the flash. So a little bit of an edge towards Trace Esports, but now this time around, Short's left completely unguarded. And it's just toyed with by Vitality. This looks similar to one of their rounds.
Okay, just peeks, and that's the spike spotted. Low King at the same time, catching Trex. The deep push out.
GG guys.
Catching them off
Time
guard
for
once again.
GG.
Now a 5v3 to be squandered by Trace and Vitality. Want to try to reset here. This should be the
Time
map
for GG.
coming to a conclusion. The slow creep forward, silent movements here. The nanos not popped.
30 seconds left.
Jump out though, and BNK again with the Odin. The quick peek, finds it. Gunbarrel spotted the drop down from Kicks. Sees the operator, but there's nothing more that he can do. He is stranded. Runner now, the only one to try to fight back. You're gonna have to be an ace clutch to keep this map going. The plant gonna be stuck. They're not looking to corral. They allow him to get that one through. One kill, he has a lockdown. But will he find the opportunity? Shots flying out. He cannot make it happen. The defuse will come in, and Trace will be taking the opening map here of this series. Their pick of ascent goes their way, 15-13.
Oh, what an impressive start for Trace Esports. They look really clean, really well coordinated today. Some great
First
shots,
map.
some great moments.
पहला मैप जीत
Even though
चुकी है
Vitality
Trace,
punched back and punched back
Vitality
hard
हार
to
चुकी
send it to
है।
OT,
तो 1-0
it
से
still
आगे
was not quite
चल रहा है
enough.
अभी।
Oh,
देखते हैं
man.
सेकंड मैप में क्या
Well,
होता है।
if we're going to have more of that
Equalizer
in
आता
these
है
future
यार,
maps,
2-0
then
की
I
लाइनअप से
certainly
ये
cannot
बेस्ट
wait.
ऑफ
But
3
wait is
जीतती है
exactly what
Trace।
we have
तो
to do.
बने
We're
रहो
going
यार,
to go to a
लाइव
quick break.
वीडियो को
Galen is
लाइक
going to
करो, चैनल
break
को
everything down,
सब्सक्राइब
and
करो।
then we'll get into sunset.
लेट्स गो। बहुत बढ़िया मैच हुआ भाई ये वाला। इतना टफ मैच था, बहुत टफ मैच था भाई। 1 घंटे चला बट बहुत टफ हुआ। गाइस कहीं मत जाना, मैप स्टार्ट होने में बस 2 मिनट ही, 2 मिनट से भी कम बचे हैं। 2 मिनट बाद मैच स्टार्ट होगा, सेकंड मैप स्टार्ट होगा और हम जाएंगे बाइंड मैप में, जहाँ पे अगर ट्रेस जीतती है तो 2-0 से ये सीरीज को अपने नाम करेगी और लेविटान को जाना ही पड़ेगा हार के। तो बने रहो गाइस।
를 만나볼 시간입니다. 옆에는 아디타님과 그리고 딜런님 모셨습니다. Hello everyone to Meet the Fans interview. Woohoo! I'm sitting here with Adita and also Dylan. Now, I hear you guys are in here every single day. Do you guys live in Seoul? 여기 맨날 오신다고 들었는데 서울에 사시나요?
No, we actually flew in from Atlanta. We get a Georgia Tech. Shout out J Park.
아틀란타에서 비행기를 타고 왔는데 그리고 조지아 공과대학에 왔는데 갑자기 그 제이팍에게 샤워로즈 보내기도 했는데요. 그러면 좀 서울은 어떤지 한국은 어떤지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So how is Seoul for you so far?
It's been really great. I think all the food is really good. The atmosphere is just a little hot right now.
음식도 맛있는데 날씨가 좀 더워서 힘들다고 얘기를 하네요. 그러면은 또 풋 저지를 입고 있는 걸 봤는데 또 미국에서 왔잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 누구를 응원하는지도 물어보고 싶습니다. Now I saw you wearing foot jersey like a moment ago, but you're from States, home of Americas. What's going on here? You here for EMEA?
Yeah, I am. I'm a pretty big foot fan. Ever since CNET joined, I've been following them, and yeah.
신하트 선수가 이렇게 팀에 들어온 이후로는 풋을 계속해서 응원하고 있다고 합니다. 그러면 이제 신하트 선수에게 한마디 부탁해 보도록 할게요. Now, message over to CNET.
Yeah, I just want to say I love you, CNET, and good luck at champs.
굿럭 그리고 시네드 사랑한다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이제 우승 후보 누구라고 생각하는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Who's winning champions, Dylan?
I think PRX is gonna win.
페이퍼렉스가 이길 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이제 또 페이퍼렉스에게 한마디 부탁해봐야겠죠? Now, anything you want to say to 페이퍼렉스?
Let's go Jing, let's go Forsaken. Yo, manangin is mo.
징, 포세이컨 화이팅! 이라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. Thank you guys for the interview. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of the match.
All right, well, the fans coming out here enjoying the event. Always great to, I mean, honestly, being able to, interact with all the different fans all across the world has been the best part about working Valorant esports. So you just got a little taste of that there. But let's go ahead and focus in on the match at hand and what we just saw. And if you're looking at the scoreboard and you're like, wait a minute, that's not how this is supposed to go. Well, surprise, surprise. Trace Esports decided we're going to pick up this dub. And even though it got a little dicey there for a moment, Bren, Trace really pulled through in that OT, able to lock it up.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared that they were going to absolutely drop off the face of the cliff towards the end, but they locked in. They got that win on Ascent. It needed to happen. I think it's a necessary one. Map 2 of Sunset is coming up, and that's one that's Vitality should be, again, heavy favorites for. But after the improvements that we've at least seen from Trace on that map, and I think all of our expectations coming into this series overall, who's to say which direction this second map's going to be going into as well?
Yeah, I know. It really does blow my mind, considering that coming into this, they're the team with the lowest pick'em rate. No one was giving them time of day.
Yeah,
wild stuff.
Like, stylistically, they shouldn't have matched up well, but they've clearly come in with a ton of improvements across the board in a lot of their maps that they've been picking. And, the second map is coming up again. I have to harp on about it, but Sunset, it's the other map that they first picked the most outside of Ascent recently.
Yeah, of course. And, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because we got to continue to give our love to Trace Esports. It's Kai, who we were talking about how this guy could be an X factor for this team, Mimi, and it's certainly delivered here without a doubt.
I think what's important to note, though, that Kai was ridiculous and I think had a lot of incredibly impactful moments throughout this map to keep his team in control. He did not win this game for Trace. I think a lot of the time when these teams from regions like China come in, we get really excited about it. A star player, a YZ, a Kung Kung, something like that. But today was not about the individuals, even if he was great. This game was, I think, about the post plants and the fundamentals, and honestly, how clean Trace looked. On that attacking side, they looked excellent. We talked about it needing to be about execution, and the execution was absolutely on point. Every post plant scenario, they're setting up the correct crossfires. They're swinging off each other. They're using the right utility. It was a really impressive and well-played map of Ascent from Trace.
Yeah, it really was. I think they have all the extra elements that you see out of good teams on Ascent as a map. It's really hard, I think, when you're on an analyst desk and you're trying to distill down an OT map of Ascent into what one team did better than the other, because honestly, it's a lot of micro adjustments over the course of the map and a lot of different changes and teams adapting to one another. But from what we saw of Trace, they're fundamentally really strong in this map. The players are hitting. You saw the best elements out of all of the individual individuals as well, just to highlight some players like Lao King, his lurks on their
was
attack side.
insane.
He was constantly opening up the other sites. They were calling the right pauses as a team as well. There were some great moments from Trace overall that got them over the line.
That, what you pointed out there with the pausing in rounds is what really impressed me. I think that's a piece a lot of teams miss, right? Where you're in a position where you're outside of a site, you're ready to fight in, but realizing that flood retake is coming and being ready to pause, take that fight, and then go into the site. It's really hard, those moments. The comms are always hectic. You have a lot going on as a player, as a team, as an IGL, and being able to make those right decisions in these high-pressure moments in a very high-pressure match like this is super impressive for Trace.
Yeah, and now they find themselves in an excellent situation here. 1-0 going into Sunset. That being said, though, as we have already, said a few times now, this Sunset map is going to be one that you gotta lean a little bit more for Vitality on here. But now that we've seen what Trace could bring to the table, I don't know, I'm on the Trace Express. So, take me to the next stop.
For sure. I don't want to get carried away, though. I'm all about getting on trains.
I have never gotten carried away a day in my life, Mimi.
No.
Okay?
But this is the moment where I'm not going to, because this is a good map for Vitality. They started to look a lot better as a team towards the end of Ascent, and Safe on Neon here is excellent. They have a lot of great game plans cooked up around him on this agent as well.
I think Vitality have a ton of looks on the defense side as well, which is where they're starting. They have a cool pistol round strat with a hard anchor with a lot of their side util on the other side, like they're playing around a KO ult. But the whole intention of it is that the kill trips stay up. If they knife, Kicks can just try and anchor and play down a nade. But that's just like one part of the puzzle, I think, with Vitality. They have a lot cooked up on this map. They get active at the right times. I love the way that they play it.
If you're an Americas or Pacifica fan, you're not as used to seeing the KO played on this map. You see a lot more breach in those regions, but they play the KO really well. The defensive cross-map knives are massive for information, and I think the timing of Kicks' flashes, especially when combined with Trex's darts or with Safe running in, is always really good. It's pretty common in EMEA, and of course Vitality execute it well, and they'll have to if they want to stay in this series.
Yeah, that's right. Well, can Vitality force that map 3? We're going to send it back over to your casters for the call. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Alrighty, thank you. Yes, let's get ready to go into Sunset for Trace. They want to ride off into the Sunset, try to find themselves a 2-0 victory for Vitality. They now need to fight back and extend this series over to Bind.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be feeling super confident after that. Yeah, Vitality did look a lot better as those halves wore on, but Trace has got some really good ideas on how to counter some of what Vitality wants to do. And the last time out on this map, when Vitality played Heretics, it was a bit of a slow start on the defender side for them. They eventually picked it up, eventually found their footing. What is this going to look like? A couple agents being different in between the two of them, right? You've got the KO, you've got the Breach, but it's not the Breach with the Neon. A lot of times these days, you see the Breach supporting the Neon, and it's the KO for the side of Vitality, which I find to be super interesting. Meanwhile, Trace has the Raze for their duelist, and they have the Breach supporting it. So I like the Breach a lot. It gives you so much control over those long angles, especially around A, whether it be A main or towards elbow or towards mid-top. Those kind of things really can make it difficult if you can get into a position, find some good fault lines, find some good flashes, those kind of things. I'm really looking at Kicks a lot on this map to set up Vitality with that util. Bit of that was mentioned by the desk just a minute ago, and the way that they like to play around the map. And I think it's going to be really, really crucial here. Obviously, Safe, you're looking at him to be that superstar player that you expect that he was in EMEA to as well help set the pace.
As you can see, minor keyboard issue here on the stage, making sure that everything is good to go. So we'll just go ahead and plug in another one, make sure that it's working. And if keyboard worked good, then game can start.
The expert analysis.
What can I say?
I'm 2024.
Yeah, I really love keyboards. I own like 2.
Really?
I can't fathom. Whenever I see people who just collect mechanical keyboards and do like custom builds and stuff, I'm like, where does this all go? Where do you put these things in your house?
Have you ever gone to like one of the custom mechanical keyboard shops here in Korea?
I have, and I've never purchased anything because I go, no, the stuff that I have, it works just fine.
Right. I've used the same keyboard for like 11 years.
Yeah.
Not even kidding.
I mean, like, I don't begrudge anybody if that's the thing that they want to, nerd out about and that's what you want to collect. I just don't understand having like 15 different keyboards.
For sure.
Like I have,
like they have him up on the wall like it's a gun rack. You know what I mean?
Like
all
I have
these
like
keyboards.
15. I have like 5 of the same like mouse, but that's
Yeah.
because it's discontinued.
Yeah,
So I
same
need,
way.
yeah. So in case there's, you know, I need a backup if one of them breaks, then I have to go down the line because I really am just so set in my ways that I don't want to change off of a mouse that has been around for 20 years. So you know. It is
I
what
get
it
you.
is.
I actually agree with you on this. One of the rare times that I see eye to eye with you on something.
Well, there we go. Now that we see eye to eye, I think we can go ahead and get things underway. Being told that the keyboard issue has been taken care of, I can see the timer ticking down, so we should be getting into the action here in just a moment. Trace have been able to take the pistol so far on Ascent. Curious to see if that trend is going to continue going into Sunset.
Yeah, absolutely. And a pretty similar idea to what Bren was just talking about on the analyst desk from what I'm seeing from Vitality. Although you do have Trex leaning towards mid with kicks. Maybe a set play there to try to counter any aggression, but the knife from kicks just grabbing a spot onto Low King. Now you got a 3-man push out. Yes, there is the trap wire there, but let's see if they're going to be ready for so many players to be holding here.
Oh, Low King spotted dead. Safe, able to find the double headshot to take him down. And that's going to be a very good first blood. Granted, saw a couple times back over on Ascent. Low King being that first player to end up getting picked off, only for Trace to then still win out the round.
Yeah,
Trace are going to be able to replicate that magic.
You think oftentimes the 4v5 would be a significant advantage, but at times, players just go crazy. Oh, Bianca.
Sender manages to get himself around the corner. Just fast enough to dodge that out. Ping going to be coming through. Paint shell around the corner. Blast pack at the ready. The jump forward. And oh my God, what is that? Right click. A second one. Is it doing it again? Trick's now the one to try to fight back. Shock dart going to be lobbed in. Gets quite a bit of damage.
Oh my
Both
God.
players tagged down low. Swings in. Finds the shot on Bianca. Everybody low HP. The swing out. Hey, base soften him up a little bit, but he reads the flank. But Fang still has the kill. And my God, they are 3 for 3, and that entry was disgusting.
Absolutely ridiculous what they've dialed up.
Observers, can we see it again? But in slow motion, please.
Yeah, just...
Give me that .25.
I want to savor this a little bit.
Thank you.
Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Oh my God, that is so good.
Absolutely disgusting reactions.
He's just ready. The crosshair placement is perfect. And yeah, Hebe can't even take the heat, man. Woo! Ridiculous.
Well, now 2 Bulldogs. It goes 2 Spectres here for Trace going into the eco round. Safe still going to be picking up a Sheriff here. Try to have a little bit more punch behind him.
And there's a little bit of thought about trying to contest A main again early from Vitality, but without any contact, they quickly spread out. Like they've got a couple players wrapping all the way through spawn and a 3-man stack on the other side of the map. For Trace Esports, they're worried about aggression. It never came from any of the angles they anticipated, relying again on that trap wire over towards the A side of the map to kind of give them that info. And you kind of called it there, man. Like, you lose that first player, so what? Like,
yeah.
They're just firing today.
Just blessing Trace, cursing Vitality. Fault line going to go across. Doesn't connect onto these 2 players here. Cage goes up. They just spray right into it. Like an open book. Runner taken down. Push out of the smoke here. BFK, I think, yeah, they had the spot. As Kai continues to pinch in here towards Market. Shot's going to ring out, and that's going to be Trex taken down. Slide across from Safe, and head removed.
They're going to be ready for kicks, though. He slid into the spot after Runner was taken down.
Classic.
Yeah.
Swing around, yeah. They get a sense of it. They say, you know what, we never did check that corner.
Really good discipline on this round.
And that's one of the things that the desk was talking about, praising, you know, them from Ascent, that discipline to be able to just slow things down, wait, re-clear an angle.
They do it here again.
Think about where players could be. They do it here as they look for a flawless, I mean, they fault line him. They know exactly where he's tucked away. So it's going to be a flawless anti-eco here from Trace. Once again, starting off 2-0.
Well, I mean, I think in some ways, like we talked about so much how these 2 teams have similar ideas, similar play styles. And you saw that in Ascent, right? It was very, very close. A lot of the rounds were very, you know, kind of info heavy and everybody just kind of trying to spread the map, stuff like that. But I think for Trace, in their region, they go up against a lot of teams that are very aggressive. You know, you think about FPX, EDG at times. They really want to take those fights and come at you swinging. And this game is playing to their strength. And they're really, really cleaned up. You know, they're performing a lot more disciplined than we saw.
Yep.
And that's so impressive. Come through with not a ton of time into this event and looking a lot cleaner.
Quick spot there on the cam. Runner trying to hold the line here. Turns from the flash. Does manage to find Fang. Cage going to be dropped down. A little bit of counter spam through that one safe as well. Going to get tagged up over towards that market side. A three-man crunch push gets ready to come through. Runner with a second. Does end up falling. It's Bianc able to find one. Still a little man advantage here for the side of Vitality, and the spike not yet planted. Low King going to be taken down. The spike now needs to be recovered. Bianca able to find one. A lot more work to be done as he does get spotted out. Sender elbow showing there. Trex getting Kai. That'll be the closeout. 3 members left alive as Vitality. One thing that we've seen consistently here is Trace winning pistols, but Vitality denying those bonus conversions.
Absolutely, and it's a really great job by Runner, just delaying as the Cypher, getting some of those big opening kills. Just kind of classic Cypher play on this B side on Sunset. And he works it to perfection, gets the rest of the team over to bail him out, to not really give Trace Esports much of an opportunity themselves to find much value, find much success in that round. Yeah, they get a couple kills, but Runner sets the tone there, just shutting things down as that Cypher. And that's definitely part of the game for Team Vitality is they want to be able to fast rotate on this map. They want to get safe into a position where you can lead the charge, and they can delay that other team from feeling comfortable from getting into those post plants. And if they do give up those post plants, they're really good about stacking and going for those retakes.
Okay, getting the reveal. Sender going to be taken down, distracted by the dart. Solid setup coming through as drone spots out on the 2. Feng up over the top, sending down the paint shells, and Kai with that ping, able to find kicks, and the paint shell claims save at the end.
I know exactly.
Neural Depth now invested. Just further ensure the closeout here on the round, the swing in, the double tap. Hebei finding it and running out, left to his own devices with just a Bulldog in hand.
What a neat play off that Cypher smoke into the recon dart there to set up Low King. Just great coordination from Trace Esports. They are looking so polished.
Kai getting into position as well to try to find the catch here. Runner wanting the Vandal, does find it, but if he cuts across mid, he could be at risk. That's exactly where he's drifting to. Weapons drawn out, but Kai has the headshot instantly. Nothing retained. Trace off to a roaring start. Once again, just not allowing for that momentum build up here from Vitality.
No. And now they've got a showstopper. They had the neural theft in that previous round, made it easy for Hebei to get his kill. Another great spot there. Man, Bianca is on point on the Sova utility today. Ridiculous. I mean, there is a Hunter's Fury for Trex. Runner does have his neural theft, but the ult cycles for Trace Esports so far, allowing them to continue this run. And it's a weaker buy for the side of Vitality. One away from the overdrive, though. If they could find a way to get safe this kill with this Guardian, could be a difference maker in this round for sure. And just a very methodical, slow start to this round. Flash out, try to see if they could set up safe, but nobody home for Trace Esports. Closest player was Kai on that Cypher. Just waiting towards mid. Now, just working the map a little bit. Our Trace Esports not really giving up much information on where and how they're trying to approach this map. Vitality, they have safe, watching a little bit of mid. But now the smoke comes through, and Trace Esports looking like they're actually going to stack up for the full execute. It's the full 5-man push.
Maybe Low King getting into a position for a flank here, starting to work his way over towards mid. A little bit of damage found there. 2 players now below 60 HP on the side of Vitality after the paint shell lands behind Runner. Not pulling the trigger on the exec quite just yet. They're still playing this out slowly, but this gives more opportunity for Safe to potentially upset their odds here, but that's a great fault line, and then the pinch comes through. Low King finding the kill, and Runner, the gun barrel getting spotted out. Feng makes it all too easy here for him. Kicks though, able to fight back. Trex fighting too, and now time dwindled. The spike is down. It's in main. I don't think they're going to be able to get this.
Nope.
Time just ticking. The TP forward is I think they were trying to pass it, but the timing is a little bit off this round. Oh no, it has gotten away from them. Still solid damage dealt here at the very end, but my goodness, this round, this should have been Trace's, but Vitality, they squeaked by with a win.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the idea here from Trace was they didn't like the initial contact that they received. They didn't feel comfortable trying for that showstopper, maybe a little bit worried about another trapwire or something like that. And they tried to create an extra angle through Market, but Trex with an absolutely gorgeous Hunter's Fury. So much damage off the back of that. What a lineup he has there.
Yeah, one less player, and the round is still going the way of Trace.
Yep.
Everything was on that Hunter's Fury, and boy, did he deliver. King pushing forward. I believe Cinder may be making a bit of noise there.
He's watching that corner. Now they're starting to stack up. Got some nades and other things to clear it if they want. A little bit of help, a flash and a push out. Not much damage done. King taking a scrape, but both sides for now. Gonna take a pause on this battle again, and Trace Esports, they've paused, but do they know? Are they gonna expect this position from Safe? He's pushed deep through mid.
Just rotating these smokes across. That's a very good question. Drone still available. And K sort of checking the angle, but then drifts far enough forward. A relay bolt going to be sent fast lane. And the sprint out. Spray here from King. Oh, unable to find him from tiles. Oh. Drone now getting the ping out, the push up in towards the smoke. King trying to just catch Trex off guard. Cannot do so. He gets shut down. Now Vitality looking poised to tie things up as Kai getting spotted out, eating a bit of damage.
That's so good from Vitality. Not just getting that position, but then immediately Trex is there with the drone to check. Clears out King as well. That's really, really good.
I mean, it's 20 seconds remaining and looking like a save here for the side of Trace. Cash in a very disjointed place here, with only Hebei and King really having much to scrape together, so they just have to sit back and allow for this timer to run out.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's all the little things. Those protocols and a great escape from Safe. Gotta love the way that he expected more players and didn't overheat. Didn't try to go for the big 2K. Gets another one at the end of the round.
Yeah, Shock Dart flushes him out. Now at risk here is Kai, but still does manage to find one. So Flawless can't come through, but Vitality still tie things up at 3-3. Cash built up, and Trace, they're gonna pump the brakes here as we take a look at the replays.
Yeah, I mean, I think now they're just not quite having as good of a grasp of the map as we saw in Ascent, right? We saw it in the very first pistol round where they're not ready for that push out, where King gets taken out trying to cross towards tiles. And then this round here, you're not expecting Safe's position. You don't have a response prepared. And he's able to duck out because he's a Neon as well. That helps. But then you try to take space off of that, and there's another good response from Trex, from Vitality. And so I think maybe now a little bit more of a lean towards some of the things that have been working is covering the angles early, making sure that there's no aggressive maneuvers from Vitality, and then finding the openings for those executes that have looked generally pretty clean. I mean, like you said, if it wasn't for that Hunter's Fury, that execute with the showstopper a couple rounds ago probably would have worked.
Yeah. Last few seconds to run out here. Trace, one other thing that we can say is that ultimately I think they've been getting quite good value and good adjustments out of their timeout. So I'm curious to see what the attack strategy looks like coming out of this first one here of Sunset. Fang does get a buy. Passed over a Vandal here, but okay, assessing what he wants to do. We'll just go ahead and have the Bulldog here at the end. So still a decent amount of firepower available to them. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, one charge away for each.
Yeah, and I think a fight for the orb is in order. See if you can get that Rolling Thunder available. Another quick push-up, very similar to what we saw a few rounds ago. Trying to see if they can catch a player off guard.
Similar one-way setup. Boombot to go ahead and check. Gets the clear out, and there's predictive paint shell. Yeah, anticipates it, but Center's still able to get away. Blast pack in sight, scouted, taken. Vitality getting everybody clustered up, ready for the retake. Plant coming through. Fang for now, Paranoia goes across. They wait that out. No one able to take space off the back of that as Kicks eats a little bit of damage here, and Bianca gonna be fully flashed up there in the corner, but still they cannot peek in. They have not been able to find these angles, but now they do. But Lil King strikes back. Cakes and Safe both going to be taken down. Just BNK lost for the time being. As Sender now, the last one standing, finds the headshot on to Feng, but needs to divide and conquer here. So they look for a bit of a high-low setup around the corner. Nearly stacked up, there's the swing out. Lil King playing bait, jumping in with a right click. The cleanup is there, and Trace reestablish a lead.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of difference in idea off the timeout on how Trace Esports wants to identify and clear that elbow position. It's the boom bot into the paint shells, into an aggressive push out to try to get through towards the site. The only thing I was kind of worried about in this round, that's disgusting.
Safe mid slide.
Really disgusting. The only thing I was a little bit concerned about in this round was that BNK was the one they gave the spike plant orb over to for the Hunter's Fury, and he's like right on the site. But you know what? You have it for the next round. You have the Rolling Thunder as well, so.
I mean, this could get messy.
Yep.
4 ults on the opposite side. Hunter's Fury going to open up immediately here from BNK, just trying to find a target, but so far all of them dodging out, but Safe. Staying stagnant, does get tagged. That's going to put that Neon now down to 45. Not the kill that they were looking for, and Feng also eats quite a bit of damage.
And an earlier smoke this time from Lil King, knowing that there's going to be players trying to cross. Able to get that owl drone out. Not going to give it too much info. And so this is going to keep Vitality guessing. That's a really well-timed smoke. And good, again, understanding of some of the protocols you were seeing from Vitality earlier. The response to that smoke, knowing there'll be a drone coming. Here we go.
Blast packing forward. Wires cleared out, reveal they're on the runner as he gets stunned up, but they can't scale forward through this cage. They have to stay back, and runner able to find one. Kai going to be taken down. Swing out, gets a spot here, puts a couple damage, a little bit of damage there on the Lil King, but BNK taken out. Feng swinging, going for the challenge, but Sender is just knocking them all down one after the other. The drop down looks for a little bit more. So Lil King now on his lonesome. 2 players low on HP, but they look for a triple face, and Safe will be able to collect. 4-4, we continue to be tied up.
Oh, man. I liked some of the little ideas I saw from Trace Esports in this round, but Vitality is so difficult to get through in the front of the B site, and they're so fast with their rotations because of that Neon. And if you get stalled up at all, and Runner, again, doing a really nice job, buying a little bit extra time, playing his life very nicely as that Cypher. But all you need is that little bit of extra time for Vitality, and they can get into really good spots to just take the rug out from underneath you.
5-man stack up over towards B, though. Does this just end up being an aggressive push? They do have that Rolling Thunder, a hero rifle here in the hands of Kai. So now just breaking down the door, keeping that Vandal obscured. Fault line paint shell going to be expanded. Cam going to get cleared out. Vision taken away from them. As well as the trap wires, but there's the reveal as they play forward. 2 kills now, a third already going to be found as, well, the aggressive push not leading to too much of anything there. Hebei will go ahead and get 1 on the runner. But otherwise, a damn near flawless is Vitality taking the lead.
Yeah, really starting to stabilize now. Our Vitality, 4 out of the last 5. Safe still sitting on an overdrive in the back pocket. Rolling Thunder still not finding an opportunity to let loose for Trace Esports. Kai does have another neural theft. And Trace maybe looking over towards B this time, is starting to see some smiles there from the side of Vitality. As it feels like they're getting a really comfortable read. B side has been very, very challenging for the most part for Trace Esports to even get the plant down. And now they're just sending out a little bit util, sending out a fake like they're going to contest elbow, like they have a couple times previously. And it's a quick pivot, but again, Vitality's so quick to react as well. No smoke in mid. So they're going to have a pretty decent idea that it's likely going to be B.
I mean, there wasn't too much contest after the recon clear.
Yep.
So they're able to get Center into a much more forward position, knowing that no one's pushing from that angle. Plant going to be coming through. Runner still here on the side and strikes right as Fang is distracted. Kill found. Vitality putting the right foot forward. Pushed up though. Runner going to be taken down. Lil King still lurking, lingering here within the smoke. Sends out that paranoia. Smoke going to be dissipating, but now knows that paranoia is going to be expired. Overdrive popped here from Safe, seeking a target as Rolling Thunder's going to start crashing across. Kai, however, eliminated the man advantage, taken away from them here. As Lil King just cannot get away. The fuse now being held to half, coming through. Hebei has to try to go for the peak, but Safe will zap him down. Vitality now will stretch the lead up 6-4.
Yeah, and Vitality just doesn't have to guess too much on this round. The whole way through, they have a pretty good read. There's an attempted fake over towards A. There's no further contact. There's no contact through mid initially, so you're just kind of able to really lean heavily and quickly towards that B direction and kind of stymie this crossfire attempt from Market. Good play by Runner again. Really being nasty on that B side.
He finds that timing right before the enemy smoke blooms.
Yep.
Just catching Fang. It's just sat there trying to clear out Trex's dart.
Yeah, they're comboing really well. Hello?
Well, just going to be Kai spotted.
It's not the end of the world. That doesn't give up too much info. That very well could have been intentional as well. And they're going to try to make a two-man push up through mid. Got the Raze and the Omen.
It's a four-man.
Oh, four-man now.
So everybody joining in. Paranoia going to be sent. Jump around the side.
Oh.
Oh, Runner with the covering. Fire over at Boba. Shuts down the enemy Raze. Aggressive maneuvers do get punished, but they find themselves now in the site. The spike plant coming in.
Yeah, they're trying to punish that protocol of Trex there. He's been sending that drone out almost every time that they send out that smoke towards mid.
I picked out a mid. I mean, the rotation is coming around. Heibae's trying to go for the backstab. But is he going to be too late is the question. Paranoia not going to go deep enough. 0 Point not going to scout anything, but pressure here on BNK. And Lil King to try to buy some time here.
Heibae.
Starting to work his way forward, finds the one, showing the patience, makes his way into the smoke. Now can strike, does so. Kill coming across. Safe, strafing across the fault line, gonna be sent, doesn't connect here on the two. The shots they line up for him, but they cannot get the damage to connect. Smoke now dissipating the forward push and Safe finding one, kicks the other. The defuse will come through and Vitality will find 7.
Yeah.
One more round
Again,
left
these
in the
reactions
half.
are so good, and you know, it feels like now Trace Esports is kind of banging their head against the wall, trying to break through into B, and instead they're just being bullied back. I'm pretty curious. I would like to see more of play towards A, see if they can at least hold some rotations in that direction if they want to cut through. I get what they do. I get why they clear space. I like the idea to try to punish the Owl drone, but again, just a step ahead is Vitality. Now Safe starting to get in the groove.
All right, well, fast push forward, looking for the punish, but Sender stabilizing the aim faster. Finds that kill, kicks now, pincering forward, looking able to fight back for one, but Hunter's Fury takes him down. 2 members left standing now versus 4. His Vitality look for an 8 and 4 half.
Any success.
And Runner just going in, and yep, that neural depth that was available, now not gonna be able to come into play, but Runner's got one of his own. Heibae spotted out. Revealed here in mid, goes for the swing, but Runner puts him down. No chance to utilize that Spectre. Vitality up by 4 at the half.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality just showing those extra layers as this half wore on really gave them.
Let's go.
Trace can rally back, win another pistol, go 4 for 4 in that regard. Maybe they can make this a 2-0.
Maybe. it's a rough road they've got ahead of them with how clean Vitality started to look there with their decision making, with their protocols, with their responses to what Trace Esports was trying to do. However, it is a very different side of the map. Sunset, could be where Trace Esports start to pick up steam again. We know they've got it in them. We've already seen it today. And on Sunset, they're a little bit better on their attacker side though historically, so could be interesting. But maybe today, they've got something special in store for us. Otherwise, could be heading to that map 3.
All right, well, Vitality seeking their first pistol. Taking a look here, it looks like 3 Ghosts versus 2 on the opposite side. Some half armors in play. Safe immediately sprinting forward in this B site, widely ignored here by Trace. Everybody stacked up in and around mid. No one really playing on the sites themselves, just a trap wire to alert, already spotted out.
Yep. Good discipline again from Safe. Gets a little bit of a spot. May just have to clear that and dash out eventually, but still the spike there, so let's see how they want to do this. If they're going to pause off the clear of the trap wire, if they're going to try to make a go of it.
Trying to see if they can get a catch there onto the enemy Cypher. They do not. All of Trace now starting to ship their way across the map. Trapwire similarly set up over towards that A site to try to intercept Runner if he does go in a deep lurk around.
Vitality has so much map control right now.
Runner will go ahead and clear that one out. Cam also set up to maybe try to catch him in transit. For now though, Aftershock going through. Shock Dart gonna connect. Send her down to 69 HP. Push for though, Flash connecting, and Fang trying to take some space. Goes up aggressively. Looking forward as Trex, the 2-for-1 special off the Shock Dart. Oh, looks to shut them down, and as Fang turns back, paint shell in hand, he just cannot toss it out. Trex will find himself a third, and Vitality will find their first pistol.
I mean, you have to make a flood play here as Trace Esports, and it's so good from Vitality. Just so much util they can throw at that front door as Trace Esports tries to barrel through, and it's a whole bunch of dead players. Hey-Bay there. Oh, that shock dart right at the tap of the spike. What timing from Trex. He has been outrageously good today.
Guys, हम जा रहे हैं
with the util, with the shooting, with the decision making.
हम third map पे जा रहे हैं.
I mean, definitely my MVP so far for Vitality.
I don't think you'd find too many to disagree with you there.
Yep.
I'm out of here.
As answering recon going to be sent in, only Safe going to be spotted, but he's already made noise, so doesn't care too much about that one. The swing forward, and now they know, well, there's a lot more players behind this Neon.
Yeah, he was totally fine trying to bait that out.
Fault line does clip there on the Safe, but just no way of punishing. Shots in, and okay, well, Safe will get taken down to 58. Get some good damage over onto Hey-Bay at the same time.
And it's a pullback, it's a pause from Vitality. They don't want to go through the meat grinder. Already a decent amount of contact there. So thinking that the other side of the map may be when there's a little more open space, but actually Trace Esports has read this well. They're a step ahead. They've got Hey-Bay, they've got Loking, they've got Fang over here. Try to shut this push down. Just classics in hand though. Some utility available. Could make a meal of this. Could take a few Vitality's players with them.
Oh, Hey-Bay, I was going to say, has a fault line. Tucks back, does manage to send that one out. Stun there onto Kicks, but they still can't close the distance. That smoke there holding them at bay. Couple blind shots through to try to find a connection. As Track snappy to readjust. Takes out the enemy breach as Fang flush up against the box. Looking able to find one. Fang will get another. But one bullet remaining as he tucks back behind the box here. Swings out. Will be good for another one, so dealing some solid damage. But ultimately, Vitality not going to be getting thrifty.
Yeah, that's actually huge for Trace Esports.
Actually?
Actually.
Oh.
Indeed.
Good to know.
Yeah. But again, it's just guessing correctly here for Trace Esports that if they put enough resistance at the front, they would be able to kind of push Vitality over to the other side of the map, and they do a good job with it. And then there's a good pause there from Vitality to set up Trex on that angle. Coming from the other side, but still though, Fang just, once again, nuts with that classic. Finds a ton of value. Deeper recon. Gonna give a little bit of info, but Vitality trying to turn up the pace, turn up the tempo. No resistance. Kai uses the one way to dissuade them from going any further towards the B side, at least initially. And now the drone Gonna be cleared.
Showstopper online with that orb take.
Yep.
Drone just not quite going deep enough to get a spot out. As there's the Hunter's Fury. Open up, safe, sprinting forward here towards Market. Runner gonna be taken down as VMK able to find one, but Trex finds Kai at the same time. Man advantage here for the side of Vitality. As this B site is completely theirs. 3 players still rotating over. That Showstopper can come into play, but this is still gonna be a risky position here for Trace. A must-win round for them.
Can we get a Trex Hunter's Fury kill counter? He has been ridiculously good with those.
Door broken down, but a full Market approach. 0 point, holding them back. Showstopper can't come in quite just yet. After shock, forcing Sender back, manages to get the crouch. It's still a little bit of damage, but TP's back across over towards safety, and immediately is going to be finding a kill as Fang gets taken down and safe. Collects the final 2, a 3-piece from him. It's Vitality looking alive and well on the attack, now up to 11.
No doubt, that's 8 in a row for the side of Trace Esports. Or excuse me, Vitality. They have been absolutely frying. That's the bonus one. I mean, they're finding these great plays where they're able to get the pick, they're able to start breaking things open. They combo with that Hunter's Fury so well. And not only are they finding space off of that, they're finding kills. They're finding kills with the Hunter's Fury too. It's like everything so well drawn up and executed to perfection for Vitality. Gives them a huge advantage. I mean, Feng does have the Showstopper, but a few Bulldogs and a Guardian have to be bought down for Trace Esports. Runner has a Neural Theft and just a Cam watching mid, and Vitality now slowing things down, just watching for any aggression from the side of Trace Esports. Oh, got a spot.
He does. Warning shot sent.
They're just really going to take their time on this one, but actually Trace Esports on the A side giving up a ton of space in that area of the map, and Vitality just seeing that one player says, nope, let's try a different angle. And this time around, it will be a much different situation than we saw on the anti-eco. They have a lot more open space. Eventually, Trace Esports is starting to get a feel for this. Camera should give them some info as it's cleared. It should come through. Is Bianchi going to say anything about it? He does!
Okay, well, just spamming across, able to find a headshot. Kick's going to be taken down. KO now out of the picture. That Showstopper still available as all the players get clustered up safe. Here alongside Ali, saw that muzzle flash. As Showstopper comes in, Runner going to be eliminated. Push forward, save, able to find one, but can he save the round? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Spike is just stranded way too deep. Everybody from Trace entrenched there on the site, so time will just bleed out. Shrek's going to see if he can maybe find another elimination. So they cut across, and ooh, shots flying. Snappy on the readjust, and it's Hebe taken down. Good kill to be found. Just trying to just gain any advantage they possibly can, even in the round loss. Still up by 6 here, our Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. But Trace Esports, with just enough hesitation, kind of catches.
He
got the spot off the ping. And then they're trying to push through in towards spawn. They shut it down. That sets up the Showstopper on its site. And they're just kind of working into the midsection of Vitality's formation. And they're cutting them down at just about every point. So let's see if Trace Esports can build a little bit more momentum off the back of that.
Misfire on the cam, but the drone will still do the job. There's trap wire cleared. Fast lane just cutting off Boba's spot there as Hebe having to drop down, but he's just out into the open. Eliminated. The Neural Theft immediately going to be invested, and that reveals the position here of BNK, who's now just absolutely and utterly screwed. Gets eliminated. Quick swipe there at the market door, but with just 2 players left and not much cash here across the team, they're going to have to save.
But that's a tough position to put Hebe in there, because you're leaving market completely open. You're leaving an angle that's going to be difficult for him to get out of safely, unless there's a really timely smoke or stun or something to bail him out. And Safe plays that so well. Just a little bit of a peek to get the spot. Throws the relay bolt in, gets the swing in with Sender. That's so well coordinated from Vitality. Little things like that.
Safe is on the hunt. Double face out of the smoke. Pop flash does connect here on a Fang, looking for a little bit more. Does find it, but it's now down to 5 HP. Any stray bullet whizzing past could claim him here. So he wants to try to grab the weapon, does so. And eventually it will be fished out.
Match point.
Just spamming through the smoke there with 5 HP that's risky business, and he paid the price. This early crunch, the timing as well. Runner finds a pick at the same time that's safe and center, clearing out Hebei on top of the box. Yeah, one more round. And they will find themselves taking the second map, taking their map pick, but it's going to be one last time out from Trace Esports to see if they can figure anything out. To, you know, 7 in a row, yeah, unlikely, but
sure,
you'd still want to get 3 or 4. It is all about that mental game.
Get the blood flowing again, get that momentum built up. Because in all likelihood, this is probably going to bind. So you want something to kind of take away from. But granted, at the same time, we have heard teams say, yeah, you know what, if you kind of get blown out of a map, that's easy to recover from.
True.
So we'll see which side of the fence they end up landing on here. But it is just that final time out. And if you have it, why not use it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd use it 100%. I'd want to talk about anything here, whether it be comms, mentality.
They're going to say comics.
I
don't want to talk about anything.
I'm not Golden Boy.
Yeah. You guys read that new Batman?
Every other day, it's something with him. Every other day.
Man, it's superhero build. But we'll get ready to go into what could very well be the last round of this map as Vitality look to take us to bind to settle the score. As stated, Trace need 7 in a row. In case Sliggy didn't point that out for the viewers.
That's some good math in there.
Fang, maybe the first challenge here in mid. Catches a glimpse, but cannot get the shot across. Pop flash out of the cyber cage. Kai scaling forward here. As Aftershock further flushes them out, but they're quick to exit. Minimal damage taken, safe down to 81.
And just toying with the map. Trying to get some util out of Trace Esports, and Vitality now able to pause, reset. They're clearing both sides. They're clearing both mains. They've got so much space.
Catching a glimpse. Takes BNK down to 45 HP. 4-man stack now here in B lobby. Trapwire just on the far side of that cage, but Kai able to strike, finds a headshot, and Kicks is going to be taken down. That's going to make them maybe think twice about attacking this site, especially as that smoke gets cycled here from Low King.
Oh, they're going to try to get the crunch going, but they need some way to keep that push from top mid and coming through. Door's already shut.
Left.
Smoke coming through, door broken open, but BNK ready, finds the first headshot. Kai's going to be claiming 2 more at the same time as Safe and Runner both get taken down. Trekk's now last man alive. Is Hebei going to be able to go ahead, pick up a free upgrade from the Spectre, and that is a flawless round here off the back of the timeout call. Trace themselves in the map.
Yeah, they just hold their ground really nicely this time. They're not overcommitting to anything. Holding a tight angle there as Kai find the shots. Bianca head on a swivel and mark it. Well aware of that push potential, and just not much that Vitality could do as that round sort of wore down. They couldn't really find any openings that they wanted. They had spread the entire map there.
Yeah.
And there was just nothing given over by Trace Esports.
6 more tries, chat. Let's flash out, Safe. Caught by that for a brief little moment, but no one there for a punish. And 3 members here from Trace to try to slow things down and find some early picks. Orb gets grabbed up, Kicks just one away from having that null command online. The 0 point not getting too much other than Fang. The fault line comes across to try to slow them up. Overdrive going to be popped, Safe sprinting forward. Paranoia coming across, blinds him up here. Deafening him for the moment, slide forward, and Fang able to find that punish. Safe going to be taken down, but now the return fire from Vitality looks good. Fang and Low King both going to be eliminated. Site opened up, but Spike still not there, still lingering in elbow.
Runner.
This is a bit of a standoff here in mid, and it's one that BNK is going to be able to win. Runner taken down, the swing out, Kicks down so very low here on HP. 5 remaining for him, pops the null command. Plant coming through. No way to try and dissuade this one as Kai trying to go on a lurk, ends up falling. Trekk's wise to it, and now it is all on BNK to try to turn the tides of this. but such a tough angle to clear. Shock Dart, however, makes it a little bit easier for him. Takes down one, spots out here on the Trex, swoops in, finds a headshot, the transfer!
Oh my god!
BNK with a 4! Keeps Trace alive! What a monstrous clutch!
That is absolutely unreal. He is all over the place trying to figure out what's going on, but he's just fast with his reactions. He's getting shock darted, he's got angles he has to clear, and he's good for all of it.
I mean, you saw from the outset, he was expecting the Omen up on top of the box.
Yep, he was way above.
Swings out, but gets the readjustment, and then just holds down M1. The spray and pray rewarded a Red Bull clutch. There's now 5 more rounds for Trace.
Dude, I was so ready to just be like, Trex played that round so well. The way that he held down A-Link, created that extra angle for Vitality, you know, was playing his positioning so well, and then just can't quite clutch it out.
अगर ये OT गया guys,
HP left.
तो मैं मान जाऊंगा Trace को आज.
But what a round though. What a round for Trace.
I mean, this series, it has delivered.
Yeah, there have been some great ones.
Runner, seeing the drone going over towards Tiles, goes for a quick little peek, but position now going to be noted.
तो भाई बहुत बड़ी बात हो
One from Vitality gathering up here over towards A. Deep line looking. Drone going to spot him out. Safe pushing forward, slides up, and oh, now MK this time cannot repeat the heroics. He ends up getting taken down as kicks, takes his head off. Weapon not recoverable.
That's a little bit of a
quick check over into the spawn, but a quick cancel.
A little bit of a head scratcher there for me. There was no backup quite yet for BNK, and he still opted to challenge that angle. Going over to the op.
Oh, up shot, going to be going wide. Blast packs manages to pull back over towards safety, but goes for the repeat. And Sender is quick to punish. Looking now here in the corner. Paranoia going to be sent through. He's so damn low. Kai covering fire, helping to keep him alive. Thinks that he confirms the kill, but he does not. He barely even hits him. And now it is Hebe all on his lonesome. It's Vitality. They say, hey, nice Red Bull clutch. We're going to go ahead and get a MasterCard Thrifty. As the Hunter's Fury connects, he gets taken down. MasterCard Thrifty indeed, 13-7 Vitality. Stopping the run back here from Trace. They make it look a bit more competitive. They try to impress us. Put our jaws on the floor for a brief little moment. But now, we get ready to go into bind.
That should be a real interesting one.
behind the box, tap on the defuse. Swing out some shots towards elbow.
Sorry यार, sorry. मैं थोड़ा लंबा late हो गया यार.
Time working against him.
अभी तो start हुआ match.
Even some further eliminations would be good, but
5
we know that he's not on this.
10 मिनट लग गए.
Let's just try to take them down here on the exits, it would seem. There's the swing out. They line up just about for him. Is able to go ahead and collect them both, but will die to the spike. Trex will be the last one standing, and Vitality will win the pistol.
Yeah, it's
Guys,
really
कौन जीत रहा है ये
interesting
decider
counter
map?
moves by both teams.
Vitality या
Kind of away from that
Yes.
short A skirmish and scuffle and the creation of space by Trace Esports. It's this lurk from Runner. Gets around that wall somehow through Market, the deadlock wall, and finds a huge pick, even though Bianca was waiting for that TP. Vitality still found some big kills all across the map on the way towards getting that plant down, and just really good discipline there in that post plant. Really, really, really good from the side of Vitality. Knowing that they're weak, knowing that they can't give any opportunities over to Luo King, who's been ridiculous in some of these rounds with those multi-kills. And they just play it out patiently. So I liked some of the things from both squads, but Vitality just, again, a step ahead.
Cam does get spotted out, cleared. Triple stack at Showers. Fully expecting at least the one player to start working their way across towards this position. Prowler going to go through. Couple players ringing out some shots as Paint Shells gets ready to greet them from behind. Trex able to back away as there's the rush forward, but it's 2, 3 quick and easy kills here as Trex continues to excel. 5-0 thus far. The other two players still a world away.
He's just near flawless today. Unmovable, unflappable. Hey, Bait is trying to wait around the corner.
Let's
see if he can find any kills.
Spot out. Okay, able to win that fight here at range. Headshot comes in. Safe going to be taken down. So some damage found as he goes jumping across the side. Grabbing the weapon. I believe. No, now God has it. Then it's just going to be eliminated. So ultimately, 3 players left standing. Vitality not allowing for those Thrifties to come in. They start things off 2-0 as we go into their bonus.
Yeah. What can you do right now? Trex is already 5-0. Already fast-tracking a Nightfall. Looking so good. Just playing that so patiently off the Prowler. Just very wary. Doesn't over-peak, doesn't overextend himself. Uses his own utility to make sure that they can't rush around the corner. Very, very nicely done. Now you look to see if Vitality can find another bonus like they did on Sunset. Ebe with that wall right outside of the teleporter. I think maybe trying to set up some kind of trap play where if they push Showers, he can throw it out and block him there.
If you hear a tap on the orb, then
yeah,
lock him in.
Yep.
Have the peek out, but no one on that side. So for now, we'll just remain tucked here alongside the portal. Trailblazer going to be cleared out. Sensor as well going to be taken down.
Man, the patience from Vitality, so good. Trying to set up a flash off that Sonic sensor. Little pop flash and then a peek, but Vitality wise to it.
Another one set up just on the drop outside of Hookah. Smoke's coming down, and it looks like ultimately B-site about to be hit, but King rotating off, working his way towards that A site. Wall for now is keeping them locked in place here at Long.
Yeah, and this is why they can shift an extra player over towards the A site. But now that it's cleared, everybody's making their way over to B.
Gonna have to, oh my God.
He's unreal.
Yeah, Trex just finding Haybait, takes him down. BMK, just no hope in hell. Everything landing at his feet. The bullet landing into his temple. Vitality looking for the bonus conversion, and you can see already Trace have to make the call to just allow for it to happen.
And Trace relies so much on that deadlock wall this round because they have Showers control the whole time. They're sitting there and they're like, okay. And then there's a little bit of contact, but no re-aggression towards the B side. So they shift Liu Kang over towards the other side, and they're just waiting with that 3-2 stack. And then it's a quick clear and 2 quick kills from the side of Vitality. I mean, Trex is so on point, catching a player right towards elbow, and then gets the assist on the second kill as well with the C's. Ooh, Liu Kang, good for the kill on Descender. he find any more?
Oh.
Oh,
Just has to push up into the corner. We'll be able to hold on to that weapon, rather. I mean, decent to find one. Gets him closer to having that orbital strike online. Still going to be 3 charges away, but looks like we're going to have an early timeout call after that bonus conversion comes through. And yep, leg just exposed.
30 seconds left.
And it's little mistakes like that that can't be made at this level. I caught a glimpse of the post-match interview with Frost, and that was something he was talking about a lot as to why, you know, Talon struggled against Lev a little bit. There's some little mistakes. You can't afford those at this level. You can't afford those at this tournament. There's 16 incredible teams at this event. And still, though, Vitality in general, even without that little leg peek, was making a great idea there. They're like, we're just going to clear the wall, and on a dime, we're going. And it catches Trace Esports very off guard. And that's really brutal, especially with the comp that Trace has brought, right? Like, you've got double Sentinels. You need to be able to stall. You need to be able to delay so that you can get those rotations, so you can get there and really gum up the works and keep the other team from making those easy executes.
Mimi pointed out, like, kind of likes this composition a bit more on the attack, but
yeah,
you definitely want to have some defending-sided rounds going your way, as we are here on Bind.
This is a deceptively attacker-sided composition. You would think with 2 Sentinels it's not, but you can actually do a lot of cool stuff with the walls on the attacker side with Deadlock. So get there when we get there, but I'm with you. And with Mimi, it is kind of a interesting dynamic that this particular composition brings.
Nothing off the Dizzy. 3-man stack towards B.
Yeah, slow and steady.
It's again just a big reliance here on this util over at short. No one there to challenge, just 2 players set up over here towards Showers.
See the high-low setup with the trips. Camera is going to get the spot onto Runner. But the high there set up for the raise, the low for the entry players behind. Let's see if Vitality can sniff this out. Indeed they can. At least get the first one.
Clear out the first, the other one set up low. It's going to be popped as Safe jumps up over the top, and Feng will be able to shut that down. Paint shells just in case that pressure continues to come in from Showers, which now with the Prowler, they know that Trex is going to be there. The push up though at Trex, going to be good for the kill. Traded back though by Kai. Gives Trace the man advantage. Full push up once again here through Lamps. Do they try to cut over towards B? This is being watched at the moment here.
Great awareness from Hebe.
Yeah, but also from Sender. Anticipating it, ready, holding that angle. Bosch sent towards Shower, forces him back for now. But Low King still lurking, finding one, cannot interrupt the plant. This Kicks spotting one, goes for the challenge, and Hebe going to be taken down, but now Kicks all on his lonesome. And Low King will take this round into his own hands, cleans it up with a 3-piece, and Trace will be able to get their first round win off the back of the timeout.
And just a really important reaction from Feng there that he's ready for the other raise to be blast packing through. Trex is trying to do his best to create a little bit of distraction for his duelist player. He only gets one in the end, but whoa, that's snappy. And then you got the follow-up from Kai. Great trade, knowing that that fade is going to be there. And they're able to start cutting players down. That's a great round for Trace. So really good map awareness across the board. Really good discipline. Nobody really overextending themselves. And Low King, 7-1 right now, has an orbital strike.
He has been the team so far.
Yeah.
Orbital now online, but again, more attention paid towards this A side of the map. As Vitality start taking some space pretty aggressively here. Trailblazer scouting out, but somehow actually not seeing Kicks there. Turns back and yeah, we'll be able to get the stun onto him.
Oh.
They're on the trap wire, but Kai just dead. Trex is, I mean, did he see anything at all?
No idea.
To wait for the replay to try to spot it out, but for now, Wingman going to be taken down. The C's going to be sent in. BNK going to be clipped by that. Dizzy cleared out. Continuing to try to challenge here where possible, but as he swings further out, Kicks is going to be able to take him down. As the Nightfall gets unleashed, Lil King having to win this fight, but cannot. Safe will strike him down. Now Paint Shells goes out to further delay the defuse. 2 players left alive, swinging out wide. The peak there. Punish not found. Mosh now invested. Feng dead. The cleanup will be there. Sender the only casualty is Vitality, not allowing for Trace to pick up 2 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, now they're starting to win some of those big battles out on the flanks, and so well prepared for that TP with that showers control. Great stuff, top to bottom, for the side of Vitality. And Trace Esports tries something a little bit spicy, and they pay the price. And it's going to be another eco for them. I wish we had wanted to see that Trex kill, but
the observers have deemed it too filthy. The stream is not rated
Not
for that.
rated, yeah.
We cannot show it.
It's not safe for TV. He's been too damn good today. Well, you're getting close to some ults after this round for Trace Esports, one way or another. Who knows, maybe if you start getting some picks. The kills, they're up close and personal, and Trex is always diligent with his util, making sure that he understands some of these angles and where the players are. They get an early read. Let's see how they want to deal with it.
They heard the 2 sheriffs there in hookah. Looks like they're going to back away from that a little bit. Trex considering another Prowler.
I thought maybe they might try like a combo here off a Prowler and maybe, got a flash.
Oh, flash going to be sent. But wary about the covering fire, so can't go for that peek to try to find the punish, so they cannot get that kill, cannot get that weapon. Trex will just go ahead and back away. Double trap wire set up. There's the first one. There's the second. Swing forward, safe, snappy. Locks onto Fang's head. Takes him down. Mosh trying to clear backside, but safe up over the top, catching a glimpse. Kai eliminated. Now 3 players left. Still all sheriffs here in hand. Just desperately trying to find some eliminations. Net comes through. Safe, however, able to drag across. Hebe eventually will find the kill. Sender just quick TP. Removes the net and now looks to try to hold them back. Lock them here into lamps. The spot out on the 2. Looking able to find one more kill, but it's still Vitality moving forward, moving upward now 5-1, cash aplenty.
Yeah, and I really like the way that Vitality and Trex in particular plays the beginning of this round, using that utility to keep an eye onto the hookah position, and then Safe just clearing out those trips, getting a step ahead of those paint shells, gets that easy first kill, and they're just starting to break open space. Obviously, a weaker buy for Trace Esports in that previous round. Now they've got a couple ults. You have the Annihilation for Hebe, you have the Seekers for Bianche. But Safe has a showstopper, and he's trying to work his way towards hookah to find some value. Lil King has to be so careful.
And shown in the back, but Lil King sat here within the tube. The drop down, he does find the punish, avoids that Annihilation, but no. Okay, never mind. Target is going to be grabbed up, but Lil King dead to the mosh of all things. Cleanup is going to be there. Ascender does get taken down. I get scrambled a little bit. Headshot into the body spray, and runner will fall. And this time, Trace able to slam the door shut here in front of Vitality's faces.
Yeah, just barely able to get inside that tube in time and win that battle on the site. And the Annihilation able to come through from Hebe. Drags Sender over towards defender spawn. Wall drops.
Double pump here off the neural depth, though. Vitality just cutting noise, rotating back around. Still 2 players there in hookah, but an opportunity for them to catch Trace by surprise.
They haven't read this.
This round is not over yet. Deep. Little excursion
30
here.
seconds left.
Kicks just creeping forward. Knows that there's going to be a sonic sensor there. Opts to not break it, but how do they try to pilot this? Util widely dumped here from both players. The C's gone. Everything from Kicks' kit taken away. Plant now coming through.
Spike.
Let's see how Trace look for the retake.
Still have that grab net. Could use that to clear the player out at elbow. He's getting aggressive.
There's the push up. Kicks has to back away.
One enemy remaining.
Hebe ready for the catch. Grab net going to be sent. Trex now 8-1-2 approaching here from Lab. Swings out, looks for the first, but cannot make it happen. Kai will be able to claim it, and that's going to be Trace finding a second round win.
Okay, starting to find some success, starting to find some round wins. Our Trace Esports. That was a big one. There was some money left after that round, but it was starting to slide just a little bit. But you had some big ults there. You're able to put them to good use. A very important round win for the side of Trace Esports. Or Sender. Nobody likes getting cocooned. It's not fun.
Yep.
But it do be like that.
Save me. And then they do. And then, well,
and you're just dead.
You're just dead. You're just right there in front of them.
Well, now Vitality has that Thrash from Kicks. You're close to the Viper's Pit for Runner. So you've got a couple ults that could be available.
Well, Thrash to start. Scouting through showers and some shots, but oh, Fang just swings back out. Does manage to take down Save, so 1 for 1. As raises fall here on both sides. Paranoia not connecting, but Lil King spotted by that by that Prowler, I should say, but still is going to be good for 1. Back and forth battle here as Kai peeking out, finds Trex. And now they just don't know which way they have to put their attention towards. The center ends up falling. Kicks now the one to try to clutch it out in a 1v3. Does have to Thrash back up, but Wall comes through. Trailblazer will spot him. He will just go ahead and reroute.
Tough situation out for Kicks. Oh, they're just going to double stack him. Gonna thrash it.
Yeah, they thrash it, but they're both just sat here at lamps, just trying to go for the headshot. Trying to swing out. Will be good for 1 more. So some further damage going to be dealt. Trace now within touching distance, just 2 rounds separating.
That's a great reaction here from Trace Esports. They identify that Sender got to the front of the truck, and they start swinging in to bail out. A great early kill for Fang. Smoke's just popping everywhere, and somehow Sender finds Fang in the middle of all of that. But there's a sonic sensor placed a little bit deep here that catches, I want to say it was Runner, and that allows an extra kill to come through off that stun. So deeper utility there for the side of Trace Esports. Finds a ton of value in that round. Flash to confirm. Smoke already down though.
Anybody looking for the same trap setup here? Ready to send the wall.
Vitality just seemingly never falling for that on the rounds that Hebei wants to go for it. At least that we've seen. Showstopper though. For Fang, he's over towards U-Haul. Clear the haunt.
Paint Shell lobbed in. BNK able to back away. Net gonna be sent. There's the flash. And that's gonna be both of them taken down. Fantastic fire from Hebei and BNK. A 5-3. TP picks up that spike. Brings it back over, but how do you try to pilot things from here? Trex ready for a quick little peek out. Goes for the reface though. And Hebei able to take him down. King, the 1 casualty. The trapwire gets cleared out and Kai is watching. Spike now stranded and Runner cannot find any more kills. Trace continue to run things back.
Yeah, I like this change up in how Hebei and BNK are playing that long B position. Earlier we saw it where they tried to play off a sonic sensor to get that pop flash to go. This time they let the game come to them a little bit. The fragment comes, they respond with the grab net into the flash, and they both swing and both get a kill. Really nice little minor change up there that nets a really, really big round win. And I was kind of thinking that maybe now would be a good time for a timeout, but Vitality's gonna let it roll.
Comeback
We can go
started.
for a bit longer here.
Comeback started.
Quick little tap. Showstopper gonna be sent up close and personal though, thinking maybe they had the catch. That was a trap play that they were trying to pull off, but Sender able to elude it. So Showstopper now no longer a concern if they can get themselves into a site. Still do have that orbital available, and Hebei picks up another annihilation.
Just another pause here from Vitality, but able to bait out that ultimate is huge. However, Hebei has another annihilation. Low King has the orbital strike, so this is still a very difficult post plant.
Slow creep forward once again. Trap wires just going to be sounding the alarm. Cam going to be cleared out as Paint Shell's coming in, and caught with Paint Shells in hand here is safe. Cannot get away from it. Net going through, plant coming down. There's a push up here into backside. Low King going to be taken down, so orbital strike cannot come into play. Pit now at the ready, sent. His Runner cleans up Kai. 3v4 with a Pit in play. Vitality A strong position to stop this run back from Trace even further. As Annihilation gets sent out. Not gonna find the connection though. Cocoon does not come through and Trex is just hightailing it away. MK pushing forward. Spike here just alongside him. Opposite side of the wall, the push out, some damage dealt, but cannot find that kill. Heybei gonna be good for one as Runner will get taken down. Wall, the pit, now gone. Everything to do here from the side of Feng, and he's not gonna be able to find much more. Vitality stopping them here in their tracks. They get 6 on the half.
I mean, other than Safe getting caught with some util in hand, that's a really good round for Vitality.
Get the showstopper and the annihilation out of him.
Exactly. That's a massive win. They have to use the pit, but that's okay. You get that round win. And man, felt like maybe Trace Esports was starting to heat up, starting to string a lot of rounds together, but it's only 3 before it's cut short by Vitality. Still have that orbital strike, now have a neural theft as well. But just great awareness from Vitality, expecting that trap play with the wall. Able to bait out a bunch of ults. Get themselves a really nice round win.
Now this time not going to be seeing that set play coming through. Trailblazer to scout, and we'll just send this one to cut off any further aggression in towards Showers. Jiggle peeking out though. Getting a spot. Net coming through. Runner in a bad situation and will get taken down. Safe trying to provide some covering fire here from the flank, but they'll just go ahead, get their kill and dip.
Some of these trap plays that Trace Esports have set up with this deadlock are really, really interesting. They're making great use of that grab net. I've seen a couple instances with Heybei and Bianche really shutting things down. And now you've got 4 players shifting over towards the B site for Vitality. Heybei making a little bit of noise. See what Vitality wants to do.
Oh, hello. Don't they want to run? Double blast pack 4, they know that it can't have gotten too far, and oh, once again, caught with that util in hand. Heybei will get traded back out as Kix finds that kill. Bianche able to answer back the orbital strike to try to hold them here in position. Sender on the challenge, finds a headshot, but eats an immense amount of damage, and Lil King able to collect, looks for the follow-up and has it. Truck's gonna be taken down as Trace seeking a 6-6 half.
I mean, again, there's such a nuisance on this B site. Doing such a good job of keeping Vitality off balance, and really, Vitality hasn't been able to find great responses since the beginning to what's going on over here. And Safe, again, just seemingly not mentally anticipating that they could just tuck into that corner. Nice. Expected him to go for elbow. And Heybei just says, no, I'm just going to hide in this corner and get a kill instead. Oh, yeah. Thrash early for Kix. Once again, same kind of idea we saw before.
Oh, and Safe is just absolutely screwed. Ends up getting caught. It's right in on top of a molly. I'll have to see that one back. It's Lil King looking for an ace. Can't not make it happen, but still does an immense amount of damage. Drop down. Trex dead. Kix eliminated, and it is in fact 6-6. Trace, what a rally back.
Man, they just really got their feet underneath them. Just were finding great opportunities to shut Safe down, shut him out.
इसके हाफ बोलते हैं Half time 22. Finally.
And for Vitality, I'd like to see them just do what they did on Sunset and just kind of deny the ability to plant as best as they can.
Fast hit, getting ready to come through. His Kick's going to be forced out. The Flash, he's able to turn away from that one. Has the Dizzy out, sends it. Safe going to be able to collect one. Kicks, gets Kai. A pinch from behind, going to be taken down. Still, though, Trace occupying the site here for the moment. Boombot, Wingman, everything in the kitchen sink going to be sent through. Try to scout out some of these positions. The man advantage ultimately is there for Vitality. But they take Trex out of the picture for now.
I love this proactivity.
Oh, swing coming through, right click gonna be good. Hebe able to get that answering kill on the back end, but now has everything to do. Ball goes down, creeping forward, gets the spot out, but eats a bit of damage. The Prowler gonna be sent, clears it, needs to try to find them both, but runs out of bullets. Vitality will find the pistol, and that is gonna be them moving up, regaining the lead.
I genuinely mean this when I say like a lot of things both teams did in that round. I like the patience from Vitality, the pause there after the execute comes through, knowing they have that man advantage. But then the wall comes through towards Spawn for the side of Trace Esports. And they immediately understand that they need to clear the other angles before that wall either gets taken down or drops.
Nice.
And they do that. And that's the right thing to do in that situation. They have no other choice there, even though they can't quite hold on through the end. Hebe gets caught in a bad position in the 2, but it's still good ideas. But you're starting to see, in my opinion, why you want to be really careful as Vitality about giving them too much comfort, because that wall is so annoying and gives so much info and delays so much that Trace Esports can start stacking some of those angles like that.
Runner catching a glimpse, sets up for the snake bite. Fang dropping straight in on top of that. Everybody losing a bit of HP from that. A lot of it decay. Plant now going to be coming through, so at least plant money secured here for Trace as Haunt gets a reveal onto one. Wall set up to try to cut off the defending side access here at Lab. Jump out, taking the fight over Torum. That's going to be Hebe collecting 2. Weapons now can be scooped up, but Hebe needing to wait out. I mean, the decay comes back in, he's still only at 20 HP. Clear on the Prowler, the push up, looking for the headshot. Bang, able to find one, and my God, are they doing it. Still 2 players, but HP bars wrecked here. As Trex trying to isolate, trying to divide and conquer, finds the first one, but Fang sweeping out with that classic, finds a kill. Paint Shell at his feet, Sender redrawing the weapon out, but time ticking away. Up on top of the tube, the swing through, the drop down. Fang playing elusive, playing the time, playing it to perfection. Gets the kill, classics all day long. As we are tied up 7-7 once again.
The thought process for Trace Esports is so good. The way that they're just shutting down these flanks, just absolutely beautiful. They overstack these angles, knowing that they have weaker guns. And then Fang playing this outrageously well. The man is just crazy good.
Just not giving them any hope in hell. What insanity. Have he just wrought.
Fired up, dude. Oh, man, I'm fired up after that round. That was so good.
Yep, I'm awake. Paint Shell to go ahead and check.
Listening.
Quick little sonic sensor going to be set up. As Runner trying to poke and prod here, interrupt. Presence now going to be noted.
Look at how annoying it is for him. Look at all this util just spread out. This wall has to be cleared. Buys a lot of extra time. Trex found a kill, instantly traded.
Yeah, it does get traded back. And keeping that weapon out of the fight. Push forward, ready to come in, and first shot's gonna be a little bit whiffy. Blast pack to try to offset if they continue the push. Wrap back around as the tap of the spike's gonna be there, but Kai's gonna be taken down to save, able to find a kill there with that Sheriff, but he himself very low on HP. Low King able to find 3 so far in the round. Everybody stacked up watching. Safe gets taken out. His UI needs update. But that is going to be Trace getting the round victory.
8-7, I believe. But this is great stuff here. And you're seeing in this round a microcosm of why it's so annoying to deal with this comp on the defender side. I'm specifically, I'm talking about Vitality having to deal with Trace's comp because of the crazy amount of layers that can get set up. Once you get into that plant, if you give them any time for post-plant, all of a sudden there's a wall here, there's 2 sonic sensors there, there's trap wires all over the place, and you have to clear so much just to get to the spike in the first place to even tap it.
All right, well, drop that down. Make sure that we get everything situated. I don't think Feng wanted to quite expose himself like that. Let's get snatched up. DK will go away here from him. Boombot clears out lamps. Save, having to drop down off the top of the box. Blast pack across the way, and now Hebe opening things up. His strike's going to be taken down. Hebe with 3. And Save and Runner both fall. Picks now. And Sender, the last 2 standing, but Hebe on for an ace.
Give it to him.
4th elimination for him, but Sender, yeah, he has no wants, no need to do that. He's just going to hightail it over towards the attacker spawn. This round is over, and that is going to be that lead even further picked up here. What a decisive push onto the side here from Trace.
The confidence is flowing for them right now. Hebe has an ult available for the next round. I mean, they are just smashing through the defenses of Vitality. And, you know, the real question is how early are you going to have to take another time out here? Because it's already starting to go very, very sideways in so many ways. And Vitality's going to need to find a way to keep these attacks from finding all this success. The orbital strike there to flush players into Hebe's angle, and then he's just spraying them down as they're trying to come out the back of truck.
I think they're trying to run away from it.
Yeah,
orbital strikes that I'm scattering, and he's able to collect them all. What a huge round here from Hebe, as that will be the timeout call.
You have to. You have to stop the bleeding here. You have to figure out a way to deal with this comp. Because right now, Vitality does not have consistent answers. And it's tough. You know, you don't have that traditional info sentinel of your own. You don't have a Cypher. You don't have anything that would maybe allow you to kind of slow down these hits, prevent them from comfortably getting to those post plants.
For Molly.
Yeah.
Free smokes.
Yeah.
A couple different things missing.
Yeah, there's a lot missing. You're right.
You know, this comp can work, but right now they need to figure out how to counteract with the tools that they have what Trace is doing. Because you mentioned it, the desk mentioned it. This map has not been good for Trace in stage 1, in stage 2.
They're 0-3 on it this stage, this previous stage. 0-5. And
I think, yeah, it's a 5-loss streak overall on the year leading up into this very moment.
And it's not been a great map for Vitality. They're 1-1 on it. They beat Heretics. They beat Fnatic, or they lost to Fnatic. So, you know, there's not a ton of data there to really how bad this bind is for Vitality. But I mean, frankly,
he's only able to find 1. Warm snatched up there from Save. Push forward. That's Kicks taking an immense amount of damage and now taken down. Being able to find it. Annihilation does get popped. Push out here from Runner, trying to be the hero, but he's only able to find 1 before Hebe shuts it down. Safe similarly. Trapped, but oh my god! Just gets a wall bang headshot, but now he's the last one standing. He can push out, get himself into hookah.
It's kind of showstopper.
Find a weapon. Does have that at the ready. Showstopper is online, as you say. He's gonna wrap around, work his way over towards Long. Angle's being watched though. Beyond Kate for the moment, staring in that position. Just jump peeking here for him. Time ticking. And what does the call end up being here for safety? You try to play this one out. In case stopping the jump peaks, right, as Safe gets close enough to be able to find a potential headshot. And now they will just go ahead and go their separate ways as Teleporter will get taken. They know that they are safe. They know that this round win is further confirmed And now Trace find themselves up to double digits.
I mean, it's so difficult. Every position that Vitality is trying to hold is getting caught out. Just great stuff from Vang. Bianche right there. Just going over to Hebe. I mean, that's a nasty shot from Safe, but
that's me.
Yeah.
Over the last few rounds.
You've been you've been losing your mind a bit over here. I have too.
Still some things to work out here. As now back in for yet another attack round.
Scout destroyed.
Weaponry in hand here for the side of Vitality. Hard to fully assess exactly what the firepower looks like. Certainly should be stronger than the previous round as Kai moving forward, kicks dead off the rip. There's a quick peek and a kill. They're in hookah. Now the neural theft's going to be telling all as they start to rotate back across here towards B. Just Sender here on this side to try to slow things up.
The pick is so huge. It makes it so unbelievably easy to make this decision. You know there's only one player on B. Now you can throw all this util to stop up the spawn door.
I mean, yeah, just look at that.
Yeah, no, look at it.
Net's still available as well.
It's horrific to try to get
on the timing.
This.
I mean, you hear that showstopper coming out. It might just be the instant throw of the net. Sends it down now, nice and early. Both players caught, end up clearing it. Snake bite sent towards back tube, nothing found there. Paranoia across, Hebe getting caught by that. Showstopper at the ready, sends it. Hebe gonna be taken down, push up into the cyber cage on center, not even registering that Kai was alongside him. Kill's gonna be found, Kai finding another one, 3 in the round. And the call to exit's gonna have to be made here as Kai, well, he'll get taken down by his own teammates, Molly, but I don't think that they give a damn. Trace continue, now up 11-7.
It's just crazy with this comp how quickly it could snowball out of control.
Come back here,
and that round right there is case in point.
Unbelievable comeback
into an easy, decisive decision that gives you a plant, and again, that post-plant setup that is so vital and so powerful with this comp that Trace is running. And man, oh man, what a performance we have seen from them today.
One more time
regardless of how this shakes out. I mean, they are defying expectations.
And they've held on to them for a very, very long time, but now Vitality having to use that second timeout in close succession to the first one. Trace, still one more in the back pocket to hold in case that gap starts getting closed, but Vitality need this one to work.
5 in a row is what Trace has been able to put together.
And that's
off an eco.
Yeah,
and then,
they lost the pistol.
Yep.
Get the eco, and now they start the streak.
Just running. And there's a showstopper, one away from the Seekers for Bianche. I mean, again, the way that they're now able to snowball those ults as well is going to clear that space that they need to get to those post plants. Like, there's so much going well for them right now. Showstopper this round, potentially Seekers as well, or into the next round, and then you're up 12 potentially. Who knows? Vitality does have some answers in their back pocket. They do have the Nightfall. They do have that Viper's Pit. And they have a bit of an economy to get through with only a Guardian having to be bought down. Otherwise, it's rifles, but this round's so important for Vitality.
Trailblazer, the scout sights now set here on A. Showstopper looking for the netted player and finds him. Runner absolutely obliterated. Kai now striking, unregistered as Trex will fall. Paint shells lobbed out as Safe has to back away. Tries to evacuate into the smoke, keeps himself alive, for now a Sender arriving. Does manage to find Kai. But still, so much work to be done. Sender dead, Safe at 23. It's just he and Kicks. They have no money and no way to escape. They have to try to fight back. Wingman gonna be going forward. Immediately cleared out. Amash at the ready. The flash in hand. Hebe turning from it. Swings out the kills. Confirmed. A team ace. And Trace up to 12.
And it's off the rip here for Trace. The showstopper kill onto Runner, who's got the Viper's Pit. A huge ult immediately taken away. Right off the rip. And Vitality just scrambling to find answers. The grab net, so well placed. And then Kai has been great on the Cypher, great on the Jet on Ascent, really shutting down Some of these extra angles, some of these lurks as well have been really successful for him, for Trace. And that has gotten them to match point.
Hit immediately invested as they look to flush him out. He's netted, he's naded, he's absolutely dead! Runner gone, the first step taken. They back away, the Nightfall gonna be dodged out, but Fang sticking around, finds a headshot, putting Trex down on his ass. 3 players left standing. And now the pivot, the call. Guys, I'm deep on B. Bring the spike this way.
All the space in the world for Trace Esports to get set up.
King sticking around, doesn't win the fight, eats a bit of damage.
Trace Esports.
But now
win.
the shift, the rotation has to come through.
हो गया guys, GG. ये match अब GG हो गया.
There's that wall.
Match
No ults to
point.
speak of here from either side. The Dizzy not going to be spotting out much here. The Sender just TPs across. Wall now cleared out. Paranoia at the ready. Hebe again here within 2, getting caught by it as Kai jumps up over the top. He's in on top of the Mosh. He ends up getting taken down. A window potentially back in, but Bianca says absolutely not. Where were you when Trace Esports took down Team Vitality? I was right here, relishing in it. 13-7 on Bind. They close out the series in what may prove to be the upset of the tournament.
Unbelievable. They come in, have an ascent that is so back and forth, so close, goes to overtime. Sunset, Vitality seemingly the whole way, and then on Bind, Trace Esports flipped the script. So many losses, so much struggle to find an identity, to find an agent composition that works for them on this map, and they come into Champions, they float it for the last map, and they're able to get it over the line and take down Vitality.
Absolutely incredible scenes from this young squad. Vitality will take their bow. Their jobs are not done here, but look at what this means to these players coming in with nothing but doubts on their shoulders. They get this win, they get that upset, and they get their moment here in the spotlight.
It was absolutely wonderful stuff today. They looked so clean on Ascent. It looked like a lot of any doubts that I had about maybe some of the mistakes and things. Mostly erased. They looked really well polished, and Vitality is a very, very good team through everything they had at them today.
Trace Esports जीत गई है भाई.
What a moment! What a moment!
Leviathan को हराते हैं यार.
Indeed.
काफी बड़ी
who
बात है
knows?
भाई.
I mean, it should just be upward from here.
Well played, well
That's
played,
a huge hurdle to
Let's
jump
go.
in your first matchup here on the international stage in the biggest tournament of the year. Let me take a look back through some of these moments, but I mean, did you hear that? It was as if millions of pick'ems had suddenly cried out of terror, and we're suddenly silenced because not a lot of people. We're gonna have this one ready. We're gonna have that one locked in.
I want to give you a quick stat before we go on this Bind.
Lay it on me.
Okay, Trace Esports coming into this, they won 36% of their rounds on their attacker side, and 28% on their defender side. Coming into stage 2 for today, they completely flipped the script. What a job preparing this squad.
I mean, obviously still some pain points there on Sunset, but they still did have good ideas. Sure. This is now a team that absolutely needs to be looked at and that needs to be feared by future opponents, because clearly Trace, they have some very solid ideas, especially here with this Bind composition. Fantastic performance from absolutely everybody across the board for Trace. We congratulate them once again on their win. And to further congratulate them, we'll get ready to go ahead and throw it down to the stage. We got Jen standing by for a Verizon post-match interview.
Jen Lee down here on stage with Luo King, of course, with Trace Esports picking up their first Champions win. Congratulations, Luo King. 승리 축하드립니다.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
네, 루오킹 선수, 트레이스 e스포츠가 첫 국제전 첫 경기에서 첫 승을 거두게 됐습니다. 그것도 이번 시드 유럽 팀인 바이탈리티를 상대로 2대1을 내면서 이런 성과를 올렸는데요. 아무래도 기분이 남다를 것 같은데 가장 먼저 오늘 승리 소감부터 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations once again. Now, this was your first international event, first match. You guys picked up the very first win for Champions for Trace Esports against the number 2 seed of EMEA team. So how does that feel? Must mean a lot to you.
那其实这一次不仅是你在冠军赛上的首秀嘛，并且你也是击败了一个非常强劲的敌人小蜜蜂，并且他们也是来自 EMEA 的2号种子。那现在感觉怎么样呢？
我感觉就是
我们这一路的努力都得到了回报吧。然后希望这是我们的一个开始，然后也希望一直支持我们的观众们可以继续支持我们，我们会在未来继续努力。
I think, it just improved that lots of the hard working and a lot of the efforts just come true, and maybe this is so sweet for us. And I think thanks for all of the fans supporting, and I think maybe this is just a start for us.
그동안 너무나 열심히 노력을 했고 열심히 이 길을 걸어왔기 때문에 이렇게 승리할 수 있어서 정말 이 승리의 달콤함을 다시 한번 느낄 수 있는 것 같고, 그리고 팬들도 열심히 응원을 해줬기 때문에 이번이 끝이 아니라 이제 이번에 승리가 앞으로 계속해서 트레이스 e스포츠의 좋은 흐름의 시작이 되지 않을까라는 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이제 다음 경기는 레비아탄을 상대하게 되는데 상대팀에 좀 챔피언스 우승자가 2명이나 있거든요. 각오 한마디 들어보고 또 레비아탄에게 하고 싶은 말이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Next up, you guys are facing Leviathan, and they have 2 champions winners there on their team. So is there anything you want to say to Leviathan before the match? And also, what would be your mindset heading into that matchup?
那其实下一场你们要跟利维坦打嘛，然后利维坦其实有两个全球冠军，那你现在的心态是什么样的？包括在面对他们之前有没有什么想说的？
我的心态其实挺平静吧，因为我觉得我们只需要把自己练的东西给打出来就可以了。可能我们这个队伍比较注重的是过程，我觉得我们能在过程，就是不管是胜利还是失败，这种过程当中学习到很多，进步到很多。那对于利维坦来说的话，其实我是没有什么想说的吧，只是希望我们能跟利维坦带给大家一场精彩的比赛吧。
Actually, I have nothing to say to Leviathan, and I just want to give all of the audiences a super amazing matchup. And also, I think Leviathan they're super great, and I think our team just focusing on the process, not the answer. And we just want to give all of the audiences a super nice matchup and nice game. And also, we want to learn not also the experience or something else from Leviathan as well.
먼저 이제 딱히 레비아탄에게 하고 싶은 말은 없고 그냥 팬들에게 좋은 경기력을 선물해주고 싶다고 얘기를 하고요. 레비아탄이 물론 정말 강하고 정말 좋은 팀이지만 그래도 트레이스 e스포츠 같은 경우에는 자신들의 것들을 더 발전시키는 데 집중을 하고, 그리고 무엇보다 팬분들에게 더 최고의 경기를 선사할 수 있는 데 집중을 하고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 또 레비아탄전에서도 많은 것들을 배우면서 지금은 조금 더 이 과정에 집중을 하면서 결과와는 다르게 우리가 가고 있는 길을 더 탄탄하게 걸어갈 준비를 하는 게 맞는 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 루오킹 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 루오킹. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Now that was luoking with the interview. Everybody, I'm gonna wrap it over here, and GB, take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Jen, for that variety.
Hello guys,
post-match
thank you so
interview.
much.
And
Thank you so much for watching my stream today. आज की stream में
Yes.
यहीं तक है.
I mean, they played
So we
incredible.
watch.
That final map,
Thank you
they've
so
been trying to
much.
figure out Bind for
Yeah.
so long regionally.
Bye, bye.
They lock in on this deadlock comp.
And then you